In a dimension distinct from the transdimensional realm, the GT timeline, a cataclysmic event was unfolding on Earth. Amidst the ruins, a radiant figure with golden aura and dorsal wings stood atop a platform, gazing pensively at the heavens. This was none other than the Shadow Dragon, Shenron. Well, Shenron, you're quite the formidable entity. The voice of Goku echoed from afar as he cheerfully approached Shenron, expressing his admiration. Shenron, I never anticipated you possessed such potent techniques. You vanquished Omega Shenron, an adversary of immense difficulty. Indeed, moments prior, Shenron, in an effort to aid Goku in the annihilation of Omega Shenron, unleashed his most devastating maneuver. However, the resolution was not as straightforward as it seemed. Upon hearing Goku's commendation, Shenron remained reticent, not even deigning to glance in his direction. Hey, what's wrong, Shenron? Why the silence? Goku, perplexed by this behavior, drew closer, only to discern an unsettling demeanor. Despite having eradicated Omega Shenron, Shenron's countenance was grave, devoid of any semblance of joy. Kakarot, something is amiss. Vegeta, observing from the rear, sensed the anomaly and cautioned Goku. Hey, what's the matter, Shenron? Goku, increasingly concerned and impatient, pressed Shenron for an explanation, eager to ascertain the cause of his unusual disposition. At long last, Shenron slowly turned his gaze towards Goku. Goku's astonishment. His initial utterance was an apology. I am sorry, Goku. As the words escaped his lips, fissures began to materialize on Shenron's face. Crack! The fissures propagated outward, emitting an eerie green luminescence. Witnessing this, Goku clenched his fists, surmising the truth. What's happening? Could it be? Vegeta, observing Shenron's transformation, was equally astounded. He immediately adopted a combat stance, fists clenched, prepared for imminent conflict. Both Goku and Vegeta comprehended that Omega Shenron had not perished. Boom! Suddenly, immense spikes erupted from Shenron's interior. Accompanied by a pair of pallid hands, a terrifying aura emanated outward. With a resounding boom, Shenron's corporeal form was utterly shattered by this surge of power. Omega Shenron reappeared before Goku and Vegeta, now drastically altered, as evidenced by the emanating aura. Unlike before, he was exponentially more powerful, beyond comparison. Sensing this, Goku and Vegeta braced themselves for battle. Omega Shenron, having assimilated the power of Shenron, now possessed the collective might of all the Shadow Dragons, attaining the pinnacle of power, becoming Super Omega Shenron. Upon his emergence, he clenched his fists, savoring the immense power coursing through his being. A smirk playing on his lips, he then turned towards Goku, remarking with a sardonic tone, "A pity, Goku. Your efforts have been futile. Shenron, that imbecile, has been absorbed that he is now a part of me, his strength fueling my own. Omega Shenron." Goku, seething with rage, clenched his fists and bellowed at Omega Shenron. "You fiend. You've slain Shenron once more. I won't forgive you. This time, I am truly incensed and will show no mercy." For Goku, the 4-star Dragon Ball held profound significance. Therefore, Omega Shenron's repeated slaying of Shenron was an act that Goku could never condone. However, Omega Shenron remained unfazed by Goku's declaration. He found Goku's words utterly laughable. Extending his arms, Omega Shenron erupted in a boisterous guffaw. What can you possibly do to me? Do you truly believe that you, in your current state, can possibly defeat me? Goku, whether I can or cannot, we shall see. Goku clenched his fists tighter, and with a swift motion, he lunged at Omega Shenron. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Goku landed a powerful blow upon Omega Shenron's face. However, this strike was inconsequential to the newly empowered Super Omega Shenron. The disparity in their power had widened significantly, with Omega Shenron merely tilting his head slightly. "Is that all you've got?" Omega Shenron chuckled, retaliating with a backhanded strike that connected with Goku's face. The impact of this blow was far from trivial for Goku. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently into a distant rock pile. "Kakarot, I shall assist you," Vegeta, unable to bear the sight, clicked his tongue in annoyance and unleashed his energy, charging towards Omega Shenron. Ha! With a mighty roar, Vegeta unleashed a power-laden punch aimed at Omega Shenron's abdomen. Futile! Omega Shenron gazed disdainfully at Vegeta, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Despite Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Super Omega Shenron, having absorbed the power of all the Shadow Dragons, possessed strength far beyond Vegeta's capabilities. Moreover, Vegeta had already expended a significant portion of his energy and stamina in the preceding battle. "I'll assist you, Vegeta." Witnessing Vegeta's predicament, Goku hastily arose, unleashing his energy and charging forward. Together, they launched a coordinated assault on Omega Shenron, relentlessly raining blows upon him from both sides. However, regardless of their efforts, Omega Shenron effortlessly parried their attacks, displaying no strain whatsoever. "Do not presume that the two of you could defeat me. Having absorbed all the Shadow Dragons, I am now invincible." With that declaration, Omega Shenron delivered a devastating blow to Goku's face, sending him spiraling through the air. He then swiftly relocated, delivering a forceful front kick to Vegeta's abdomen. Gah! Vegeta recoiled in agony from the blow, violently expelling a mouthful of bile. However, Omega Shenron had no intention of granting him respite. Seizing Vegeta by the head, he hurled him towards Goku's location. Bang! Vegeta collided with Goku, causing them both to reel from the impact. As they struggled to rise, they beheld Omega Shenron advancing towards them. "Ha ha! You two shall perish by my hand." Omega Shenron roared with unrestrained arrogance, channeling all his power into his right fist. His target was Goku, whom he intended to eliminate first, deeming him the greater threat. Following Goku's demise, Vegeta would inevitably meet the same fate. "Kakarot, you fool, rise quickly." Vegeta, gritting his teeth, urged Goku to rise without delay. Otherwise, given their current debilitated state, the consequences of being struck by that blow would be catastrophic. Goku, acutely aware of the peril, used one hand to steady himself against a nearby rock, desperately attempting to rise. However, Omega Shenron's velocity surpassed all expectations, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before them. The fist loomed larger in the line of sight, the pressure it generated already striking against the face and body. At this moment, any thought of escape or defense was futile. It was simply too late. Just as the fist of the one-star dragon was about to collide with Sun Wukong, an unexpected figure materialized before him. Indeed, it was no exaggeration this individual had appeared out of thin air. Neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta could react in time, and even the one-star dragon remained oblivious to this newcomer's presence. With a serene smile, he extended a single finger, placing it firmly in front of Sun Wukong. Bang! In the next instant, a dull thud echoed as the one-star dragon's fist struck this person's finger. What was most astonishing was that he managed to block the full force of the one-star dragon's punch with nothing but a single finger. The ease with which he did so was as if the one-star dragon's fist were made of cotton, leaving him entirely unperturbed. However, it was undeniable that, in this moment of peril, the arrival of this enigmatic figure had salvaged the situation. Staring at the mysterious person who had just shielded him from a lethal blow, Sun Wukong found himself utterly stunned and momentarily speechless. This was someone he had never encountered before, even after living on Earth for so long. Moreover, the strength of this individual was beyond comprehension. To block the one-star dragon's full power with just a finger was extraordinary. The existence of such a powerful being on Earth had eluded him completely. What was happening here? Vegeta was equally flabbergasted. Like Sun Wukong, he had no recollection of this suddenly appearing figure. The reason for their lack of recognition was that this individual was not from their world, but rather a traveler from another realm. His name was Chen, who had crossed into the Dragon Ball universe long ago. Upon arriving, he had astonishingly become an angel. At the moment he realized his identity, Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. After all, being an angel was a status far beyond that of the god of destruction. Possessing unimaginable power, angels were also immortal and impervious to death. It could be said that, apart from the Omni-King and the Grand Minister, angels were the mightiest beings in the cosmos. However, Chen found himself in a void, his body enveloped by the essence of the universe, automatically absorbing its energy, which restricted his mobility. This meant he could only remain there, waiting until he had fully absorbed the cosmic essence before he could depart. Fortunately, this absorption would enhance his divine power, making it a fortuitous circumstance. Thus, during this period of immobility, Chen observed the universe around him. He soon discovered that he had arrived in a different timeline, one distinct from the various timelines he was familiar with the GT universe. The GT universe was peculiar here. Only the Kaioshin existed, with no gods of destruction, angels, grand ministers, or omni-kings. Consequently, Chen became the first and only angel in the GT universe. During his time of immobility, he also uncovered a method to traverse to the other timelines. In reality, it was quite simple. He merely needed to utilize his formidable divine power to create a rift in time and space. However, he had no intention of venturing into the other timelines alone. That would be quite dull. Since he had become an angel, he decided to take Son Wukong and Vegeta as his disciples, training them to become even stronger. He would assist them in breaking through to Super Saiyan 4 and mastering the transformation into an even more powerful Super Saiyan 5. Once they had achieved this, he would take them along to the other timelines, allowing them to battle the Son Wukong and Vegeta of the 7th universe, along with other formidable beings. Defeating them one by one, such an adventure would be far more entertaining. Just imagining it brought him delight. Moreover, he might even participate in the power tournament hosted by the Omni-King in the other timelines. With this thought in mind, today, Chen finally finished absorbing the cosmic essence and could move freely. He immediately made his way to Earth, resulting in the earlier scene at this critical moment. He had fortuitously intercepted the one-star dragon's deadly attack aimed at Son Wukong. Not bad, not bad. The power behind your punch is quite formidable. But to me, it falls woefully short. Chen smiled as he regarded the terrified one-star dragon. Who are you? Realizing the extraordinary nature of this individual, the one-star dragon hastily leaped back, creating distance between them. An evil dragon. He had no recollection of Chen whatsoever. However, this person had appeared without warning and effortlessly blocked his full-force strike. He needed to ascertain this being's identity. He could not afford to act recklessly. Me? Chen pointed himself, grinning. You may call me the Angel Chen. Angel? Chen. The one-star dragon pondered for a moment, but still retained no memory of Chen. Logically, as a manifestation of the negative energy within the Dragon Balls, he should have known everything about the GT universe and even Earth. Yet, this self-proclaimed Angel Chen was a complete enigma to him. From where do you hail? The one-star dragon suddenly realized, tightening his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Chen, wary of any potential threat. This figure before him was an existence he could not comprehend, that Chen's identity likely transcended anything he could grasp. Have you finally come to that realization? Observing the one-star dragon's response, Chen chuckled lightly. To know my story, you are not worthy. With that, Chen's form flickered and vanished several meters away. Where did he go? Seeing Chen disappear, the one-star dragon felt a surge of anxiety. Retreating several steps uncontrollably. That moment, the one-star dragon understood. This being was beyond his comprehension. Erasing him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. In the next instant, before he could spot Chen again, a wave of overwhelming killing intent surged toward him, as if it sought to consume him whole. In an instant, the one-star dragon found himself speechless, his pupils constricted to pinpricks, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his entire body trembled in terror. Once the all-powerful one-star dragon, who had just moments ago exuded arrogance, vowing to annihilate Son Wukong and Vegeta and obliterate the entire universe, had now lost all semblance of confidence. He had transformed into a mere ant, a sheep, engulfed by fear, dreading that he would be slaughtered in the next moment. For before him stood an existence far beyond his reach, the angel Chen. Meanwhile, all these events transpiring on Earth are being closely monitored by the two Kaioshin in the Kaioshin realm. Seated before a crystal ball, they wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Chapter 3. The Divine Technique. The Art of Absolute Freedom. Elder Ancestor, have you witnessed this? That terrifying one-star dragon is utterly afraid of the individual who claims to be the angel Chen. Jebet God wiped the almost imperceptible sweat from his forehead and turned to the old Kaioshin. In this GT timeline, within the GT universe, due to the fusion of Kaioshin Shin and Jebet through the Patera earrings, they have remained in a fused state ever since. Hence they are referred to as Jebet God. Despite having heard Jebet God's words, the old Kaioshin remained silent, his expression grave as he bowed his head in contemplation. Elder Ancestor, noticing the old Kaioshin's prolonged silence, Jebet God leaned closer, only to be met with a punch. Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, the old Kaioshin struck Jebet God on the head. Fool, how can you, a Kaioshin, still be so oblivious? The old Kaioshin reprimanded loudly, visibly irate. However, Jebet God remained perplexed by the old Kaioshin's meaning. What is it, Elder Ancestor? What am I supposed to have discovered? He rubbed the spot on his head where he had been struck, looking at the old Kaioshin with confusion. Sighing, the old Kaioshin expressed his frustration, his gaze filled with disappointment as he looked at Jebet God. Honestly, as a Kaioshin, you exhibit none of the qualities expected of one. Lacking in power and intellect. I can teleport. That must be useful, right, Elder Ancestor? Jebet God, oblivious to the old Kaioshin's disappointment, chuckled proudly. This technique has greatly aided Goku and the others. It proves I am still of some value. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Teleportation is a basic skill every Kaioshin possesses. It baffled him why Jebet God was so proud of it. Seeing the old Kaioshin fall silent, Jebet God awkwardly scratched his head. Realizing he had misspoken, he closed his mouth and fell into a brief silence. Nevertheless, if you pay close attention, you will grasp my meaning. After a moment, the old Kaioshin clasped his hands behind his back and solemnly addressed Jebet God. If I am not mistaken, that individual who claims to be the angel Chen is indeed a divine being. A god? Oh, he is a god. Jebet God was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing the implications, his eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the old Kaioshin nodded. Elder Ancestor, are you certain you are not jesting? This angel Chen, he truly is a god? Jebet God sought further confirmation, unable to reconcile this revelation, as he believed only he and the old Kaioshin existed as Kaioshins within the universe. No other gods had appeared for an eternity, and now, the emergence of Chen was hard for him to fathom. Fool, the old Kaioshin sighed again, pacing back and forth. I have already stated that this Chen is indeed a god, there is no mistake about it. Suddenly, he halted and fell silent. His expression grave as he gazed intently at the image within the crystal ball, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Moreover, this god is no ordinary being. His existence surpasses both you and me. Just as the one-star dragon mentioned, Chen likely transcends our comprehension entirely. The old Kaioshin spoke from a place of understanding. He sensed the immense divine energy coursing through Chen, a strength far beyond that of the two Kaioshins. Despite their lack of combat prowess, they were still gods responsible for creating life and planets, possessing considerable divine power. Yet, compared to Chen, their divine energy could only be described as pitifully inadequate. Your words are rather alarming, Elder Ancestor, Jebet God exclaimed, startled. However, it seems he just rescued Goku. He should be on our side, right? In that case, having such a powerful god on our team is certainly a cause for celebration. While this reasoning held merit, the old Kaioshin nodded thoughtfully. He turned to Jebet God and stated, however, we must comprehend his intentions. We, as Kaioshins, need to ascertain the purpose behind his sudden appearance on Earth. With that, the old Kaioshin placed his hands behind his back once more, returning his gaze to the crystal ball, exhaling deeply. For now, let us observe. We will discuss this further once he resolves this crisis. After all, Goku and Vegeta alone cannot hope to defeat the one-star dragon. We must rely on this angel Chen to vanquish him. Understood, Elder Ancestor. Jebet God chuckled, similarly returning his focus to the crystal ball. He believed wholeheartedly that this newly emerged god was benevolent. Otherwise, he would not have saved Goku, and now be assisting him against the one-star dragon. On Earth. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The one-star dragon roared in fury and frustration. He relentlessly unleashed a barrage of punches towards Chen. Desperate to survive, he fought back with everything he had, despite fully grasping the vast chasm separating them. Even in his utmost terror, the one-star dragon exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet, his efforts were utterly futile. Every single strike he attempted was effortlessly evaded by Chen, who remained untouched. Each dodge was executed with such ease that it seemed to require no effort at all. In stark contrast, the one-star dragon was exhausting himself, reaching the limits of his speed and power. However, even so, he could not land a single blow on Chen, who seemed to effortlessly sidestep his attacks without even sparing a glance. Indeed, this was the divine technique inherent to angels. The divine technique, the art of absolute freedom. Chapter 4. The Power of Destruction, erasing the one-star dragon in a single strike. The ultimate freedom technique, one of the divine arts, can only be attained in the depths of the divine realm. It allows the consciousness and body to separate, obviating the need for the brain to process thoughts before action. Instead, it enables the individual to transcend instinct, perceiving danger and responding with evasion or counterattack. This remarkable divine skill is inherently possessed by angels. Chen has mastered it to perfection. Thus, regardless of the one-star dragon's assaults, he can effortlessly evade without even casting a glance. All of this was witnessed by Son Wukong and Vegeta, both of whom were astounded by Chen's strength. While they struggled against the one-star dragon, for Chen, the situation was entirely different. The entire encounter resembled a playful mockery of the one-star dragon. Impressive, Son Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration after watching for so long. He had believed that his Super Saiyan 4 form, combined with Vegeta's, made them the strongest beings in the universe. However, the angelic Chen completely shattered Wukong's perceptions and beliefs. He was, without a doubt, the true champion of the cosmos. Hey, Kakarot. Suddenly, Vegeta called out to Son Wukong, his tone laced with urgency. Huh, what is it, Vegeta? Son Wukong turned, puzzled by Vegeta's sudden exclamation. Have you not noticed, Kakarot? Vegeta's irritation was palpable as Wukong remained oblivious. What do you mean? Son Wukong's confusion deepened. Crossing his arms defiantly, Vegeta huffed that Chen. I cannot sense his energy at all. He gazed at Chen, who continued to toy with the one-star dragon. Yet, he exudes an enigmatic aura that feels both intangible and forbidding. It perplexes me. Wait, are you suggesting? Son Wukong scratched his head, beginning to grasp Vegeta's implication. Precisely as you surmise, Kakarot, Vegeta affirmed, nodding. That angel, Chen, is undoubtedly not human. He must be a deity. I concur. Son Wukong smiled, his gaze fixed on Chen. With such immense power and an untraceable aura, he could only be a god, one even mightier than the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, what audacity! How can Wukong utter such nonsense? What does he mean by stronger than the Supreme Kai? The elder Supreme Kai was incensed, for the crystal ball displayed not only images, but also transmitted sound when imbued with divine energy. Hearing Son Wukong's assertion irked him greatly. However, Ancestor, did you not just say the same? Jebet, the Supreme Kai, approached the elder and innocently inquired, that angel, Chen, is indeed far more powerful than us, an entity beyond our comprehension. The elder Supreme Kai's face flushed with embarrassment. He certainly remembered his own words. It was true. Chen was not a being they could compare themselves to. Yet, the elder held on to his pride and did not appreciate Wukong's remarks. He shot Jebet a disdainful glance and turned away, muttering, fool. Even so, Wukong has no right to say such things. All right, I understand, Ancestor, Jebet replied, nodding, refraining from further inquiries and returning his focus to the crystal ball. He now clearly understood that Chen, the deity, was indeed more powerful and held a higher status than both himself and the elder Supreme Kai. On Earth, the one-star dragon ceased his assault, recognizing the futility of his efforts. No matter how he attacked, he could not inflict harm upon Chen. The chasm in strength was insurmountable. Yet, he could not resign himself to defeat, for he had absorbed all the evil dragons into his being. He should have triumphed, should have annihilated Son Wukong and Vegeta, and obliterated the entire universe. But the reality of the situation diverged drastically from his expectations. Damn it, why are you even here? The one-star dragon's frustration mounted as he faced an insurmountable opponent, teetering on the brink of madness. He shouted, ascending into the sky, If so, then perish along with the entire universe. Suddenly, the 7 dark Dragon Balls on his chest emitted a surge of malevolent energy, coalescing into a dark red energy sphere. That's that despicable one-star dragon. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his fists clenched tightly. Such immense energy. The one-star dragon truly intended to obliterate the cosmos. Is he really going to do this? Sun Wukong, equally alarmed, tightened his grip, anxiety coursing through him. The one-star dragon was unleashing all the evil energy within him, preparing a final, desperate strike with his life on the line. Even if Chen's strength was formidable, Sun Wukong could not be certain that he could withstand such an attack. Vegeta, he called out, intent on assisting Chen. Despite their dwindling energy, they could not let Chen shoulder this burden alone. I know, Kakarot. No need to state the obvious. Vegeta was already aware, making his way toward Chen. However, before they could reach him, Chen merely smiled, assuring them, do not worry, such an attack cannot harm me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen appeared in the air, not far from the one-star dragon. Haha, do you truly believe you can stop me? The one-star dragon laughed maniacally, his arrogance on full display as he shouted at Chen, I may not be able to defeat you, but this energy harbors all the malevolence within me. It is sufficient to annihilate the entire universe. Let us perish together. Super negative energy sphere. Without hesitation, the one-star dragon hurled the energy sphere, brimming with dark energy, into the void. Zzzing. Black lightning crackled around the energy sphere. The earth trembled violently beneath its influence, fissures erupting across the ground. The sky itself turned a dark crimson, tainted by the pervasive malevolence. In that moment, it truly appeared as if the world were on the brink of destruction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood below, their gazes fixed upon Chen. As Chen spoke to them, they felt an inexplicable force binding their bodies, rendering them immobile and mute. All they could do was watch, powerless to intervene. At that moment, the fate of Earth, no, the fate of the entire universe, rested in Chen's hands. Once he succumbs, all shall be annihilated. At this moment, the 2 supreme deities of the realm were drenched in cold sweat, their gaze fixated on the crystal orb. Should Chen fail to counter this surge of energy, all would be lost. Back in the present, as he observed the encroaching energy, Chen merely smiled, displaying not a hint of panic. Gradually, he raised his right hand, his form suddenly flashing before the energy projectile. Witnessing this, the boastful one-star dragon became even more arrogant, deridingly proclaiming, "What is this? Are you preparing to surrender? To be obliterated along with the entire universe? Obliterating the universe? Huh. You are hardly worthy of such a feat," Chen chuckled softly, gently pressing his hand against the energy sphere. Buzz. Instantly, an extraordinarily brilliant white light flickered beneath his palm, growing ever more radiant, enveloping the entire area. The malevolent energy orb began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace, akin to soap bubbles. In mere seconds, the energy projectile was completely eradicated, and the sky regained its clarity. What? How is this possible? The one-star dragon, who had just been so brazen, now wore a face of disbelief as he gazed at Chen. The wicked energy orb he had forged at the cost of his own life was effortlessly undone. Swoosh! The sound of air being cleaved filled the air as Chen instantly appeared before the one-star dragon, his right hand poised before the dragon's face. Now, your life comes to an end, Chen stated, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Destruction. With that utterance, he granted the one-star dragon no reprieve as a surge of violet-red energy erupted forth. Oh! The one-star dragon quivered, emitting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Subsequently, his form began to dissolve like a mere bubble. In the blink of an eye, the one-star dragon was entirely obliterated, vanishing as though he had never existed. Chapter 5. Accepting Goku and Vegeta as disciples. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, upon witnessing the devastating negative energy capable of annihilating the universe and the effortless obliteration of the one-star dragon, both Supreme Kais found themselves rendered speechless, their eyes wide in shock. The crisis has been averted. After a considerable pause, Jebet, the Supreme Kai, was the first to regain his composure. Turning to the elder Supreme Kai, he was still processing the astonishment from earlier events, for it was the presence of Moken that had spared them from the clutches of death. The elder Supreme Kai, too, was grappling with his own disbelief. Wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, he murmured, "Angel Moken, you truly transcend our understanding." At that moment, The Elder Supreme Kai was not only in awe of Moken's formidable power, but also silently grateful that this angel was not their adversary. Had Moken been an enemy, targeting Goku and Vegeta from the outset, their universe would have faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, on Earth, the destructive force belonging to the god of destruction was also a technique mastered by Moken during the absorption of cosmic essence. Observing the swirling destructive energy in his palm, he willed it to gradually dissipate. The initial experience of wielding this power was quite satisfying. Moken smiled contentedly, then turned his gaze to Goku and Vegeta, who remained frozen on the ground. With the one-star dragon's threat neutralized, it was time to discuss the matter of taking them as disciples. With a swift motion, he descended to the ground. However, upon surveying the devastation wrought by the battle, Moken furrowed his brow. This was not an aesthetically pleasing sight. Restoration was in order. With that thought, Moken grasped his right hand, and an angelic scepter materialized in his grasp. This weapon, unique to angels, bore a magical orb at its apex, allowing its wielder to access any information pertaining to their universe. Moreover, the scepter was imbued with immense divine power, capable of performing extraordinary feats. With a gentle tap of the scepter against the ground, a brilliant white light erupted, radiating outward. Every area touched by this luminescence was restored to its former glory. Much improved, Moken admired the rejuvenated surroundings with a satisfied smile before turning his attention back to Goku and Vegeta. At long last, it was their turn. Until now, Goku and Vegeta had been unable to move or speak, constrained by Moken's divine energy. He had deemed it unnecessary for them to assist during that moment, thus employing a measure of divine restraint to keep them stationary. With a snap of his fingers, the energy binding Goku and Vegeta was lifted. "Ah, I can move again," Goku exclaimed, immediately checking his body for any lingering issues, bewildered by the previous inability to act or speak. In contrast, Vegeta's focus remained intently fixed on Moken, his expression serious, as he was certain that the immobilization had been orchestrated by the angel before him. Yet, this was not the point of greatest concern for Vegeta. What truly preoccupied him was the astonishing fact that Moken had single-handedly neutralized the one-star dragon's negative energy and vanquished it. Thus, Vegeta broke the silence, addressing Moken. "I may sound somewhat awkward saying this, but you are a deity, are you not? Possessing such immense power, yet exuding no discernible aura, while simultaneously emanating an undeniable air of invincibility." Upon hearing this, Goku chimed in, hands on his hips, grinning. "Exactly. You defeated the one-star dragon in an instant. Honestly, your strength is almost beyond belief." Undoubtedly, Moken was the mightiest being Goku had ever encountered, standing unrivaled by anyone else. "Your assessment is quite astute," Moken replied with a shrug and a smile. "Indeed, I am a deity, and as I previously stated, I am an angel named Moken." Angel. Both Vegeta and Goku exchanged puzzled glances, having never heard of such a divine being. Their only familiarity with deities stemmed from the Supreme Kai, entirely oblivious to the existence of angels. Simultaneously, the two Supreme Kais in their realm mirrored their confusion, having never encountered the concept of angels before today. "It's entirely normal that you haven't heard of it," Moken reassured them, chuckling at their reactions. After all, this GT timeline and universe lacked the presence of angels. The only divine entities were the Supreme Kais. "To clarify, I am a newly born deity. It's understandable that you are unaware of my existence. In fact, not only you two, but even the Supreme Kais of your universe are oblivious to me." "I see," Goku scratched his head, finally grasping the situation. Yet, in the next moment, a thought struck him. He grinned and declared, "Hey, I usually refer to the Supreme Kais as Lord Supreme Kai. By that logic, I shall call you Lord Angel from now on." "Wait a moment." Goku paused, deep in thought. He then raised his gaze to Moken, seriousness etched on his face. "Lord Angel, you have another name." "If that's the case, Lord Moken feels more fitting." "Agreed. I quite like that title," Moken replied with a nod, moving between Goku and Vegeta. "Almost forgot. Let me help restore your bodies." With that, he gently tapped the ground with his angelic scepter. A dazzling white flame enveloped Goku and Vegeta. "What is this?" Vegeta exclaimed, sensing a transformation within himself. Their depleted energy was fully replenished, and their injuries were completely healed. "Wow, we recovered instantly. This is even more miraculous than a Senzu bean," Goku exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. It seemed that both he and Vegeta had gained an additional boost in strength. At that moment, Moken smiled subtly. It was time to reveal his intentions. Without a hint of hesitation, he stated plainly, You both possess immense potential, and thus, I have decided to take you on as my disciples. I, as your angel, shall personally guide you in enhancing your powers. With this declaration, he sought to eliminate any possibility of refusal from Goku or Vegeta. Today, he was determined to accept them as his disciples, aiding their growth and strength. The first step towards transcending the boundaries of time and space. Chapter 6. Ignite the heart to grow stronger. Mastering Super Saiyan 5. What a sudden revelation. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face immediately reflected astonishment. He was still reeling from the surprise. He had entertained the thought of requesting Chen, this divine being, to accompany him in battle and offer some insights on enhancing his strength. However, he had never anticipated that this celestial being would proactively propose to take him and Vegeta as disciples, personally guiding them to elevate their power. This was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. You wish to take both Kakarot and me as your disciples, to be our martial arts master? Vegeta exclaimed, equally taken aback, pointing at himself. Despite his proud nature, the prospect of training under such a formidable deity was an opportunity he could not afford to dismiss. It was imperative that he seize this chance. Indeed, Chen replied with a smile, from this day forth, I shall be your martial arts master. No objections, I trust? None whatsoever. Sun Wukong exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. An opportunity to grow stronger was something he would certainly not overlook. He then turned to Vegeta, grinning. And what about you, Vegeta? Humph. Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts, Kakarot. I have no objections. Vegeta retorted with a haughty snort, crossing his arms defiantly across his chest. After all, Sun Wukong had previously outpaced him by transforming into Super Saiyan 4 first, widening the gap between their powers. Now, having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4 thanks to Bulma's invention, Vegeta had only just begun to catch up. Thus, the chance to become Chen's disciple was one he would not let slip by. Ha! Vegeta, that means Lord Chen will be our martial arts master. Sun Wukong chuckled, playfully nudging Vegeta with his elbow. In that case, we will be like brothers in training. We are not brothers, Vegeta retorted. Taking a step back with disdain, his tone sharp. He had no desire to refer to Sun Wukong in such a familiar manner. Well, all right then, Sun Wukong replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He then looked toward Chen with excitement. So, Lord Chen, when do we commence our training? I had previously thought that Super Saiyan 4 was immensely powerful. However, after encountering the one-star dragon, I realized that its strength was still insufficient. I must become stronger. Hearing this, Vegeta also leaned in closer, eager to know when Chen would begin their training. Naturally, the sooner, the better, preferably at this very moment. Indeed, Super Saiyan 4 is not your ultimate form, Chen affirmed with a smile, addressing the two of them. Your potential extends far beyond this. However, your Super Saiyan 4 transformation still holds untapped power. Wait, are you suggesting that Super Saiyan 4 can become even stronger? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, quickly inquiring. Beside him, Vegeta listened intently, not wishing to miss any details regarding their potential for growth. Precisely, Chen nodded. Your Super Saiyan 4 possesses greater strength, yet you have yet to harness it. As Sun Wukong contemplated this revelation, resting his chin on his hand, he appeared quite amusingly like a small adult lost in thought due to his childlike appearance. Lord Chen is right, he finally stated with earnestness after a moment. Now that I think about it, every time I transform into Super Saiyan 4, I sense a greater power within me. Yet, I could never quite release it, so I didn't pay much attention. He then turned to Vegeta. What about you, Vegeta? Have you felt anything similar? Yes, I believe I have experienced that sensation, Vegeta nodded, acknowledging his own similar feelings. However, since he had only recently attained Super Saiyan 4, his awareness of it was not as pronounced as Sun Wukong's, who had undergone the transformation numerous times. Exactly, Chen interjected with a slight smile. It is precisely because Super Saiyan 4 harbors unexploited power that you both sense it. I have long observed your bodies with divine power. Turning his gaze to Sun Wukong, Chen continued, in my assessment, Sun Wukong, you are currently at the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 4. With training, you can attain the full stage, which I shall refer to as Super Saiyan 4, full power. As for you, Vegeta, Chen then focused on Vegeta. You are at the initial stage of Super Saiyan 4, having mastered it more recently. But fear not. With my guidance, you will soon reach the same level as Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan 4, full power. Moreover, under my tutelage, Both of you shall surely grasp a new realm beyond Super Saiyan 4, the realm of Super Saiyan 5. The mere thought of this sent Sun Wukong's spirit soaring, and he clenched his fists in excitement. The notion of Super Saiyan 5 had never crossed his mind, as he had never believed himself capable of such heights. Yet now, with the incredible Chen as his mentor, he was filled with conviction that he could attain Super Saiyan 5. Such a possibility. Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta, too, was overwhelmed with exhilaration, his body trembling with anticipation. The prospect of Super Saiyan 5 and the previously mentioned Super Saiyan 4, full power ignited an even stronger desire within him to become formidable. Perhaps, with Chen's guidance, he would finally surpass Kakarot. Sun Wukong, Kakarot, the rival Vegeta had long aspired to surpass, was now a target he felt invigorated to pursue once more. With Chen's divine influence, Vegeta glimpsed renewed hope and resolved to train diligently, striving to fulfill his goal of surpassing Sun Wukong. Chapter 7. Journey to the Kaioshin Realm. Indeed, as you both have surmised, I speak of a new realm that transcends your current Super Saiyan 4 state, the Super Saiyan 5. Chen remarked with a smile, and his words were not delivered in jest. As an adept traveler well-versed in the Dragon Ball universe, he possessed profound knowledge of how to transform into Super Saiyan 5. However, it is imperative to note that before mastering this transformation, both Son Goku and Vegeta must enhance their physical forms and abilities. They must attain a level robust enough to withstand the immense power of Super Saiyan 5, for its strength is vastly superior to that of Super Saiyan 4. Hence, should their bodies and powers fall short, forcibly attempting to transcend to Super Saiyan 5 could exact a grievous toll, indeed, their very lives. Even if they were to succeed by sheer chance, the burden of the transformation would be monumental, posing a constant threat to their existence. Therefore, until Son Goku and Vegeta reached the requisite standards of physicality and strength, Chen would not assist them in achieving mastery over Super Saiyan 5. Nevertheless, there is no need for undue concern regarding the time this may consume. After all, with the guidance of Chen, the angel, both Son Goku and Vegeta's physical prowess will soon ascend to the so-called passing line. This endeavor will not require an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, facilitating their strength enhancement was precisely what Chen desired, serving as a necessary preparation for their journey into the realm of time and space. When shall we commence our training, Lord Chen? I can hardly contain my eagerness. Son Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists with anticipation directed towards Chen. Setting aside the prospect of Super Saiyan 5, he was already exhilarated at the thought of mastering Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Ahem, Kakarot's inquiry aligns with my own, Vegeta added, clearing his throat slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. When do we begin our training, Lord Chen? Patience, Chen replied with a gentle smile, creating an air of suspense. You have just battled the one-star dragon today. It would be wise to allow your body some respite. I have a matter to attend to first, and once I am finished, I shall return to initiate your training. Must we wait? Son Goku expressed his disappointment, clearly eager to start immediately. Yet, since Chen had spoken, he acquiesced. Very well, Lord Chen, Son Goku said, placing a hand behind his head and grinning innocently. When you're ready, please be swift in bringing Vegeta and me into our training. Rest assured, I shall find you both at once I am done. It will be swift. Chen reassured, then turned, lightly tapping his staff against the ground. Buzz. A brilliant light surged forth from beneath him, as Chen transformed into a radiant beam, soaring into the heavens at a speed that rendered him invisible in the blink of an eye. Haha, Lord Chen truly departs with remarkable speed. Son Goku chuckled, gazing up at the sky before turning to Vegeta. What about you, Vegeta? What do you plan to do next? I will seek out Bulma and request that she prepare additional Blutz Waves generators, Vegeta replied. Wait, you still rely on that machine to become a Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Fool. Vegeta flushed with indignation, clenching his fists and shouting at Son Goku. Do you think everyone shares your ability to transform freely into Super Saiyan 4? Hee hee. All right, Vegeta, Son Goku chuckled, scratching his head. I'll head back to find Chi-Chi and inform Gohan and the others of Lord Chen's plans. With that, Son Goku clasped his hands behind his head, squinting his eyes into a playful shape, and said, now that the one-star dragon has been vanquished, and with Lord Chen's divine presence, everything seems to be on the mend. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, although a smirk crept onto his lips as he addressed Son Goku. Do not grow complacent, Kakarot. Under Lord Chen's guidance, I shall surpass you, achieving complete mastery of Super Saiyan 5 first. Haha, I will not be outdone, Vegeta. Son Goku laughed, his expression gradually turning serious. I must be the one to master Super Saiyan 5 before you. Then let us wait and see, Kakarot, Vegeta responded with a smile, before turning away and flying towards Capsule Corporation. Observing this, Son Goku too decided not to linger. He merged 2 fingers against his forehead, closing his eyes to sense Gohan's energy. Upon locating it, he executed instant transmission and vanished. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin and Kibito Kai sat cross-legged on the ground. The image in the crystal ball had been switched off. Lord Ancestor, Lord Chen has taken Son Goku and Vegeta as his disciples. They shall undoubtedly grow far more formidable, Kibito Kai exclaimed. Moreover, the prospect of Super Saiyan 5 is exhilarating. I wonder how powerful they will become once they master it. Kibito Kai leaned closer to the old Kaishin, his excitement palpable. He had adopted the title of Lord Chen after observing Son Goku and Vegeta use it, as it seemed fitting given Chen's superiority over the Kaishin. Well, as long as it surpasses Super Saiyan 4, the old Kaishin replied dismissively, casting a glance at Kibito Kai. Noticing the old Kaishin's peculiar demeanor, Kibito Kai inquired, What troubles you, Lord Ancestor? You seem lost in thought. Did you only just notice? The old Kaishin replied in exasperation, standing to approach the crystal ball. I am quite concerned about what Lord Chen intends to do. What do you mean, Lord Ancestor? Kibito Kai asked, observing the old Kaishin closely. Let us take a look using the crystal ball, the old Kaishin responded, settling back down and placing his hands on either side of the sphere. Buzz. Divine energies surged from his palms, influencing the crystal ball, and an image gradually materialized within. Ah, there it is. It's Lord Chen. Kibito Kai exclaimed upon spotting the figure. Do I require your reminders? I have already seen, the old Kaishin retorted, rolling his eyes at Kibito Kai's eagerness. Am I not right in front of the crystal ball? Can I not see the image within? Hee, I might have been a tad too excited, Kibito Kai admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Yet, his curiosity grew as he observed the image, prompting him to ask, at such a rapid pace, where could Lord Chen be headed? Indeed. At that moment, Chen was enveloped in a brilliant aura, soaring through the void at full speed. His destination was none other than the Kaishin realm, where the 2 Kaishins resided. Chapter 8. Encountering the Supreme Kai and confirming matters of the GT dimension. Esteemed Ancestor, where do you think Master Machin is headed? The curious Jebite approached the old Supreme Kai and inquired. How would I know? The old Supreme Kai replied without turning his head, his gaze fixed on Machin within the crystal ball. He was too weary to engage in banter over Jebite's question, for they were observing the crystal ball precisely to ascertain where Machin was going and what he intended to do. However, in the next moment, as they both focused on the crystal ball, the 2 Supreme Kais suddenly noticed that Machin's gaze flickered in their direction. Ah, esteemed Ancestor, did Master Machin just glance at us? Jebite exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Could it be that Master Machin has realized we are watching him through the crystal ball? Calm down. That is impossible. The old Supreme Kai wiped away a thin sheen of sweat from his forehead, hastily responding. Our crystal ball can observe others, but those within it cannot see us. Despite his words, he too was astonished, preferring to believe it was merely a coincidence, a fleeting glance in their direction. That assertion may not be entirely accurate, Machin said with a slight smile, suddenly speaking up from within the crystal ball. His voice resonated in the ears of the 2 Supreme Kais. At that moment, both Jebite and the old Supreme Kai widened their eyes in sheer astonishment, staring at the crystal ball. Esteemed Ancestor, is Master Machin speaking to us? Did I misinterpret earlier? Or have I misunderstood again? Jebite nervously asked the old Supreme Kai. Stay calm, stay calm. The old Supreme Kai wiped his forehead again. He quickly forced a smile and, rubbing his hands respectfully, addressed Machin in the crystal ball. Lord Angel. Oh no, Master Machin. It appears you can see and hear us as well. Truly, your divine power is unfathomable and beyond imagination. Esteemed Ancestor. Jebite was left dumbfounded by the sudden shift in the old Supreme Kai's demeanor. It was, indeed, the first time he had witnessed his venerable ancestor being so deferential. However, it made sense, considering the remarkable status and power that Machin possessed, far surpassing their own. Not bad, Machin replied with a smile. I trust you now understand my identity. I am a newly manifested deity in this universe, an angel. Indeed, through the observation of the crystal ball, we have both come to realize this, Master Machin. The old Supreme Kai nodded respectfully in response. After a moment's thought, he inhaled deeply and asked, if I may be so bold, where are you headed, Master Machin? Oh, this is something I neglected to mention to you beforehand. My oversight, Machin chuckled. I am currently en route to your Supreme Kai realm, and should arrive in less than a minute. What? To our realm? Less than a minute? Upon hearing this, both the old Supreme Kai and Jebite were utterly taken aback. They could not fathom why Master Machin would suddenly come to their location. Indeed, Machin affirmed with a smile, let us discuss further upon my arrival. I have matters I wish to inquire about, and I shall also reveal to you truths that lie beyond your comprehension. As he spoke, Machin concentrated, causing the radiant flames enveloping him to glow even brighter. In an instant, his speed surged, propelling him to reach the Supreme Kai realm more swiftly. Truths that lie beyond our comprehension. The old Supreme Kai pondered deeply, resting his chin on his hand. At that moment, Jebite leaned in closer, scratching his head with an innocent grin. Esteemed ancestor, didn't you assert with certainty that those within the crystal ball cannot see us? Fool, there is always a possibility of error. The old Supreme Kai chided, exasperated. Moreover, Master Machin possesses such immense divine power, it is entirely plausible for such occurrences to happen. Oh, I see. Well then, Jebite nodded, but suddenly an idea struck him. And he exclaimed excitedly, but what could the truths Master Machin mentioned be? I am truly curious. You shall know once Master Machin arrives, the old Supreme Kai replied, promptly shutting off the crystal ball's display. After all, Machin would be arriving shortly, rendering the crystal ball unnecessary for the time being. Just as he finished speaking, a radiant light descended from the heavens, landing a mere 2 meters away. Ah, this is... Jebite clenched his fists, his excitement palpable. There was no need for guessing who had arrived. Remarkably swift, not even 30 seconds have passed. The old Supreme Kai marveled silently at the brilliance before him. With a swish, as the dazzling light dissipated, Machin appeared before the 2 Supreme Kais. Greetings, esteemed Supreme Kais. Machin smiled warmly, extending the courtesy that was due. Master Machin, your speed is truly astonishing. The old Supreme Kai hastily approached, bowing respectfully. Indeed, you arrived in a flash. Just as expected of Master Machin. Jebite gazed at Machin with starry-eyed admiration, resembling an infatuated fan. Seeing this, the old Supreme Kai shot Jebite a bemused glance. This young one hardly embodied the dignity of a Supreme Kai. After all, he was a deity. Then, with a beaming smile, he turned to Machin and inquired, Master Machin, apart from the truths you mentioned, what is it that you wish to understand? The old Supreme Kai was genuinely curious. Could there be something in this universe that the illustrious Master Machin was unaware of? However, the reality was not that Machin was uninformed. Rather, he sought confirmation. Confirmation regarding this GT dimension, this GT universe. Before my birth, had you ever heard of angels? Machin asked the old Supreme Kai directly, without any preamble. The old Supreme Kai contemplated seriously before responding, no, I had not. Until today, I had never heard of angels. Moreover, had you not mentioned that you are an angel, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such deities beyond our Supreme Kais in the universe. I can assure you of that. Jebite interjected. Not only the esteemed ancestor, but I also believe that we Supreme Kais were the sole deities in existence within the universe. Chapter 9. Understanding the relationship between the hyperdimensional realm and the GT dimension. Upon receiving their responses, Chen nodded thoughtfully and inquired further, in addition to angels. Do you have any recollection of the god of destruction? Or perhaps, have you ever encountered this individual? As he spoke, Chen gently waved his staff, projecting the silhouette of a figure into the air. This figure was none other than the god of destruction from the 7th universe of the hyperdimensional realm, Beerus. Oh, the god of destruction, and this individual. The old Supreme Kai scrutinized Beerus, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. It seemed he struggled to recall any memories related to this matter. Supporting his chin with his hand, the old Supreme Kai fell into deep contemplation. It appears this person resembles a cat. Yet, for some reason, this cat instills a sense of dread within me. Quite frightening. Beside him, the god Jebit felt an inexplicable fear, shivering involuntarily, unable to meet Beerus's gaze on the projection. Observing their reactions, Chen confirmed his initial suspicion. They indeed harbored no memories of angels or gods of destruction. This further aligned with Chen's hypothesis that within the GT dimension, no deities other than the Supreme Kai existed. Lord Chen, I have absolutely no knowledge of what a god of destruction is. Nor have I seen the person in the projection, the old Supreme Kai admitted, shrugging helplessly. Despite his extensive lifespan, he could not comprehend these concepts. I understand. Chen replied, nodding as he waved his staff to close the projection. He then addressed the old Supreme Kai. However, there are still matters I wish to confirm. Please allow me to examine the records of the divine realm. He sought to discern whether there was any mention of the hyperdimensional realm or the reasons for the existence of the GT dimension. Ah, the divine realm records? Lord Chen is aware of this? Jebet exclaimed in surprise. After a moment's reflection, he turned to the old Supreme Kai. However, that book is exceedingly thick. It seems neither of us has managed to read it in its entirety. Cough, foolish one. Do not divulge that I have not finished it. The old Supreme Kai's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat and rebuked Jebet. The primary divine records were indeed too voluminous. They contained an overwhelming amount of information, making it nearly impossible to ascertain when one would finish reading. Thus, both Supreme Kais had scarcely made it through even half of the tome. You wish to see that book? Understood, Lord Chen, the old Supreme Kai said respectfully. He then turned to Jebet, his tone abruptly shifting to one of command. Hey you, go fetch the records of the divine realm for me. Lord Chen wishes to see it, so be swift. What? The ancestral lord isn't coming with me? Jebet exclaimed, alarmed at the thought of moving such a hefty book alone. What are you thinking? At my age, I cannot possibly carry something so burdensome, the old Supreme Kai retorted, turning his head aside. He had no intention of undertaking such a laborious task. Very well, Jebet sighed and turned to head toward the location of the divine realm records. Just then, Chen called out to him, Wait, actually, there's no need for such trouble, esteemed Supreme Kais. Huh? Both Supreme Kais paused, staring at Chen in unison. He retracted his staff and extended his right hand forward. With a resonating pulse, a brilliant light flashed, and the massive divine realm records materialized in Chen's grasp. Observing the appearance of the divine realm records, both Supreme Kais widened their eyes in astonishment. Witnessing their bewilderment, Chen smiled gently. This is much simpler. No need for such hassle. He then placed the colossal tome on the ground. The sheer thickness of the book measured 4 to 5 meters. With a length reaching 7 meters. It contained an abundance of information, which explained why the two Supreme Kais found it daunting to read. Next, Chen waved his hand gently, and a radiant white energy surged forth, enveloping the divine realm records. With the infusion of divine power, the pages began to flip at an astonishing speed. As the pages turned faster and faster, Chen focused intently, committing every detail to memory. Meanwhile, the two Supreme Kais were increasingly astounded, their expressions growing more incredulous. The speed at which the divine realm records flipped, was this merely flipping through pages, or was he actually reading? In less than 3 minutes, Chen raised his hand and closed the divine realm records. Indeed, he confirmed. The substantial tome had been thoroughly perused. Witnessing this, Jebet gulped nervously and leaned closer to the old Supreme Kai, whispering, Ancestral Lord. It seems Lord Chen has managed to read all the content in just a few minutes. Indeed, Lord Chen has completely reshaped my understanding of divinity. Achieving such a feat is not surprising, the old Supreme Kai replied quietly, though he too found it hard to fathom. He had only managed to read a fraction of the records, which had taken him 2 full days. Meanwhile, Chen waved his hand, returning the divine realm records to their original resting place. Lord Chen, have you found the information you sought? Jebet inquired eagerly. Chen smiled faintly and nodded. He had indeed uncovered details regarding the hyperdimensional realm and the GT dimension within the divine realm records. The relevant information was located at the end of the tome, while the two Supreme Kais had only skimmed the initial sections, leaving them oblivious to these revelations. As for the matter of time and space, the records detailed that the GT dimension, or GT universe, originally existed within the hyperdimensional realm, coexisting in the same temporal plane. However, due to a temporal disruption that occurred, the GT universe was subsequently separated, becoming an independent dimension apart from the hyperdimensional realm. Consequently, this universe fell beyond the control of the Omni-King and the Grand Minister, establishing it as a distinct entity from the hyperdimensional realm. This explained why the GT dimension contained only the GT universe and the Supreme Kai as its sole deity. As for Chen, It was likely due to his unique status as a traveler that he became the first and only angel within the GT universe. Chapter 10. Cultivating the most potent warriors, surpassing even the divine. After confirming these matters within his heart, Chen turned to the two Kaioshin and smiled. What I have just discovered is precisely what I sought to affirm. Now that I have established this, I shall share with you some truths that transcend your understanding. Some realities that truly exist. Is he finally going to reveal it? Upon hearing this, Jebet's spirit was instantly lifted, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Chen. It was evident that he had long awaited the revelations that lay beyond his comprehension. Such a fool. The old Kaioshin cast a bemused glance at Jebet. Given that Chen had mentioned these truths were beyond their understanding, did he not consider that they might be grim tidings? Yet here he was, brimming with eager excitement, truly a simpleton. After a moment of internal lamentation, the old Kaioshin shifted his focus back to Chen and respectfully asked, "Please, Master Chen, enlighten us. What are these matters?" Rest assured, what I am about to disclose is not of a malevolent nature. Sensing the old Kaioshin's concern, Chen reassured him. Yes, I understand, Master Chen." The old Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly nodded in response. He was astonished that Chen seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read his thoughts. Nonetheless, this was comforting. At least he knew the forthcoming revelations would not be ominous. In simple terms, our universe is known as the GT universe, and this spacetime is referred to as the GT spacetime. Beyond our GT spacetime, there exists another realm known as the hyperspacetime. Hyperspacetime. At this, both Kaioshins widened their eyes in utter astonishment. Indeed, it is an entirely different spacetime, hyperspacetime. Chen nodded, acknowledging their reaction as perfectly normal. After all, they had never contemplated such a notion, otherwise it would not be deemed beyond their comprehension. He continued, according to the sacred texts of the divine realm, we were originally situated within hyperspacetime. However, due to a temporal disruption, we were displaced and became an independent spacetime and universe. Chen paused momentarily before resuming, within hyperspacetime. There are numerous deities, aside from the destroyer gods and angels I previously mentioned. There exist supreme gods above all deities, as well as the Omni-King, who governs the entirety of hyperspacetime. Notably, there are a total of 18 universes within hyperspacetime. 6 of these were obliterated for incurring the wrath of the Omni-King, leaving 12 remaining universes, each hosting its own Kaioshins, angels, and destroyer gods. 18 universes within hyperspacetime. Jebet was rendered speechless, his jaw agape as he exclaimed. And 6 were annihilated. That Omni-King is incredibly powerful. This truly exceeds our understanding, the old Kaioshin remarked gravely, his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, even as a Kaioshin, my knowledge is painfully limited. Observing the reactions of the two Kaioshins, Chen smiled gently and continued, moreover, after our GT universe became an independent GT space-time, to fill the void that emerged, the Omni-King created the 7th universe, a parallel universe nearly identical to ours. Apart from the timeline, a parallel universe almost identical to ours. Jebet gazed at Chen in disbelief. This implies that in the 7th universe, there exists another version of me, along with Goku and others, correct? The old Kaioshin pondered aloud after a moment of silence. Precisely, Chen affirmed. Aside from the differing timeline and certain experiences, the 7th universe mirrors our GT universe almost perfectly, with the same inhabitants. Indeed, it is as you say, the old Kaioshin mused. This notion is truly beyond our comprehension. It is for this reason that I have taken Goku and Vegeta as my disciples, to help them enhance their powers in preparation for the hyperspacetime. It is time for our presence to be recognized in the realms of hyperspacetime. I wish for all the universes within hyperspacetime to know that our GT universe still exists, and furthermore, to comprehend that we possess strength far exceeding their imagination. Chen articulated his intentions to the two Kaioshins. There was no need for secrecy regarding such matters, especially since this was not a nefarious undertaking for the entire GT universe. Now I understand, Jebet exclaimed, slapping his forehead. It was clear now why Chen had chosen Goku and Vegeta as his pupils. All of this was to fortify the reputation of the GT universe among the 12 universes of hyperspacetime. What a magnificent aspiration. I stand with you, Master Chen. We must ensure that all universes within hyperspacetime recognize our strength, especially the 7th universe, which is so similar to ours. We cannot afford to be outdone. Jebet, growing increasingly excited, clenched his fists and earnestly addressed Chen. Indeed, the old Kaioshin nodded several times in agreement. He now realized that he had misjudged Chen. Initially, he suspected that Chen had ulterior motives. However, it became evident that all his actions were for the sake of the GT universe. If possible, I would like to request your assistance in this endeavor, Master Chen. After reflecting on these thoughts, the old Kaioshin offered an awkward smile and spoke respectfully to Chen. Ultimately, the rapid development of the GT universe's overall strength and its recognition in hyperspace-time rested solely in the hands of Chen, the angel, to realize. Rest assured, I shall bring all of this to fruition, Chen replied with a confident smile. I will cultivate the strongest warriors here, reaching a level that even the destroyer gods cannot surpass. At this declaration, both Jebet and the old Kaioshin were momentarily taken aback, yet their hearts were profoundly stirred. This meant that Chen aimed to empower Goku and Vegeta to such an extent that they would transcend even the gods. The mere thought of this was astonishing, verging on the impossible. However, with the presence of Chen, the angel, as their teacher, it was conceivable that such a feat could indeed be accomplished. Chapter 11. Creating the Divine Realm, bringing Goku back to the King Kai realm. Truly remarkable, Lord Chen. I have unwavering faith in you. With your assistance and guidance, I am certain that Goku and the others will become extraordinarily powerful. Jebet God, his fists clenched in excitement, addressed Chen with a tone brimming with conviction. His admiration for Chen had deepened. He believed that Chen could indeed enhance the GT universe and elevate it into the sight of all universes across time and space. I do not dispute that. The old King Kai nodded. Yet these matters will still require your expertise, Lord Chen. Not at all, not at all. Chen smiled slightly. His ambitions extended beyond merely training Goku and Vegeta. The potential of others on Earth, such as Gohan, was equally formidable, and they too deserved to be nurtured. To neglect their training would be an egregious waste. Moreover, the overall strength of the GT universe would undoubtedly benefit from an additional powerful warrior. Furthermore, as Chen, a traveler from another realm, understood, the GT universe harbored extraordinarily potent warriors that did not exist in other timelines. Indeed, upon their emergence, Chen had resolved to take them under his wing for training. After contemplating this, Chen clenched his right hand, summoning the angelic staff, which shimmered with radiant light from the crystal orb atop it. It appears to be nearly complete, he murmured. With his own affairs concluded, it was time to guide Goku and Vegeta in mastering the full extent of the Ultra Instinct. However, to facilitate their training, a suitable location was imperative. This King Kai realm, while significant, belonged to the two King Kais, and remaining here indefinitely would be inappropriate. Besides, as an angel, he deserved a divine realm of his own. With this thought, Chen turned to the two King Kais and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment. I must create a brand new divine realm for myself. This will serve not only as my place of repose, but also provide Goku and the others with an ideal training environment. Create a divine realm." The two King Kais stared in astonishment at Chen. Before they could utter another word, Chen raised the angelic staff, directing it toward the sky above the King Kai realm. With a resounding hum, a dazzling array of colors erupted from the crystal orb atop the staff, growing increasingly brilliant. In the blink of an eye, a colossal celestial body materialized above them. Gazing at the newly formed divine realm, Chen smiled in satisfaction. This should suffice. A realm that belongs to me. As he spoke, he waved the staff once more, causing the celestial body to shift dramatically, as though struck by an immense force, moving further away to eliminate the shadows it cast over the surrounding area. Is this truly the creation of a divine realm? At that moment, both King Kais were left speechless. They gazed upward, their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the divine realm above them. Then, they looked back at Chen, noticing that he seemed entirely unfazed by the monumental effort involved. Undoubtedly, creating such a vast divine realm would require an unimaginable expenditure of divine energy. Yet, Chen appeared completely unaffected. Indeed, Lord Chen is truly remarkable. After observing Chen, the old King Kai could only offer a dry, incredulous chuckle. He was at a loss for words. Despite being a god himself, having lived for tens of thousands of years, he could not comprehend why the disparity between deities could be so vast. In an instant, Chen had conjured a divine realm of tremendous size. He truly was the most formidable. Jebet God, snapping back from his shock, gazed at Chen with unabashed admiration. Very well, now that the divine realm has been established, there is a matter upon which I require your assistance. Chen smiled at Jebet God. What is it, Lord Chen? Jebet God, thrilled to be of service to Chen, pounded his chest confidently, assuring him, whatever it is, I will see it through. You young rascal. The old King Kai shot Jebet God an exasperated glance. He could hardly believe his ears. Typically, Jebet God would dawdle and show reluctance when tasked with even minor duties. Yet now, with Lord Chen requesting his assistance, he was overjoyed. It is not a difficult task, Chen replied with a smile. Please travel to Earth and bring Goku here. Why should Jebet God undertake this task? It was because he possessed the unique King Kai technique, the King Kai instant transmission. With no limitations on distance and no need to sense energy signatures, he could reach Earth in less than a second. Though Chen, as an angel, wielded immense divine power, angels could not perform instant transmission. This was a stark reality. Even if angels possessed speeds surpassing light, they were incapable of instant transmission. Thus, Chen would require several minutes to traverse from the King Kai realm to Earth, making it far more efficient to send a King Kai instead. Ah, so you wish to bring Goku here. Rest assured, Lord Chen. This task is in my capable hands. I will return promptly. Jebet God confidently affirmed, his pride swelling. What is there to be so proud about? The old King Kai sighed as he cast another glance at him, feeling both exasperated and helpless. Instant transmission was a technique that every King Kai should be able to perform. Heh, I shall depart now. Esteemed ancestors, Lord Chen. Jebet God chuckled, glancing at the old King Kai before turning his attention back to Chen. However, just as he was about to perform instant transmission, a thought struck him. And he turned back to Chen, asking, by the way, Lord Chen, you only mentioned Goku. Did you perhaps forget about Vegeta? You did choose both Goku and him as your disciples, so should I not bring Vegeta back as well? No need to bring Vegeta back just yet, Chen replied, shaking his head. Just bring Goku for now. Understood. I will only bring back Goku. I comprehend, Lord Chen. Jebet God nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and immediately executed instant transmission to leave the King Kai realm. Chapter 12. The Divine Power of the Angel, Creating the Dragon Balls. Upon witnessing the departure of the angel Jebet, the old Kaioshin, filled with curiosity, turned to Chen and could not restrain himself from inquiring. Excuse me, Lord Chen. May I ask why you have only brought back Goku this time? From my observations, Vegeta's current strength seems to fall short of Goku's. As he spoke, a thought struck him, causing him to pause momentarily before continuing. Moreover, it seems that Vegeta's resolve has wavered over time. Long ago, he aspired to surpass Goku, but perhaps he has come to realize that Goku consistently outpaces him in strength, leading him to abandon that goal. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent to assist Vegeta in enhancing his power, so that he may reach Goku's current level. After listening to the old Kaioshin, Chen merely nodded in acknowledgement, yet refrained from responding. He was well aware of this situation. It was likely after the battle with Majin Buu that Vegeta had resigned himself to the notion that he could never surpass Goku. However, now that he existed, how could he allow Vegeta to languish in despair? With a gentle smile, Chen addressed the old Kaioshin. Rest assured, I am fully aware of your concerns. There is no need for worry. Vegeta will once again reclaim his former pride as the proud Saiyan prince. I understand now, Lord Chen, the old Kaioshin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before nodding eagerly. In that instant, he comprehended that Chen had already devised a solution to this predicament, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. At that moment, with a swift sound, two ethereal figures materialized before them. Indeed, it was Jebet and Goku, who had returned together. Lord Chen, as per your request, I have brought Goku back, Jebet announced cheerfully as he approached Chen. Excellent, Chen replied with a nod, acknowledging the efficiency of the old Kaioshin's instant transmission. Lord Chen, are you going to assist me in my training now? Goku asked eagerly, only to suddenly pause and question, but where is Vegeta? I assumed he would be here training as well. Scratching his head in confusion, Goku's youthful demeanor added a touch of humor to the scene. The purpose of calling you here is to help restore your body. We can discuss training after your recovery. After all, remaining in a child's form is not feasible. Chen explained with a smile. Moreover, your power is hindered in this current state. Restoring my body. Is that really possible? Goku exclaimed, filled with excitement and anticipation as he turned his gaze towards Machin. He did not wish to remain in this childlike form any longer. The prospect of returning to his former self was exhilarating. Lord Machin, Goku's condition is a result of the wish granted by the Eternal Dragon. Additionally, since the one-star dragon has been defeated, it appears the Dragon Balls are no longer in existence. Jebet interjected kindly. Having noticed during their observations that the Dragon Balls had not scattered in the aftermath of the one-star dragon's demise. Indeed, when you vanquished the one-star dragon, the Dragon Balls seemed to vanish as well, the old Kaioshin concurred. Or perhaps, Lord Machin, you possess an alternative solution? To both Kaioshins, it seemed that the Dragon Balls had disappeared, and without the Eternal Dragon, Goku's body could not be restored. Attempting to forcibly restore it with divine power could lead to unforeseen consequences. Ultimately, it was logical to utilize the Eternal Dragon for such a restoration. Of course, there is a solution, Machin replied, a smile gracing his lips as he summoned his staff. It is quite simple. We merely need to recreate the Dragon Balls. The astonishment on both Kaioshin's faces was mirrored by Goku's disbelief. Creating the Dragon Balls, is that truly within the capabilities of an angel? In the very next moment, a brilliant light emanated from the staff. Buzz. In an instant, immense divine energy converged on the ground, and remarkably, 7 Dragon Balls materialized within that power. Indeed, it is possible. The old Kaioshin was at a loss for words, astounded by the extraordinary events unfolding since Machin's arrival. Absolutely incredible, Lord Machin, Jebet exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief before clenching his fists in exhilaration, utterly captivated by Machin's overwhelming divine prowess. Goku, unable to contain his awe, gasped, Lord Machin. You truly have created the Dragon Balls. This is simply astonishing. It was Goku's first experience witnessing the creation of the Dragon Balls. Although the process appeared effortless, he understood that it required an immense expenditure of divine energy. In response to their astonishment, Machin nonchalantly remarked, "It's rather trivial for us angels. Such feats are not particularly challenging." Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin was once again taken aback, sweat beading on his forehead. He realized that not only had Machin manifested the Dragon Balls, but he had also completely purified the negative energy contained within them. On Earth, although the one-star dragon had been defeated, the negative energy within the Dragon Balls persisted. That energy could not simply vanish with the destruction of the evil dragon. It would require centuries, if not millennia, to be gradually purified. Yet, as he observed Machin, he seemed utterly unfazed, executing these monumental tasks with ease. The repeated displays of Machin's capabilities, whether obliterating the one-star dragon, creating the divine realm, or now manifesting the Dragon Balls, had continually reshaped the old Kaioshin's understanding of angels. After approximately a minute, Machin gently waved his hand, and the radiant divine energy enveloping the 7 Dragon Balls gradually dissipated. Once the energy had completely vanished, the Dragon Balls lay before them, ready for immediate use. Chapter 13, The Frightened Divine Dragon, anticipating the arrival of GT Goku. As he gazed at the eagerly anticipated Goku, Machin smiled faintly and said, "Can we use it now? This is simply marvelous." Goku, filled with joy, leaped into the air. At long last, he could utilize the Dragon Balls, and he could finally shed his youthful appearance. He then approached the 7 Dragon Balls, standing before them. As he observed the orbs on the ground, memories of events on Earth flooded back to him, the entire battle with the evil dragons and the various wishes he had made in the past. Reflecting on these moments, Goku couldn't help but chuckle, placing his hands on his hips as he addressed the Dragon Balls. "I sincerely apologize, Dragon Balls. The troubles arose from our negligence, and our repeated usage led to the emergence of the evil dragons. However, thanks to Lord Machin, the evil dragons have been completely eradicated. Please allow me to make one final wish here. After this wish, we promise we will never misuse the Dragon Balls again." Goku. Jebet God looked at Goku, surprised that he would utter such words. That sounds quite reasonable. The old Kaioshin nodded vigorously in agreement. Having long stated that the Dragon Balls were a violation of cosmic balance and should not be used lightly. "It's quite all right," Machin interjected with a smile, addressing them. "I have upgraded the Dragon Balls, so no matter what wishes are made in the future, there will be no increase in negative energy. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the evil dragons reappearing." "Is that truly possible?" Jebet God exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation of the Dragon Balls upgrade. Something he had never anticipated. "Lord Machin, you..." The old Kaioshin was left speechless, having just thought that the Dragon Balls would no longer be used. However, upon hearing Machen's words, it seemed the Dragon Balls would indeed continue to be utilized. Hee, I understand now, Lord Machen, Goku exclaimed, scratching his head with a grin. Now, I shall summon the Divine Dragon. With that, he raised his hands high above his head and called out to the Dragon Balls, come forth, Divine Dragon. As soon as his voice fell, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a golden light, shimmering brightly. The next moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the center of the 7 Dragon Balls. Another dazzling light burst forth, and the Divine Dragon appeared before Machen and the others. Divine Dragon, it's good to see you again. Goku joyfully waved his hand in greeting. The negative energy within the Dragon Balls had been completely purified. Goku, you all have done remarkably well. This exceeds my expectations, the Divine Dragon remarked in surprise, lowering its gaze towards Goku. However, as it did so, its eyes landed upon Machen standing at the back. Heavens, an angel! The Divine Dragon exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat upon seeing Machen, appearing utterly flustered and devoid of its usual majestic demeanor. The Divine Dragon's reaction left both the Kaioshins and Goku astonished. Machen himself was taken aback as well, realizing that the Divine Dragon recognized his angelic identity. In this GT universe, where only Kaioshins existed, the Divine Dragon was aware of the existence of angels. This implied that the Divine Dragon possessed knowledge of far more than they had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, Machen spoke up, Divine Dragon. It seems you have long been aware of our existence as angels. Would you be so kind as to share what you know? Why yes, angel. The Divine Dragon nodded immediately, not daring to show any semblance of negligence. Though it was uncertain why an angel had appeared, the Divine Dragon understood the power of angels and refrained from questioning it. After regaining a semblance of composure, it continued, this space-time and universe were inadvertently separated due to a temporal disturbance. Prior to that, this universe belonged to a larger, transcendent realm. Due to that incident, it has now become an independent space-time and universe. As for me, I exist solely within this space-time and universe, responsible for fulfilling wishes here. Conversely, there are divine dragons in the transcendent realm as well, each residing in their own respective time and space, prohibited from interfering with one another. Indeed, the divine dragon's explanation aligns with what Lord Machen mentioned regarding the relationship between our universe and the transcendent realm. Jebbet God whispered in a hushed tone to the old Kaioshin. Did you need to say that? I have ears and can hear, of course. The old Kaioshin retorted quietly, and then turned his gaze to Machen, murmuring, given the divine dragon's demeanor, it appears that angels are indeed gods of unimaginable power. Goku, overhearing their conversation, scratched his head in confusion, utterly bewildered. He had been puzzled by the divine dragon's words regarding transcendent realms and cosmic time. Thus, he looked towards Machen, scratching his head in a naive manner, and asked, Lord Machen, what exactly are you all talking about? I don't comprehend it at all. Goku was just that way. He spoke candidly about everything, and if he didn't understand something, he would inquire right away. Upon hearing this, Machen turned to Goku, and the divine dragon, sensing the moment, promptly fell silent. I forgot to explain these matters to you. Let me share with you the concept of transcendent realms. Machen began, elucidating the intricacies of the transcendent realm to Goku. After absorbing this information, Goku's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. The idea that there were 12 universes in the transcendent realm was exhilarating. Moreover, in the 7th universe, there were alternate versions of himself, Vegeta, and Gohan. Just the thought of it made him thrilled. He could hardly wait to meet them. Now, Goku was brimming with anticipation to journey to the transcendent realm. He yearned to engage in battles with the powerful warriors there and meet his alternate self for a duel. Observing this enthusiasm, Machen smiled gently and reminded him, not just yet. You must first enhance your strength alongside Vegeta, and then I shall take you both there. I understand, Lord Machen. Goku nodded earnestly, clenching his fists and beaming with determination. I never imagined that beyond our space-time, there exists a transcendent realm. From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to training and elevating my strength, striving to reach the transcendent realm as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Wukong Master Machen. I wish to challenge you to a duel. Go for it, Wukong. The god of Jebbet clenched his fists, earnestly addressing son Wukong. I have faith in you and Vegeta. With Master Machen's guidance and support, in no time, the two of you will undoubtedly become formidable warriors. When we reach the hyperdimensional realm, all the universes there must acknowledge the prowess of our GT universe. Ahem. Just as Jebet concluded his words, the old Kai deliberately cleared his throat to capture Sun Wukong's attention. Upon Wukong's gaze shifting towards him, the old Kai clasped his hands behind his back and feigned profundity, saying, "Indeed, that is the gist of it. In any case, we must ensure that the universes in the hyperdimensional realm recognize and remember our GT universe. That is all that matters. Rest assured, esteemed gods of the Kai. Leave it to me," Sun Wukong confidently declared, thumping his chest. Yet, suddenly recalling something, he shook his head and added, "No, it should be up to both me and Vegeta. Indeed, it rests upon your shoulders." Machin nodded with a smile, addressing Sun Wukong. "Put forth your best effort, for from this day forth, your journey of cultivation officially begins. However, I must caution you. The training I have devised is not without its challenges. But first, we must commence with restoring your body." With that, he turned his gaze towards the dragon. "Ah, esteemed angel, allow me to continue," the dragon stammered, startled by Machin's gaze, and quickly lowered his head. "As for the Omni-King of the hyperdimensional realm and the Grand Minister, I believe you are already acquainted with them. Beyond that, I am unaware of other matters concerning the hyperdimensional realm." "Very well, I comprehend." Machin waved his hand dismissively, as he was well versed in the affairs of the hyperdimensional realm. What remained was to have the dragon restore Sun Wukong's body. "Splendid. It appears the angel is not displeased," the dragon thought, relieved that Machin showed no sign of anger or further inquiry. He then respectfully stated, "You are the one who recreated and purified the Dragon Balls, are you not? Since you have restored them, please share the wish you wish to fulfill." "Quite simple. Just restore Wukong to his former adult appearance," Machin replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the dragon immediately nodded. "Understood, esteemed angel." With a buzz, a crimson light emanated from the dragon's eyes, enveloping Sun Wukong in a golden blaze. Sun Wukong felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, and in an instant, he returned to his normal form. "At last, I have returned," Sun Wukong exclaimed, clenching his fists, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He was no longer in the guise of a child. Moreover, as Machin had indicated, his childish form had indeed constrained his power. Now, restored, he felt a surge of strength within him. The first wish had been granted. The dragon, wearing a beaming smile, continued, "Esteemed Machin, do you have any further wishes?" "Anything within my ability, I shall gladly fulfill." "None. I can manage everything else myself," Machin replied with a smile. "Ah, you are correct, esteemed angel. It was my error," the dragon exclaimed, suddenly drenched in cold sweat. "There's no need to be so anxious," Machin waved his hand. "There is nothing else. You may take your leave." "Yes, esteemed angel," the dragon nodded eagerly. "With your presence, this time and universe will surely flourish." After leaving these final words, the dragon wasted no time, transforming into a golden light that ascended into the heavens. With a pop, the golden light scattered into 7 Dragon Balls, each flying off in different directions. Indeed, the dragon exhibits great fear of Master Machin, Jebet commented, observing the dragon's hasty departure. "Naturally, the power of an angel is beyond our comprehension," the old Kai remarked, glancing at Jebet. "Hee, I understand, ancestor." Jebet chuckled, then turned his attention to Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "Wukong, your body has finally been restored. This is truly wonderful." "Indeed, it is all thanks to Master Machin," Sun Wukong acknowledged, placing his hands on his hips as he looked towards Machin. "Had you not arrived in time, not only would I have failed to restore my body, but our entire universe might have been obliterated by the one-star dragon." "Absolutely." Jebet nodded fervently. "It is astonishing to reflect upon it now." At that moment, the old Kai approached Machin, inquiring, "Esteemed Machin, now that Wukong's body has been restored, will you commence his training?" "Indeed," Machin affirmed. "And what of Vegeta?" The old Kai hesitated, still concerned. After all, Vegeta's strength was not on par with Sun Wukong's. If he were to assist Wukong in enhancing his power first, the gap between the two would only widen. "Fear not, I have already anticipated your concerns," Machin replied with a gentle smile. "To put it simply, allowing Wukong to increase his strength now serves to stimulate Vegeta's desire to grow stronger." "Ah, I see," the old Kai exclaimed, enlightened, and quickly added, "As expected of you. Esteemed Machin, I leave these matters in your capable hands. There is no trouble at all. This was a decision I intended to undertake." Machin chuckled, turning to Sun Wukong. "Now that your body has been restored, it is time to embark on your training journey. You must harness the full power of Super Saiyan 4. I will strive to master the entirety of Super Saiyan 4's power, esteemed Machin." Sun Wukong responded confidently, though he seemed to have something more to say, hesitatingly adding, "But, esteemed Machin, what is it? Speak your mind freely," Machin encouraged, noticing Wukong's demeanor. Hee. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, a little bashful, and smiled. "Actually, I wanted to challenge you to a duel." Chapter 15. The battle between Super Saiyan 4 and Mo Chen. Indeed, Sun Wukong is eager to engage in a duel with Mo Chen. To be precise, he has long desired to spar with Mo Chen since the latter defeated the one-star dragon. However, at that moment, he could not articulate his intentions. Now, with his form restored to normalcy, he could no longer contain his excitement and expressed his wish. Although he is acutely aware that he is no match for Mo Chen's formidable prowess, Sun Wukong's spirit remains undaunted. No matter how unfathomable Mo Chen's strength may be, he faces it with exhilaration, yearning to engage in a fierce battle. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Mo Chen, hoping for an affirmative response. Is this truly permissible? Jebet God scratched his head, a hint of concern etched upon his face. After all, the disparity between Sun Wukong and Mo Chen was insurmountable. However, the old Kaishin held a different perspective. With his hands clasped behind his back, he remarked, "It would benefit Wukong to fight Lord Mo Chen. This will enable him to gain a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Besides, you are well aware of Wukong's nature. When faced with a stronger opponent, he cannot restrain himself." Ah, indeed. Jebet God smacked his forehead, realizing the truth in the old Kaishin's words. He then turned to Mo Chen, awaiting his reply. "Would you like to have a match against me?" "That is certainly feasible," Mo Chen replied with a smile, adding, "Let us consider this battle as part of your training." "Wonderful," Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he assumed a combat stance. His mind was solely focused on the desire to engage Mo Chen in a full-hearted battle. Observing this, both Kaishins retreated several paces, fully aware that such proximity could lead to catastrophic consequences once the fight commenced. Their diminutive forms could not withstand the fallout. Regardless of the distance, they would still have a clear view, and that sufficed. "I shall commence, Lord Mo Chen," Sun Wukong declared, his lips curling into a slight smile as he addressed Mo Chen. Mo Chen merely stood his ground, offering no defense, and replied, "You may attack once you are prepared. Then I shall hold nothing back." Sun Wukong's voice echoed as he forcefully propelled himself forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Despite still being in his base form, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. This approach is characteristic of Sun Wukong, as he incrementally gauges the difference in strength between himself and his opponent, even when facing the unfathomable power of Mo Chen. Upon reaching Mo Chen, he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with immense energy. Yet, Mo Chen effortlessly evaded the strike with a slight sidestep. This outcome was anticipated by Sun Wukong, who swiftly pivoted, launching a downward kick aimed at Mo Chen's head. "Your speed is still insufficient," Mo Chen remarked calmly, evading this attack with equal ease. Sun Wukong landed, clenched his fist, and declared, "If that won't suffice, then I shall attempt again." With a resounding boom, a golden aura erupted from within him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. As he completed his transformation, Sun Wukong charged at Mo Chen once more, unleashing a barrage of relentless assaults. Yet, despite the ferocity of his strikes, Mo Chen continued to evade with remarkable grace, seemingly not even needing to watch as he sidestepped each blow. Indeed, this ability to instinctively evade danger or counterattack is a hallmark of the angels, a skill Mo Chen wishes to impart to Sun Wukong. As time passed, Sun Wukong relentlessly attacked Mo Chen, but each attempt met with the same result, evasion. Though his movements were simple, they were executed with precision, rendering his strikes ineffective. Frustrated yet undeterred, Sun Wukong leaped back, gasping for breath. This feels identical to my battle with the one-star dragon, completely futile. It is as if Lord Mo Chen has no weaknesses whatsoever. With clenched fists and an invigorated spirit, Sun Wukong remained undaunted. "If there are no openings to exploit, then I shall unleash my full strength at once." Ha 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 ha. He tightened his fist at his waist, releasing a deep roar. In an instant, waves of overwhelming energy radiated from Sun Wukong's form, engulfing the surroundings. The ground beneath him cracked under the immense pressure, fissures spreading outward like a web. Retreating was indeed a wise decision, old ancestor, Jebet God thought, relieved. Had they remained any closer, they would surely have been swept away by the force emanating from Sun Wukong. Indeed, The old Kaishin acknowledged, casting a glance at Jebet God. Such matters related to combat are ill-suited for us, the Kaishins. His gaze shifted back to Chen, deep in contemplation, his expression growing serious. He felt a strange familiarity in the way Chen had dodged the attacks. Reminiscent of a previous encounter he witnessed through the crystal ball when the one-star dragon attacked Chen. The sensation intensified now, as if he were on the brink of a revelation. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's energy surged dramatically, enveloped in a torrent of golden flames. His form began to shift. Red first sprouting on his upper body, and his eyes turning crimson. His golden hair transformed back to black, growing longer and more rugged. With a fierce shout, an immense wave of energy exploded outward, dissipating the golden flames surrounding him. He had now unleashed his full potential, achieving the form of Super Saiyan 4. Precisely as I anticipated, Chen remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the transformation. Your Super Saiyan 4 represents a mid-stage. However, through my training, you shall swiftly master the full stage, known as Super Saiyan 4, full power. Though it may seem a mere incremental leap, your strength will undergo a tremendous transformation, far surpassing your current capabilities. Chapter 16, a surge of emotion, an overwhelming sense of mortality. The full power of Super Saiyan 4. Merely the thought of it fills me with anticipation. Goku clenched his fists, eager to master this ultimate form. Furthermore, he recalled the conversation with Goku and Vegeta about a transcendent new realm beyond Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 5. These two forms were what Goku yearned for most, a driving force behind his desire to grow stronger. However, these aspirations were for the future. For now, he needed to focus on the battle at hand and bring it to a conclusion. At present, Goku unleashed all his power, determined to alter the situation and strike Machin. Even a single hit would suffice. With this thought in mind, Goku became resolute, shouting, "Ready! Here I come, Lord Machin. Bring it on." Machin stood still, signaling for Goku to attack. Goku launched himself forward, his speed multiplied several times over from before. Swish. In an instant, he was right before Machin. At such a close distance, Goku threw a punch, yet it was deftly evaded by Machin. What? Goku was taken aback but quickly launched another assault. His fist appeared to grow infinitely in Machin's gaze, the gust of wind from his strikes brushing against Machin's face and body. Yet, Machin maintained a smile, instinctively dodging at the moment of impact. Seeing this, Goku clenched his fists in frustration. I refuse to believe I cannot land a hit. Here I come again. Boom. He tightened his fists, unleashing a tremendous surge of golden energy that erupted from within him. This massive aura transformed into waves of shock waves that surged outward. Crackle. The ground beneath him, already fissured, began to spread even further. Witnessing this, Jebet, the Supreme Kai, felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, muttering to himself, "Goku, you really need to be careful. Don't destroy this place. If it gets ruined, the old Kai will make him fix it alone." As he pondered, Jebet glanced at the old Kai to gauge his reaction. To his surprise, the old Kai wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed intently on Machin. Something feels off. Jebet scratched his head in confusion. The old Kai's reaction was indeed peculiar. According to his usual temperament, he would surely be furious at such destruction. Even with Machin present, the old Kai would typically not remain silent. Lost in thought, Jebet decided to focus on the battle instead. Goku leaped and aimed a kick at Machin's head. However, the attack was easily sidestepped. Once more, Goku accelerated, first launching an energy blast at Machin. Yet this assault was futile. Machin smiled as he evaded it, and Goku found himself right in front of him. Clenching his right fist, Goku's lips curled into a grin. Surely this will hit, Lord Machin. He brimmed with confidence, yet dared not delay, launching his punch immediately. Yet, despite the proximity, Machin effortlessly dodged the attack. How can this be? Goku was astonished. Despite the closeness, he was still evaded. Moreover, Machin appeared completely unfazed. Facing Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he looked utterly relaxed. In that instant, Goku comprehended the thoughts of the one-star dragon. Machin, the angel, was undoubtedly an insurmountable opponent. Even a villain like the one-star dragon would succumb to despair when confronting him. No matter how fiercely one resists, the end would inevitably lead to death. Are you not planning to continue your assault? Machin inquired, observing Goku's daze. Snapping back to reality, Goku replied, "No, I was just contemplating some matters. Now, let us resume our battle, Lord Machin. I have not given up." Goku revitalized himself, the Saiyan blood within him boiling with excitement at the prospect of facing this unbeatable angel. Then let it commence, Chen shrugged with a smile, as I stated. This battle is also a form of training. I understand, Lord Chen, Goku declared, charging once more. As he approached Chen, a smirk appeared on his face, and he suddenly vanished from sight. Yet, whatever he attempted was futile before the angel. Swish. In the next moment, Goku reappeared above Chen, his hands raised overhead, poised to deliver a powerful strike to Chen's head. However, before the blow could land, Chen vanished as well. Bang! The strike hit nothing but air, creating a small crater in the ground. Where is he? Goku exclaimed, quickly scanning his surroundings. But as an angel, Chen's presence was undetectable, leaving Goku oblivious to his whereabouts. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of mortality washed over him. This sensation surged within him, prompting Goku to instinctively propel himself forward. He soared several meters away before finally halting. His face was etched with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat trickling from his forehead. Even so, he cast aside his fear and turned to the spot where Chen had just been. Indeed, just as he suspected, Chen stood right there. What just happened? How did Goku end up over there? And why does he look so frightened? Jebet, observing from afar, was utterly baffled, glancing at the old Kai in confusion. At this moment, the old Kai, who had been silently watching the battle, finally reacted. He shot a glare at Jebet before turning to Goku, saying, "Fool. It was fortunate Goku left quickly just now. Otherwise, this battle would have already reached its conclusion. Would it really end?" Jebet was taken aback, pondering before asking, "Do you mean to say that Lord Chen would have defeated Goku just now? Open your eyes and watch closely." The old Kai snapped, glaring at Jebet again, his tone heavy with urgency. He is not merely defeated. Given Chen's power, had he chosen to strike, Goku would have met his demise instantly. Chapter 17, Wukong's Ultimate Strike. The tenfold Kamehameha. Impressive, your reaction was quite swift. Observing son Wukong, who stood several meters away, Chen complimented him with a smile. After uttering these words, Chen began to stride toward Wukong, adding, "However, if I had any intention to attack, your recent reaction would have been insufficient. You would have met your demise instantly. Nevertheless, I believe you already sensed this, even without my words." Although such a statement is daunting, Chen was not jesting. Had he chosen to strike earlier, Wukong would have had no opportunity to react and would have been killed in an instant. Of course, Wukong was aware that Chen spoke the truth. His previous reaction had merely been an instinctive response to the imminent threat of death. The overwhelming sensation of mortality that enveloped his entire being, so intense that it surged to his mind, this left him no room for hesitation, prompting his body to instinctively flee from that location. Wukong nodded stiffly, clearly still grappling with the aftermath of the experience. However, he now deeply recognized his own frailty and insufficiency in strength. The mere recollection of that deathly sensation caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. He fully understood that in the presence of someone truly formidable, his power was utterly insignificant, so weak that a mere touch could spell his end. This description was hardly an exaggeration. Well then, this is part of your training. And it certainly won't be an easy endeavor, Chen reminded him, now standing just 2 meters away. Understood, Master Chen. Wukong nodded, clenching his fists and regaining his composure. After all, this was training. It would never be as simple as one might imagine. He assumed a fighting stance, his gaze reigniting with determination. Everything he was doing now was for the sake of becoming stronger. Having recognized his own weakness, how could he allow himself to remain so feeble? Excellent. Seeing this, Chen smiled with satisfaction. Now, attack me again, using your utmost strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong tightened his fists even more. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, launching a powerful punch toward Chen's body. However, this swift and forceful strike was effortlessly evaded by Chen, who merely sidestepped to the right. Wukong did not dwell on it. He quickly turned and adjusted his stance, swinging his clenched fist forward. Yet, with the aid of the Zizaiji's skill, his body reacted autonomously, rendering any form of attack ineffective. Whoosh! Chen, with a smile, easily dodged the assault once more. Seeing his attack miss, Wukong's face displayed astonishment. But in just a second, he regained his composure, merging 2 fingers and placing them on his forehead. Whoosh! His body began to shimmer and then vanished from sight. Indeed, this was Wukong's instant transmission. You wish to launch an attack from a position where I cannot see you? A commendable idea, but alas, it is futile against an angel. Chen remarked with a smile, remaining still. With his IG skill enhancing him, he needed no movement at all. Whoosh. In the next moment, Wukong suddenly appeared above Chen. Here I am, Master Chen. Huh, he shouted, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Chen's head. The latter did not even glance up. His body instinctively retreated to evade the strike. Noticing this, Wukong extended his right hand forward. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, countless energy spheres gathered in the palm of his hand and were launched toward Chen. He was determined, if his fist could not land a blow, surely this barrage of energy spheres would find their mark. Yet, to Wukong's astonishment, these two proved ineffective. Chen maneuvered through the explosions of energy, evading every single one, even avoiding the shockwaves produced by the blasts. How is this possible? Wukong was utterly baffled. Despite the multitude of energy spheres, none could strike Chen. No, at the very least, he needed to land a hit. Wukong shook his head, clenching his fists and unleashing another surge of power directed at Chen. He had poured all his strength into this effort. If he could just land one blow on Chen, he would be satisfied. Whoosh! His speed was astounding. His body enveloped in a golden aura, appearing as a streak of light from a distance. In the blink of an eye, Wukong was once again before Chen. Whoosh! 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 The outcome was the same. His successive attacks were all deftly avoided by Chen. Once more, Wukong gritted his teeth, launching an even fiercer onslaught. His fists rained down upon Chen's body, resembling a storm of punches. Yet no matter how he tried, he could not land a single hit. Chen effortlessly evaded every blow. Such a level of power is insufficient to strike me. Chen chuckled, dodging with ease. Then let us try this. Wukong suddenly halted his assault, leaping back a considerable distance. Taking a deep breath, he assumed a stance. He positioned his hands together in a flower bud formation at his waist. Virum. In an instant, a brilliant blue energy coalesced between his hands. Indeed, this was Wukong's signature move. The Kamehameha. Taste this, Master Chen. Huh. Wukong bellowed, a surge of golden aura erupting around him. As he focused his energy, the blue light in his hands emanated a formidable presence, becoming dazzlingly bright. Streams of blue beams shot outward. Yet he did not cease his energy buildup, for this was not its final form. Tenfold, Wukong intensified his effort, the golden aura expanding outward dramatically. As he shouted, the blue energy in his hands transformed into a crimson hue. Its intensity surged further, a colossal amount of energy gathering within his grasp. Finally, upon reaching the pinnacle, Wukong no longer hesitated. He turned his gaze toward Chen. A smile graced his lips as he declared, "Here it comes, Master Chen. Tenfold. Kamehameha." Huh. With a powerful shout, Wukong thrust his hands forward with all his might. Boom. The energy, having reached its zenith, erupted forth in a cataclysmic explosion. A crimson beam of energy surged forward, as if to obliterate everything in its path, racing toward Chen. The sheer force of this energy was terrifying. Everything in its vicinity was affected, unable to withstand the onslaught of the tenfold Kamehameha. And now, this titanic wave of energy was drawing ever closer to Chen. Chapter 18. Machen's Contemplation. Machen executed the ultimate instinct technique with a transcendent demeanor. The energy he released was quite impressive. As he immersed himself in the power and aura embodied within the tenfold Kamehameha, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Yet, he exhibited no intention of evasion, gazing with a serene smile as the energy surged towards him. After all, although this was an immensely powerful force, the strongest strike conjured by Sun Wukong, it paled in comparison to the capabilities of Machen, an angel. As the crimson energy beam was about to collide with Machen's form, he abruptly raised his hand. Bang! In an instant, a brilliant white divine power surged forth from his palm. Just like that, the once tumultuous energy gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing entirely. If not for the deep, long scar etched into the ground, one might have believed the tenfold Kamehameha had never been unleashed at all. Alas, Wukong's Kamehameha had no effect whatsoever. How extraordinary! Witnessing this spectacle, Jebet couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The scene before him was far more breathtaking than what he had observed through the crystal ball. However, the old Kai stood silently by, his eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Machen, lost in thought. Is this truly insurmountable? Wukong found himself in a dire predicament, unable to suppress a dry chuckle. The tenfold Kamehameha had nearly exhausted all his energy and strength. It was likely he could not sustain the form of Super Saiyan 4 for much longer, at most, a minute. Nevertheless, surrendering was not an option. He had declared his intent to grow stronger. Moreover, to venture into the realm of time and space. He needed to become mightier than he was at present. Giving up was inconceivable. With renewed determination, Wukong clenched his fists, ready to launch another attack. He re-established his stance, positioning his hands at his waist like a blooming flower. A tremendous energy began to coalesce. He disregarded all distractions, focusing solely on conjuring another Kamehameha. In essence, Wukong was striving to transcend his limits. Chen perceived this shift and chuckled softly. Let us conclude this for today. With that, he vanished in an instant. Oh no! Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition washing over him. As anticipated, Chen materialized beside him. Before Wukong could turn his head or react in any manner, Chen gently placed his hand upon Wukong's shoulder. Bang! Such a simple gesture unleashed an overwhelming force, causing Wukong's body to tremble violently. In the next moment, his form as Super Saiyan 4 dissipated, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing face-first to the ground. Oh, what a sight! Jebet exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The mere touch of Chen had rendered Wukong unconscious. This was utterly unfathomable. Chen-sama, staring at the fallen Wukong, Jebet was left utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, the old Kai finally reacted, his countenance brimming with exhilaration as he gazed at Chen from afar. His physical reaction. Previously, Chen-sama relied on his body's reflexes to evade Wukong's attacks. There can be no mistake, that is, a divine technique known as the godly technique. This is beyond belief. In my lifetime, I am fortunate enough to witness such a technique. Oh, ancestor, what brings about this excitement? Jebet was startled by the old Kai's sudden fervor. Just a moment ago, he had been silent, and now this drastic change was quite striking. Ah, old Kai, I did not expect you to be aware of this, Chen's voice echoed. The two turned to see Chen had brought Wukong to their vicinity. The unconscious Wukong lay on the ground as Chen smiled at the old Kai, surprised that he recognized the godly technique, the ultimate instinct. Indeed, Chen-sama. The old Kai nodded, excitement flooding his memories. I have known of this divine technique for a long time. I first learned of it from a book, which stated that mastering this technique allows one to evade all dangers, requiring a tranquil heart, free from distractions, returning to the self. At this point, the old Kai suddenly recollected something, his face flushing as he continued. To be honest, Chen-sama, I once endeavored to learn this divine technique myself. For many years, I sought to grasp even a fragment of it. Yet, for a millennium, I could not master a single aspect. Consequently, I gradually forgot about it, and I no longer know where that book has gone. However, seeing you evade Wukong's attack just now, along with your earlier battle against the one-star dragon in the crystal ball, reminded me of this technique. With his hands clasped behind his back, the old Kai sighed in wonder. To witness the godly technique firsthand has fulfilled a lifelong aspiration of mine. Ah, I never knew you had secretly practiced such a technique. Jebet leaned closer, astonished at the old Kai's revelation. He mused that if the old Kai had indeed mastered this divine technique, the crisis posed by the one-star dragon could be resolved without Wukong's intervention. The old Kai could handle it single-handedly. Of course. Do you think I have lived all this time for naught? Pay attention. The old Kai replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Chen smiled gently. You speak the truth, old Kai. This is indeed the godly technique, the ultimate instinct, a skill that even deities find challenging to master. We angels have possessed this technique since our inception, and my command of the ultimate instinct has reached its utmost perfection. After a brief moment of self-congratulation, Chen turned his gaze to the unconscious Wukong, smiling as he declared, Now, I shall impart the ultimate instinct to Wukong for him to master. The recent battle was also to provide him a preliminary understanding of the technique, which will undoubtedly aid him in his future cultivation. Alongside his ascension to the Super Saiyan realm, mastering the ultimate instinct is essential for Wukong. Thus, when he transcends to Super Saiyan 5, wielding the ultimate instinct in that form will grant him unimaginable power. Chapter 19. Journey to the Divine Realm and the Commencement of Training according to Mo Chen. The Time Traveler, the extraordinary son Wukong from the realm of transcendence, unleashed his latent powers during the power tournament when faced with the formidable opponent Jiren from Universe 11. mastering the divine technique of Ultra Instinct. Therefore, it stands to reason that his counterpart from the GT universe, also named Sun Wukong, should similarly acquire this divine skill. Once he masters Ultra Instinct and achieves Super Saiyan 5, there is no doubt that Sun Wukong's strength will be unfathomably immense. This notion lingered in Mo-Chun's mind, envisioning Wukong wielding Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan 5 form. As for Vegeta, he too would not fall short, for, like Wukong, Mo-Chun had long harbored aspirations for him to grow stronger. Upon hearing Mo-Chun's words, the old Kaishin cast his gaze upon the fallen Sun Wukong. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. If Wukong can indeed master this divine technique, he might truly transcend to a divine level. Could it be that he will surpass the gods? Exclaimed Jebet, looking at Mo-Chun with eager anticipation. Almost there, we shall soon find out. Mo-Chun replied with a subtle smile, summoning his angelic staff to point at Sun Wukong. With a resonant hum, a brilliant white divine energy enveloped Wukong's entire being. He soon awoke, his aura and physique fully restored. Oh, he is awake. Jebet marveled. Mo-Chun's healing abilities are remarkably convenient. Wukong exhaled, rising from the ground with hands resting on his hips, and remarked, "Now I understand. I am still far from my goal. I must become stronger." The image of his previous defeat vividly replayed in his mind. He had been vanquished in a single blow, showing no sign of resistance. He did not wish to face such a fate in the realm of transcendence, especially with the desire to battle his alternate self, the transcendent Sun Wukong. Should he lack the necessary strength, he might even become the subject of ridicule from Vegeta there. Thus, Wukong was eager to enhance his abilities as swiftly as possible, yearning to transform himself, whether through Super Saiyan 4 full power or the even more potent Super Saiyan 5, he was determined to master them. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Mo-Chun, if that battle counts as training, when shall we commence the next phase of our training?" It was evident that Wukong was impatient to elevate his strength, which was precisely the effect Mo-Chun sought to achieve. With a smile, he pointed his staff towards the divine realm above and said, "We can begin at once. Let us proceed to my divine realm." "Wait, your divine realm?" Wukong paused, following the direction of the staff. Upon seeing the grand celestial sphere above, he gasped, "What a colossal planet! I don't recall there being such a sphere above the Kaishin realm before." "Wukong, you only just noticed the divine realm above?" Jebet exclaimed, astonished. "It's such a large planet. How could you not see it?" Perhaps he had been too engrossed in his battle with Mo-Chun to have noticed it. After a moment's thought, Jebet explained, "That realm was created by Mo-Chun, and it will serve as a place for you and Vegeta to train." "Ah, I see. To create such a massive planet, Mo-Chun is truly remarkable." Wukong nodded eagerly, his excitement palpable as he turned to Mo-Chun, exclaiming, "Let us ascend and begin our training right away. I can hardly wait." "Very well," Mo-Chun agreed, but then turned to survey the area where the battle had occurred. "Before we depart, let us restore this place, as it has been ravaged by our previous conflict." For Mo-Chun, mending the destruction was but a trivial task. Mo-Chun. Upon hearing this, Jebet gazed at him with admiration. With Mo-Chun's assistance, he no longer had to worry about the old Kaishin assigning him the task of restoring the area alone. With a swift motion of his staff, a surge of divine energy radiated outward, and in an instant, the damaged area was restored to its former glory. "Now, I shall take Wukong to train," Mo-Chun announced to the two Kaishins. "Should any matters arise, communicate with me through the crystal ball. For trivial matters, you may resolve them amongst yourselves without troubling me." "Understood, Mo-Chun," both Kaishins replied in unison, fully aware of the importance of not interrupting Mo-Chun. After all, the future reputation of the GT universe within the realm of transcendence hinged on Mo-Chun's endeavors to enhance Wukong and Vegeta's powers to levels that could transcend even the gods themselves, achieving the unimaginable. "Excellent," Mo-Chun smiled slightly, looking at Wukong. "Now, place your hand upon my back. I will carry you upward." "Is it really that simple, Mo-Chun?" Wukong hesitated but complied, gently resting his hand on Mo-Chun's back. "Indeed," Mo-Chun affirmed, tapping his staff on the ground. In an instant, a radiant aura enveloped both of them. With a swift motion, they transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the divine realm above, departing from the Kaishin realm. Watching their departure, the old Kaishin turned away, sighing with his hands clasped behind his back. With Mo-Chun, an existence beyond comprehension, as our ally. As foretold by the dragon, this universe shall undoubtedly flourish. He sensed that he and Jebbet had become somewhat redundant and mused about where they might vacation next. Old ancestor. It seems we had little to do even before Chen arrived, Jebbet remarked, leaning closer to the old Kaioshin. Cough. Cough. The old Kaioshin blushed at Jebbet's comment and shot him a glare before responding earnestly. What do you know? We are still quite significant. You merely lack the vision to see our importance. Enough of this. Rather than discuss such matters, it would be more prudent to contemplate our next vacation destination. With that, the old Kaioshin departed, not wishing to engage further with Jebbet, who often embarrassed him. Observing the old Kaioshin's retreating figure, Jebbet scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that I have misjudged the old ancestor? Were we truly important before? Let me think. Jebbet closed his eyes, resting his chin on his hand, genuinely reflecting on the past. Moments later, he opened his eyes and shook his head vigorously. Forget it. No need to dwell on this. His head throbbed with thoughts that eluded clarity, leading him to abandon his musings. He then shook his arms and, with a smile, remarked, since pondering yields no answers, I might as well follow the wisdom of my ancestors. He resolved to contemplate where to embark on a delightful vacation instead. With this decision made, the deity Jebbet departed merrily from the scene. After all, with the angel Machen by his side, he felt he truly need not concern himself with anything in the future. After all, whatever transpired, Machen would effortlessly resolve it. Chapter 20. Goten, Trunks, and Vegeta commence training. At this moment, on Earth, within an exceedingly vast chamber, darkness enveloped the space due to the lights being turned off. This room was a specialized hyperbolic time chamber crafted by Bulma, designed explicitly for Vegeta's rigorous training. Suddenly, the lights flickered to life, illuminating every corner of the chamber. Vegeta stood there, clad in a snug combat suit, while behind him, Goten and Trunks found themselves reluctantly present. Indeed, these two had been forcibly brought along by Vegeta, who desired them as sparring partners. After all, training alone in this chamber, despite its immense gravity and the presence of numerous laser-emitting robots, would not suffice for Vegeta's needs. Moreover, there was a more pressing concern. Vegeta believed that both Goten and Trunks had grown too complacent over the years. Their physical condition had declined significantly, and their combat prowess was no longer what it used to be. Vegeta could not abide by such stagnation and was determined to ensure they did not remain in this state. Consequently, he had also instructed them to accompany Goku in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Naturally, Vegeta had intended to summon Gohan for training as well, but Gohan was preoccupied with other matters and could not join them at that moment. Otherwise, Vegeta would have insisted on Gohan's presence too, as he recognized that Gohan's physical capabilities had greatly diminished and his latent potential remained untapped. Uncle Vegeta, do we really have to train with you? Goten spoke up slowly, clearly reluctant to engage in training. Trunks, standing beside him, dared not voice his thoughts, yet his eyes betrayed his own disinterest in remaining there. Furthermore, Goten had heard from his father that an immensely powerful figure, Lord Machen, was currently around. Surely, they didn't need to embark on training so soon? Goten continued, expressing his strong aversion to the idea of training. Both he and Trunks had not trained in quite some time, to the point that they could hardly recall when their last training session had been. Of course, accompanying Goku on the quest for the Dragon Balls hardly counted as training. Humph. After hearing Goten's words, Vegeta let out a disdainful sound, his fists clenching tightly. He then turned to glare at Goten and Trunks, coldly admonishing, what has become of your combat power? How dare you remain so relaxed? Even if Lord Machen is present, does that mean all challenges must be resolved by him? If that were the case, what purpose do we serve? As he spoke, Vegeta's fists tightened further against his chest. As Saiyans, we must constantly monitor our physical condition, relentlessly enhance our strength, and seek out formidable opponents to battle. Yet, you two have allowed yourselves to become complacent, resulting in a significant decline in your abilities over the years. Vegeta's scolding had a profound effect on Trunks and Goten, who suddenly became more alert and recognized the truth in his words. Indeed, they had been far too relaxed in recent years. Upon reflection, they realized they had contributed little during the recent threat of the evil dragons, primarily because they lacked the strength to assist. Faced with the formidable one-star dragon, they could have easily become a liability if they had attempted to intervene. I understand now, Uncle Vegeta. Please, let us get started with the training. Goten forced a smile, his expression awkward yet determined. He had come to terms with the necessity of regaining his strength. I understand too, Dad. Trunks nodded earnestly, clenching his fists. You're right. We've neglected our training for far too long. After encountering the evil dragons, I've come to realize just how weak I truly am. If it weren't for Uncle Goku's assistance, I wouldn't even have been able to gather the Dragon Balls on my own now that's more like it. Seeing their attitudes shift, Vegeta let out a satisfied huff, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upward. Without further delay, let us commence our training. With that, Vegeta turned and approached a machine equipped with a large red button. Upon pressing it, the chamber erupted with mechanical sounds as the hyperbolic time chamber activated. With a hum, the room transformed into a crimson hue, and the gravity surged to 100 times its normal level. Whoa! The sudden increase in gravity caught Goten and Trunks off guard. A testament to their diminished physical condition due to their lack of training. Observing their reactions, Vegeta wore a mocking smile, deriding, "What's this? Have you two already reached your limit? Look at your bodies. You hardly resemble Saiyans at all." Uncle Vegeta, Dad, both Goten and Trunks felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, realizing how quickly they had been affected. They were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, and the gravity would only increase from here. However, within moments, perhaps a mere 10 seconds, they adjusted to the 100 times gravity. Phew, now that we've adapted, it's not so daunting, Goten exhaled. Stretching his legs and moving his arms freely, he had effectively disregarded the immense gravitational pressure. Similarly, Trunks approached Vegeta with a serious expression, stating, "Dad, we've acclimated to the 100 times gravity. Let us increase the intensity. This level is far from sufficient." At that moment, Trunks' fervor to grow stronger surged within him. He yearned to enhance his abilities, to become exponentially more powerful. Only then could he face any potential crises with the capability to fight, rather than relying solely on Goku and Vegeta to shoulder the burdens alone. Chapter 21. Facing two foes. The commencement of training under extreme gravity. I hope you don't succumb like before. Observing Trunks' serious demeanor, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, deep within, he felt immense satisfaction and joy. His son, Trunks, was so resolute and earnest. Thus, Vegeta was determined to wholeheartedly assist him and Goten in their training today. "Don't worry, Dad," Trunks declared, clenching his fists. "This gravity is nothing compared to my desire to grow stronger." Indeed, Trunks is right, Goten suddenly exclaimed, leaping to Trunks' side with a grin. "Our bodies need this greater gravity to stimulate our growth. No matter how intense the gravity, we will adapt. Besides, isn't this part of the training you brought us here for, Uncle Vegeta? If we can't overcome this step, how will we proceed to the next?" Indeed, Goten's assertion was spot on. Vegeta had brought them into the hyperbolic gravity chamber not merely for them to acclimatize to the extreme gravitational forces, but to engage in combat training against him under such conditions. This was the essence of today's training. Only through this rigorous practice could they gradually enhance their physical capabilities and elevate their power. Moreover, training under such intense gravity would enable Goten and Trunks to recover swiftly and regain the sensation of battle. "Since you're ready, let us begin." Vegeta smiled lightly, pressing the button to increase the gravity 3 times in succession. Virum, virum, virum. Instantly, the gravity in the chamber escalated to 100 times that of Earth. Goten and Trunks immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, their bodies struggling to adjust. Yet, before long, they adapted to the intensified gravity once more. Seeing this, Vegeta smirked, crossing his arms over his chest, and addressed them, "Don't get too complacent. This level of gravity is still far from sufficient. Should you find it unbearable, you may transform into Super Saiyans." With that, Vegeta pressed the gravity-increasing button several more times. A more formidable pressure enveloped them. This time, Goten and Trunks found it challenging to cope. They could barely straighten their waists, their bodies bent as they gritted their teeth in an attempt to withstand the force. However, the gravity was too intense for them to manage in their normal states. "Don't force yourselves. Transform into Super Saiyans, if necessary. We're about to engage in combat. And I won't hold back, regardless of your current state," Vegeta warned, tightening his fists in readiness for the battle. Realizing their predicament, Goten and Trunks understood that they could not adapt to this gravity without transforming. Thus, they both clenched their fists. Boom. A golden aura erupted from within them as they instantly transformed into Super Saiyans. With their transformations complete, they swiftly acclimated to the gravity in the chamber, regaining their agility. Ready? The battle is about to commence. But at that moment, Vegeta had no intention of granting them any respite. With a swift movement, he charged toward them. For him, every second counted. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared before Goten and Trunks. Oh no. Goten and Trunks felt a surge of anxiety upon his sudden appearance, causing them to hesitate and fail to react promptly. Bang! Without a hint of hesitation, Vegeta struck Trunks with a powerful punch, then swiftly kicked Goten, sending him flying. Both were hurled against the walls of the gravity chamber with a resounding crash. Ouch! That hurts, Goten groaned, rubbing the spot where he had been kicked, still feeling the lingering pain. Just then, Trunks shouted, Goten, look out ahead. What? Alarmed, Goten quickly raised his head. To his dismay, a purple energy wave was hurtling toward them. Hey, this ISNTA joke. Goten's heart raced as he prepared to defend himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was evident that Vegeta was fully committed to aiding their training. He was unleashing his full power without reservation. Brace yourself, Goten. It's coming. Trunks yelled, tightening his fists and channeling his energy, the golden aura around him flaring even more vigorously. Goten mirrored his actions, maximizing his energy output to counter the impending force. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Fortunately, the chamber was constructed from special materials by Bulma. Otherwise, it would not have withstood such an energy onslaught. Vegeta observed the smoke keenly, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Indeed, as the smoke began to dissipate, golden light pierced through. It was Goten and Trunks, having successfully blocked the energy wave. Phew, that was close. Goten managed a nervous smile towards Trunks, his hands still slightly trembling. Clearly, his current physical condition was inadequate. Merely blocking one energy wave had pushed him to his limits. Moreover, they had only managed this together. Don't relax yet. Our combat training has just begun, Trunks cautioned, adopting a serious stance and reminding Goten to remain vigilant. They had only just begun, and that last attack was merely Vegeta testing their limits. Understood, Trunks, Goten nodded, shaking off his hands before assuming a fighting posture. Both were now intensely focused, their eyes fixed on Vegeta, ready to anticipate his next move. Humph, now this is more like it. Vegeta grunted, clenching his fist and launching himself at Goten and Trunks at lightning speed. He was determined not to hold back any of his strength. He aimed to help Goten and Trunks rediscover the essence of battle. Chapter 22. Resolve to strive for greater strength. Bang, 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 bang. With relentless vigor, Vegeta dominated the battlefield, engaging both Goten and Trunks in a one-on-two confrontation. Each powerful punch he delivered sent them reeling backward, leaving them with no opportunity to retaliate. Indeed, evading or defending against his onslaught proved exceedingly challenging, as they frequently found themselves struck, suffering greatly from the relentless barrage. Despite both being in their Super Saiyan forms, Vegeta remained in his base state, not even transforming into Super Saiyan. However, the peculiarities of this GT timeline had conditioned both Vegeta and Goku to train in their base forms, enhancing their foundational strength and physical prowess. Consequently, Vegeta's combat power in his base form was formidable enough to easily overpower the transformed Goten and Trunks. This simply won't do, Vegeta declared coldly, his enthusiasm growing as he landed a solid blow on Trunks' arm. Swiftly, he followed up with another punch directed at Goten. The two were propelled away, skidding across the ground for quite some distance before gradually coming to a halt. We're still far too weak. Trunks clenched his fists in frustration. The fact that Vegeta could suppress both him and Goten with ease in his base form was a stark reminder of their inadequacy. Goten, too, felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He recognized how lazily he had approached his training in the past. As Vegeta had pointed out, his combat power had dwindled rather than increased. This state of affairs could not continue. Hey, how long are you two planning to just stand there in a daze? Vegeta suddenly shouted at Goten and Trunks, pulling them out of their contemplative reverie. Instead of daydreaming, why not come at me? Remember, you are here to train and elevate your strength. There is no time for hesitation. Attack me now. Vegeta's words were meant to galvanize the two. He had no intention of watching them languish in passivity. Even if they were aware of their inability to defeat him, they ought to strive harder to surpass their own limits. If necessary, they could even take a solid hit from themselves to motivate their growth. Upon hearing this, Goten and Trunks exchanged glances and realized the truth in Vegeta's words. They understood that their training was aimed at becoming stronger, and wasting time was counterproductive. With renewed determination, they readied themselves to mount an offensive. Now that's more like it. Vegeta smiled approvingly, a deeper grin spreading across his face. He slowly clenched his fists, adding, however, I too shall need to amplify my strength a bit. With that, a golden aura erupted from within him, transforming Vegeta into a Super Saiyan. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his golden hair stood more erect compared to Goten and Trunks, and around him, the golden aura crackled with sparks of electricity. Indeed, Vegeta had ascended to the level of Super Saiyan 2. Yet upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Goten and Trunks were unfazed. There was no hint of fear or hesitation in their demeanor. With resolute hearts, they charged towards Vegeta, fully aware that to grow stronger, they must devote themselves entirely to the struggle. This was precisely what Vegeta had hoped for. Closing his eyes briefly, he felt a surge of excitement. Come on, he exclaimed, opening his eyes to reveal a smile as he assumed a combat stance. With Goten and Trunks resolved, he was determined to respond earnestly to their efforts. Thus, the three engaged in training within the gravity-defying chamber. Meanwhile, in the divine realm above, a radiant beam of light descended. As it touched the ground, the brilliance gradually faded, revealing Chen and Goku, who had arrived in the realm created by Chen. All right, we have reached the divine realm. You can now remove your hand from my back, Goku, Chen said with a smile, observing Goku's fascination with the surroundings. Ah ha ha, got it, Lord Chen. Goku replied sheepishly, finally lowering his hand. The grandeur of this divine realm exceeded his expectations. Although he had found the Kaioshin realm to be impressive, experiencing this place firsthand revealed its vastness. The ability to effortlessly create such an expansive realm only deepened Goku's admiration for Chen's formidable power. It was truly extraordinary. Moreover, the terrain here was expansive and level, making it perfect for training or combat. Isn't it splendid? Chen remarked, noting Goku's evident satisfaction. This is my created divine realm. Not only a place for my rest, but also a perfect training ground for you. Here, you need not worry about causing any destruction. I will restore everything. This planet can withstand your power, so feel free to unleash your strength without concern. Focus solely on your training and improving yourself under my guidance. Yes, I understand. Lord Chen, Goku nodded earnestly. This place was indeed ideal for training, and he was certain that Vegeta would be equally pleased upon seeing it. However, after making this statement, Goku suddenly had a thought that brought an excited expression to his face. Leaning closer to Chen, he grinned and asked, Lord Chen, I actually have a question for you. I see. You wish to inquire about how I evaded your attacks during our battle, correct? Chen replied, having anticipated Goku's curiosity. After all, even when Goku had unleashed his full power, he had been unable to land a single hit on Chen. Additionally, during the battle against the one-star dragon on Earth, Goku had noticed that the dragon couldn't even graze Chen. Goku had long been puzzled. It was clear that such evasive maneuvers could not be mere coincidence. There must be some extraordinary technique at play. Chapter 23. The training of Super Saiyan 4 commences. The divine training garb. Hee, it seems you have discerned my intent. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness illuminating his chuckle. Observing this, Chen could not suppress a smile. The sheer excitement radiating from Sun Wukong's countenance was unmistakable, requiring no guesswork to comprehend. Thus, he proceeded to enlighten Sun Wukong. Just as you surmised, evasion is not merely a matter of observing the trajectory of an opponent's strikes. It is a technique, a skill so elusive that even gods find it challenging to master, known as the divine technique of unrestrained essence. Unrestrained essence. Sun Wukong repeated the phrase, an electrifying thrill igniting in his eyes. A technique so formidable that even deities struggle to grasp it. The divine technique of unrestrained essence allow me to demonstrate once more. At our current proximity, I shall turn my back, and you will strike with your utmost speed. Chen instructed Sun Wukong, turning away as he spoke. Strike with your utmost speed. Sun Wukong hesitated momentarily, pondering their mere meter of distance, convinced he could not miss. With that thought, he launched a punch without a second's hesitation. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect, Chen's body instinctively shifted aside, evading the blow. How could this be? How did I miss from such close range? Sun Wukong stared incredulously at his fist, then at Chen. He had been certain of the strike's success, yet it had been effortlessly dodged. This is precisely the essence of unrestrained essence, Chen explained, smiling. It diverges from the conventional method of sensing an opponent's energy. Instead, It relies on the body's reflexive movements. In simple terms, when you evade an attack, your brain processes the thought before your body acts. The brain processes? Sun Wukong scratched his head, attentively absorbing Chen's words. Unrestrained essence bypasses this step entirely. It allows the body and consciousness to operate independently, transcending instinctual awareness of danger to evade or counterattack. This maximizes both speed and reaction time. Chen continued, raising a single finger, emphasizing, essentially, one must eliminate cerebral interference, as it hampers speed. Only by allowing each part of the body to perceive and act can one achieve this. However, mastering this is exceedingly difficult, which is why it is referred to as the divine technique, elusive even to the gods. Now I understand. Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. So that is how you evaded my strike, Chen. No wonder I couldn't touch you. If that's the case, I must master this divine skill of unrestrained essence. Not just yet, Chen smiled gently. The priority is to enhance your current power first. Yes, let us commence our training forthwith, Chen. Sun Wukong stretched his legs, his face brimming with anticipation. What shall we embark on now? I can hardly wait. You must first transform into the Super Saiyan 4 form, Chen instructed Sun Wukong. Oh, am I to become Super Saiyan 4 now? Sun Wukong was momentarily puzzled by the purpose of this action, yet he complied. Clenching his fists, a golden aura erupted from within him, coalescing his entire power into a singular point. In an instant, he completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. And now? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at Chen, clearly uncertain of what was to follow. To put it plainly, your training in your base form is already commendable, with a robust foundational combat strength. Therefore, there is no need to practice in your base form. Instead, you must consistently maintain your Super Saiyan 4 form during training. Although this form incurs minimal consumption and strain, prolonged use will inevitably lead to fatigue. What I desire is for you to endure and maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form even when your body begins to falter. This is also a form of training. Chen elaborated, aiming to help Sun Wukong fully adapt to this form while gradually pushing his limits within his capacity. I think I understand now. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. So, I must remain in Super Saiyan 4 form for everything, including eating and sleeping. Is that correct, Chen? Indeed. Chen affirmed with a smile. Now, let us proceed to the next phase of training. What is next? Sun Wukong perked up, eager to know. Prepare yourself. I shall provide you with a training outfit. Chen responded with a grin, waving his staff gently. With a hum, a bright white divine energy enveloped Sun Wukong. Still somewhat puzzled, he scratched his head and asked, a training outfit? What preparation is needed for changing clothes? However, before he could finish, the radiant light dissipated, revealing a training outfit adorning his form. Wow! Sun Wukong exclaimed, suddenly doubling over, unable to stand upright. Looking down, he discovered that his feet had sunk directly into the ground. Moreover, he could not halt the descent. His feet continued to burrow deeper. What on earth is happening? This training outfit, it's incredibly heavy. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, straining to straighten his back. Get out, he shouted, exerting tremendous effort to extricate his legs from the earth. Due to the excessive force, his face turned crimson, and he barely managed to free one foot. Yet, as he attempted to take a step forward, with a hum, the moment his foot touched the ground, it sank once more. What is this? Sun Wukong gasped for breath, finally grasping the purpose of the training outfit and why Chen had advised preparation. What manner of divine training garb is this? Just taking a single step has left me utterly exhausted. Most importantly, I am still in Super Saiyan 4 form. Yet, this outfit has rendered me incapable of walking properly, and I cannot straighten my back. It is hard to believe, if I were in my base form, might this training outfit claim my very life? Chapter 24. Impressive. The power belonging to gourmets. Now do you understand? Preparing you is not meant to harm you. Chen stood aside, observing the sight of Sun Wukong, and couldn't he help but chuckle. However, the effects of this training outfit were indeed remarkable, far surpassing my expectations. It possesses a formidable gravity, and for now, you must first adapt to this weight, reaching a level where you can move freely. Eventually, you will wear this outfit to engage in combat training with me. Chen spoke to Sun Wukong, indicating that this was merely the beginning of the training, with far more daunting challenges ahead. What he refrained from mentioning was that the gravity of this training outfit could be intensified even further. He had not yet maximized its potential. At this moment, The current level of gravity was already the utmost that Sun Wukong could endure. Naturally, training cannot be rushed. He would gradually increase the weight once Sun Wukong had slightly acclimated. Ultimately, the goal was to unleash the full power of Super Saiyan 4 and Master Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity. Ah, I understand now, Master Emo-chan. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He was exerting himself tremendously, painstakingly moving his legs, first pulling them from the ground and then taking a step forward. Yet, the gravity of the training outfit rendered each movement excruciatingly difficult. This is far more formidable than Bulma's gravity chamber, Sun Wukong remarked as he exerted himself once more, pulling his left foot from the ground and stepping forward. After taking that step, he prepared to lift his arm to wipe the sweat from his brow, only to realize that he could not even raise his arm. What is this? Sun Wukong felt somewhat helpless and, gritting his teeth, he strained to lift his arm. To make the task easier, he leaned his head towards his arm, rubbing off the sweat. Since the gravity of the training outfit was only applied to his body, his head was unaffected, allowing him to devise such a method. Using this method to wipe sweat certainly saved some effort. Observing Sun Wukong's clever antics, Emo-chan couldn't contain his laughter. He then approached Sun Wukong, pointing towards a distant location, and said, "Do you see that? Now, I want you to walk there with all your strength." With that, Emo-chan tapped his staff on the ground, and he instantly appeared at the designated spot. Seeing Emo-chan at that location, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, motivating himself. Just keep moving forward with determination. To become stronger, he had to endure this training. Thus, Sun Wukong exerted every ounce of his strength, taking one painstaking step after another. His face turned beet red, and every step left a deep imprint in the ground. After what felt like an eternity, Sun Wukong had only traversed half the distance, yet he was already utterly exhausted. Sun Wukong straightened up, gasping for breath. He had little energy left even to speak, and his internal energy had diminished significantly. He had believed he could make it in one breath, but upon looking up, he realized there was still half the distance to cover. This is so exhausting. I must have underestimated this challenge. Gazing at Emo-chan in the distance and the remaining distance ahead, Sun Wukong's lips slowly curled into a smile. Super Saiyan 4. While this form places no burden on the body and has minimal energy consumption, he was now exhausted after merely walking this short distance in the training outfit, expending far more energy and ki than anticipated. In other words, if he continued like this, Sun Wukong would soon be unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. This statement is made with utmost sincerity, not an exaggeration. Wearing this training outfit, every step he took required the full force of his being. Consequently, what he could sustain for an entire day as Super Saiyan 4 was now rapidly becoming untenable. That's all right. Emo-chan smiled gently. You're doing wonderfully. Just take your time. Indeed, Sun Wukong's ability to reach this point was commendable. After all, this is training and certainly not meant to be effortless. However, after speaking, Emo-chan tapped his staff on the ground. With a hum, a brilliant light flickered, and a reclining chair and a table appeared on the ground. The table was laden with juice and an abundance of delicacies. This is truly comfortable. He settled into the chair, one hand resting behind his head while the other reached for a bottle of juice, ready to savor it. Upon seeing the feast, Sun Wukong, who was already significantly drained, suddenly felt his stomach growl. So much food. Master Emo-chan can even conjure delicious dishes. How impressive. Sun Wukong was completely captivated by the sight of the banquet before him, his desire to devour it all growing stronger. Do you wish to eat? Then come over. Everything here is for you, Emo-chan said with a smile, intending to use this to motivate him. As expected, with the sumptuous spread before him, Sun Wukong felt invigorated. Great. I will make it over there in one go. Sun Wukong steeled himself, his eyes fixed solely on the table of food. And he pressed on with all his might. Step by step, despite being utterly fatigued, the promise of food propelled him forward. Observing Sun Wukong's determined strides, Emo-chan mused internally. Indeed, Sun Wukong is truly a gourmet at heart. The allure of the food was undeniably effective in driving him forward. From what he sensed, Sun Wukong's remaining ki was already quite low, nearing his limits. This also signified that if he were to restore Sun Wukong's energy, his strength would increase. At that point, they could proceed to the next phase of training, hastening Sun Wukong's mastery of Super Saiyan 4 at full power. At that moment, after taking a step forward, perhaps due to his waning strength, Sun Wukong found it exceedingly difficult to extricate his leg from the ground. With a glance at the food, he clenched his fists and began to unleash his ki. Waves of golden energy swirled around him, and as his strength surged, he gradually lifted his leg, pushing it forward. Ah, the power of a gourmet is indeed boundless. Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This was splendid. Sun Wukong was advancing with determination, inching ever closer to him. Unbeknownst to him, he was gradually breaking through his own limits. Chapter 25, Delectable Delicacies. After eating, continue training. Ha. At long last, Sun Wukong successfully arrived at Chen's vicinity. He stood before a table laden with sumptuous food, panting heavily yet wearing an expression of pure joy. Perhaps it was the sight of the delectable dishes that intensified his hunger, as his stomach emitted audible growls. Finally, he had made it here. Lord Chen, may I indulge in these culinary delights now? Sun Wukong inquired eagerly, turning to face Chen, who sat comfortably in a recliner. Having exerted considerable physical energy, he was utterly impatient to devour the feast before him. Of course you may. Chen replied with a smile. However, let me first restore your body and remove your training attire. It would be rather difficult to enjoy a meal while clad in such garments. With a gentle tap of his staff upon Sun Wukong, a burst of radiant divine energy enveloped him. A warm sensation coursed through his being, and in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong's body was rejuvenated, and his training attire vanished. Wow, I feel revitalized. This is truly the most comfortable state, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he marveled at his restored physique. Free from the constraints of his training outfit, clenching his fists, he immediately reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form, leaping into the air to kick and punch, reveling in the freedom of movement. After being held back by the training attire for so long, even walking had become a challenge. Now liberated from that oppressive weight, he was eager to stretch his limbs. However, after a few moments of exuberant movement, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Returning to the ground, he addressed Chen. How strange. After the restoration, it feels as though my energy and strength have significantly increased. Ah, so you've only just realized, Chen chuckled, gesturing towards Sun Wukong. Unbeknownst to you, you were on the brink of surpassing your limits just before your restoration. It is entirely natural to feel a surge in power afterward. Oh, so that is how it is. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. That means I am one step closer to achieving full power in Super Saiyan 4. How wonderful. He was eager to enhance his strength swiftly, yearning to explore the realms of time and space he had yet to visit. Whether it be encountering another version of himself and Vegeta, or battling formidable foes from those dimensions. These were the exhilarating prospects he longed for. But have you forgotten what I mentioned? Chen reminded him with a playful smile. Oh dear. In my excitement, I completely overlooked that. Sun Wukong quickly realized, clenching his fists and transforming back into his Super Saiyan 4 form. After all, Chen had stated that he must maintain this form regardless of his activities. Is it all right now, Lord Chen? Then I shall hastily fill my belly, and afterward, I can continue my training. Sun Wukong rubbed his stomach and turned to gaze at the table brimming with food. Eat up. Once you've finished, we shall resume training, Chen encouraged, observing the drool almost spilling from Sun Wukong's mouth. Chen himself settled comfortably in his recliner, stowing his angelic staff and conjuring a slice of fruitcake to savor. Although angels do not experience hunger, indulging in delightful treats occasionally is a pleasure not to be denied, especially when it comes to a delectable fruitcake. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong could hardly contain his impatience. After a quick survey of the delectable spread before him, he seized a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing a few times, he swallowed it, and an expression of pure bliss radiated from his face. Delicious. Absolutely scrumptious, he exclaimed loudly. Perhaps it was the intense hunger from his training, or perhaps the exquisite taste of Chen's creations. But Sun Wukong declared this chicken leg the best he had ever tasted. Turning to Chen, he laughed joyously. Lord Chen, these delicacies you've prepared are truly remarkable. They rival even what Chi-Chi makes. I'm glad you enjoy them. Chen smiled, gently reminding him, continue eating. For once you finish, we must begin your training anew. Then I shall not hold back. Sun Wukong responded enthusiastically, his eyes narrowing into joyful crescents as he devoured the food voraciously. With one hand, he grasped a piece of meat while the other deftly maneuvered chopsticks to bring noodles to his mouth. In no time, the meat and noodles were consumed, and he eagerly reached for more, shoveling bite after bite without pause. Watching Sun Wukong relish his meal brought a smile to Mo Chun's face as he savored a bite of the fruit cake. Closing his eyes, he savored the delightful flavor lingering on his palate. After swallowing, he nodded appreciatively. Indeed, it is quite delectable. However, when he turned to observe Sun Wukong, he was taken aback. Having only taken a single bite of his own cake, he was astonished to see that Sun Wukong had already devoured half of the entire spread. Saiyans truly are insatiable gluttons. Mo Chun marveled, feeling a sense of astonishment wash over him. Witnessing it firsthand was even more shocking. Yet the sight of Sun Wukong devouring his meal with such gusto brought a touch of humor to the moment. And so, another minute passed. Burp. With a resounding belch, Sun Wukong had obliterated every last morsel on the table. He patted his stomach, his eyes squinting into satisfied crescents, radiating contentment and joy. After a rigorous training session, indulging in such a feast was simply divine. Seeing that Sun Wukong had finished, Mo Chen rose and approached him with a smile. How is it? Now that you've dined, shall we continue with your training? Absolutely. I am ready, Lord Mo Chen. Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping into the air. Fists clenched at his waist, golden energy erupting from his being. Feeling replenished after his meal, he sensed a surge of power within him. Let us begin our training swiftly. Lord Mo Chen. Sun Wukong was brimming with excitement and energy, eager to continue his journey of growth. Mo Chen, pleased with Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, chuckled and replied, Very well. Let us proceed with the training. Chapter 26. Training in Progress. Rewards for Wukong. Come forth. Sun Wukong now brimmed with confidence. Believing that the recently donned training attire posed no challenge to him, he could distinctly sense that his aura and strength had surged tremendously, although it seemed almost inconceivable. This level of enhancement was something he had never achieved through prior practices. This bolstered Wukong's faith that with the presence of the angel Mo Chen, he would surely reach realms he had never envisioned. Super Saiyan 5. But do not be overly confident. This time, the difficulty will be amplified. Mo Chen smiled slightly, grasping the angelic staff once more. He then tapped the staff lightly upon Wukong. Buzz. A brilliant light flickered around Wukong, and the training attire reappeared on him. However, this time was markedly different. When gravity was exerted upon him, he did not experience the same discomfort as before, thanks to his enhanced power and a satiated belly. He merely bent slightly at the waist and, with a firm clench of his fist, straightened up with relative ease. See, Lord Mo Chen? I told you. It's no problem at all. I have adapted to this gravity, Wukong declared, casting a confident glance at Mo Chen, pride evident in his tone. This was indeed a testament to his newfound strength, a cause for celebration. However, the training that Mo Chen had set for him would not be so straightforward. The path to greater power is always fraught with challenges. Wait a moment, I did not say that the current gravity was sufficient. Let me adjust it for you. Mo Chen replied with a smile, gently waving the staff in the air. Buzz. In an instant, the gravity of the training attire multiplied exponentially. Whoa, Wukong exclaimed, immediately feeling an overwhelming weight pressing down on him. Under this intensified gravitational force, his body bent once more, struggling to maintain an upright position, while his legs sank into the ground, already buried several centimeters deep. How does it feel now? Not as easy as before, is it? Mo Chen approached Wukong, addressing him directly. To break through to Super Saiyan 4 at full power, training will naturally not be a walk in the park. Indeed, this is no longer easy. Lord Mo Chen. Wukong gripped his fists tightly, resisting the gravity with all his might as he responded. His face turned crimson from exertion, veins protruding on his forehead and arms. It should be challenging, Mo Chen chuckled. Now for this next task, I want you to traverse around this planet in your training attire. Traverse around such a vast planet. Wukong managed to smile, though the task seemed daunting. Yet, in his pursuit of strength, he resolved to comply. Let's begin. Wukong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward with all his might. Each stride was a battle against the formidable gravity, leaving deep impressions in the ground with every step. After an indeterminate distance, Wukong found himself struggling, bending over as he gasped for breath. Drops of sweat cascaded from his forehead, splattering onto the earth. Behind him lay countless footprints, evidence of the considerable distance he had covered. Throughout this ordeal, Mo Chen had not been idle, closely following Wukong to ensure he did not slack off. I'm so exhausted. How much farther must I go to complete a circuit around this planet, Lord Mo Chen? Wukong inquired, panting heavily. Despite his increased strength, the sudden surge in gravity was proving unbearable. Almost there, just a little longer, Chen replied with a smile, estimating, you have likely covered about 1/10 of the distance. 1/10. Wukong's mouth fell agape, astonishment etched across his face. Though he did not fully grasp the implications, he understood that 1/10 meant an unfathomably long way to go. Indeed, how could one circle such a vast planet in such a short time? No matter. He resolved to press on. Shaking his head, he tightened his fists and rallied his spirits. He would not surrender. To grow stronger, he had to persevere. Oh! With a deep, resonant roar, a golden aura erupted around him, expanding outward. Wukong unleashed the remaining energy within him, pushing himself to the utmost to cover the remaining distance. As Chen had previously indicated, this training was about consistently reaching and surpassing one's limits. In his quest to master Super Saiyan 4 at full power and to enter the realm of transcendent space-time, this training was a trial he must complete. Thus, time passed gradually, and soon evening arrived. Although the divine realm remained perpetually bright, it was indeed night by earthly standards. This indicated that Wukong had walked around the divine realm for an entire day. Chen trailed behind Wukong, observing as he continued to march forward. A smile creeping onto his lips as he murmured, well done, it seems you are gradually adapting to this gravity. Achieving this level in such a short time is commendable. Indeed, Wukong was slowly acclimating to the gravitational force. He no longer felt the same overwhelming fatigue as at the beginning. Each step was becoming increasingly manageable. However, he himself had yet to fully realize this. Lord Chen, I'm hungry again. How much longer until we finish? Wukong shouted from ahead. The delectable feast he had consumed earlier had been completely depleted through his rigorous training. A Saiyant's appetite is insatiable. Very well, let's pause here for now, Chen responded. Stepping in front of Wukong, he then waved the staff, and with a gentle motion, buzz. A radiant white divine energy surged forth, materializing a table before them. Upon this table sat a colossal bowl of seafood fried rice. Here, seafood fried rice. Consider this your reward for the distance you have covered. Chen indicated towards the bowl, addressing Wukong. Without needing further prompting from Chen, Wukong's gaze had already been irresistibly drawn to the enticing bowl of rice. Chapter 27. Wukong Ah. Cultivating by pulling grass? Well then, I shall not hold back, Master Chen, exclaimed Sun Wukong. His eyes alight with excitement as he rushed to the table, his focus solely on the bowl of seafood fried rice before him. However, instead of diving straight into the meal, he first inhaled deeply, savoring the tantalizing aroma wafting from the dish. A blissful smile spread across his face as the delightful scent made his mouth water. Indeed, aside from gaining strength and battling formidable foes, nothing could rival the joy of exquisite cuisine. Amused by Wukong's enthusiasm, Chen chuckled. Go ahead, eat to your heart's content. If it's not enough, there's plenty more. The feast is boundless. Really? Wukong asked, brimming with excitement. Angels do not deceive, Chen replied with a smile. Fantastic. Then I shall dig in. With that, Wukong could no longer contain himself, lifting the enormous bowl and shoveling spoonfuls into his mouth without hesitation. The seafood fried rice was utterly delectable, and he devoured it with fervor, unable to stop. In no time, the bowl was completely cleared, yet he wore a look of lingering desire, clearly still hungry. After all, a Saiyant's appetite is nothing short of legendary. Even this colossal bowl did not suffice. Scratching his head sheepishly, Wukong turned to Chen and said, I'm still hungry. Master Chen, please bring me 2 more bowls. This is simply too delicious. He was completely serious, comparing it to the delightful dishes prepared by Chi-Chi. Enjoy your meal. But remember, once you're full, it's back to training, Chen reminded him gently, waving his staff to summon 2 more gigantic bowls of seafood fried rice. Upon seeing the additional bowls, Wukong wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and immediately embraced 1 bowl, resuming his voracious consumption. Moments later, he had polished off both bowls, sighing with satisfaction. I'm full now. This feels wonderful. He rubbed his belly, his eyes squinting in contentment. At that moment, Chen approached with a smile. Wukong, eager to inquire about his next training regimen, stood up, but before he could speak, Chen interjected, Wait a moment. Now that you've finished your meal, have you not noticed something? Noticed what? Wukong asked, bewildered. Chen chuckled, pointing at Wukong's attire. Look at what you are wearing. Wukong glanced down, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Ah, this is my training uniform. It finally dawned on him that he had been wearing it all along. Indeed, and just so you know, I haven't released the gravity of the training uniform. Chen added with a nod. Unbeknownst to you, your body has adapted to the increased gravity. So that's it. I've grown a bit stronger. Wukong scratched the back of his head, grinning widely. No wonder I felt so much lighter. Now, let's proceed directly to the next phase of your training, Chen declared, waving his hand to make the table and bowls vanish. Curiosity piqued. Wukong wondered what his next training task would entail. This training involves. Chen paused, looking at Wukong before continuing, pulling grass. Huh, pulling grass? Wukong scratched his head in confusion, glancing around. But there's no grass nearby, Master Chen. There's nothing but open ground here, not even a single tree. Chen smiled slightly at Wukong's words. Indeed, you cannot see any grass yet. But creating some is quite simple. With a wave of his right hand, divine energy surged forth, and suddenly, a vast expanse of grassland appeared before them, stretching endlessly. Wow, it can be done like this. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing it was conjured by divine power. I will increase the gravity of your training uniform further, and you must pull up all this grass. This is your next training task, Chen instructed, placing his hands behind his back as he addressed Wukong. Whoa, I have to pull all of this up? Wukong placed his hands on his hips, staring at the immense sea of grass, utterly at a loss for how long it would take. Yet he understood this was part of his training, and for the sake of becoming stronger, he would not complain. Before he could prepare himself, Chen waved his hand, amplifying the gravity several times over. This sudden increase in weight caught me off guard. Wukong bent over, struggling to straighten his body. Is this how it begins? Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to rise, knowing that if he could not stand upright, he would never be able to pull the grass. This training was not merely about pulling grass. It was also about breaking through physical limitations and adapting to the intensified gravity. Now, begin by attempting to pull up a single blade of grass, Chen encouraged, though his words hinted at deeper meaning. Yet Wukong, focused solely on his task, paid no mind to the nuances of Chen's statement. At this moment, the added gravity from his training uniform was already a formidable challenge, and he needed to reach the grassy expanse. Ugh. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he exerted immense effort to take a step forward. The heightened gravity was excruciating. Walking to the grass felt like an insurmountable task. Nevertheless, Wukong was not one to yield easily. Despite the immense difficulty, he pushed himself forward step by painstaking step, determined to reach the grass. To him, this was training. Only by continuously challenging himself and striving to break through his limits could he hope to grow stronger. As the saying goes, there are no shortcuts on the path to strength. Except, of course, for Chen, the traveler who had arrived and instantly ascended to become an angel. Chapter 28. Distributing Power, Gradually Increasing Difficulty. Here, under the gritting determination of Sun Wukong, he finally stepped forward to the grassy area. After catching his breath, he turned to Chen, a smile spreading across his face. Lord Chen, watch me pull all this grass out. With that, he bent down, ready to pluck a blade of grass. Naturally, as he bent, he had to carefully manage his strength and balance. Otherwise, the immense weight of his training attire would send him tumbling to the ground. However, as his hand grasped a blade of grass and he attempted to pull it, he realized something was amiss. Sun Wukong paused, looking at the grass in his hand with confusion. He had exerted effort, hadn't he? Why hadn't he managed to uproot it? After pondering, Sun Wukong resolved to try once more, applying himself earnestly to pull the grass again. Alas, the result remained unchanged. He still could not extract the blade. Now, Sun Wukong was even more bewildered and lost. Straightening up with effort, he gazed at the expanse of grass before him, muttering to himself, what is going on? Why can't I pull this grass out? Could it be that Lord Chen has done something? Indeed, he was not mistaken. Chen approached with a smile, explaining, these blades of grass are not ordinary. They are created with a hint of divine power. Just as you attempted, they are not so easily uprooted. Oh, now I understand. Sun Wukong exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. He recalled that Lord Chen had suggested he first try to pull a blade of grass. It was for this very reason. Substantial strength was required to uproot them. If you wish to extract these grasses, try to concentrate your power in one spot, Chen advised, raising a finger for emphasis. Concentrate my strength. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded, turning his gaze back to the grass growing at his feet. Clad in his training attire, he felt overwhelmed at the thought of exerting immense force to uproot all this grass, uncertain of how long it would take. Indeed, the training under Lord Mo Chun was no easy feat. However, he was determined not to concede defeat. Very well, let us uproot all this grass. A smile illuminated Sun Wukong's face, brimming with confidence as he leaned down again to reach for the grass. As he extended his hand, golden flames of energy swirled around him, converging towards his hand. Indeed, he was heeding Mo Chun's advice, channeling his entire strength into his hand to pull the grass. But then, unexpectedly, bang! A loud crash resonated as Sun Wukong, before even touching the grass, found himself crashing to the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Sitting on the ground, he raised his arm to rub his head, which had just met the earth with a thud. Seeing this, Mo Chun could not help but chuckle as he approached, patiently explaining to Sun Wukong, "Look, this is the aspect you overlooked. I meant for you to concentrate your strength in your hand, but if you focus too much here, you risk neglecting other parts of your body. Do not forget, you are wearing training attire. Once you transfer all your strength to your hand, your body cannot withstand the weight, leading to a fall like this." "Ah, that makes sense. Hee, I completely forgot." Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly, realizing his oversight. He then looked down again at the grass. This meant he needed to balance his focus on both aspects. The strength in his body and hand must be evenly distributed. Otherwise, he would either succumb to the weight of his training attire and fall or fail to uproot the grass. Sun Wukong took a moment to calm himself. This time, he allowed only a portion of his golden energy to flow into his hand. Very well, let us give this a try. He felt ready, maintaining his balance as he bent to pull the grass. And indeed, this time, with a slight exertion, he successfully uprooted it. Upon extracting the grass, a joyful expression broke across Sun Wukong's face. Though he had only managed to pull one blade from the vast field, he was elated. He had taken the first step and successfully uprooted his first blade of grass. "Ha ha ha. I knew I could do it this time. Success," Sun Wukong exclaimed, holding the blade in his hand, reluctant to part with it as he turned to show Mo Chun. Yet, in his excitement, he momentarily forgot to maintain his balance and nearly stumbled again, barely catching himself. "Ha ha, Wukong, you mustn't become too complacent," Mo Chun remarked with a smile. "Speaking earnestly, it's great that you succeeded, but don't forget to control your balance. You need to allow your body to gradually adapt to this weight, and then uproot all the grass to complete this training." "I understand, Lord Mo Chun." Sun Wukong nodded, discarding the grass in his hand, his gaze shifting back to the endless expanse of greenery. Just as he was about to bend down to continue pulling grass, Mo Chun spoke again. "I will create a room for you here, equipped with a bed and an abundance of food. You will train here alone until all the grass is uprooted." Alone? What about you, Lord Mo Chun?" Sun Wukong asked, taken aback, curiosity piqued. "I will be taking Vegeta to the Kaishan realm. Once you are settled, I shall assist him with his training," Mo Chun replied, gently waving his staff through the air. Whoosh! Instantly, with a dazzling burst of brilliant white light, a large house materialized. Just as Mo Chun had said, it contained a bed and a bathing area, along with a device capable of conjuring endless delicacies, ensuring that Sun Wukong, the voracious eater, would never go hungry. "That looks quite splendid. This will be my dining and resting place," Sun Wukong remarked, thoroughly satisfied with the house, turning to express his gratitude to Mo Chun. "Thank you, Lord Mo Chun. You go help Vegeta with his training. I shall take care of the grass here." With that, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a smile creeping onto his lips. "I feel that it won't be long before I adapt to the weight of the training attire just like before. Soon, I shall hasten my efforts to uproot all this grass." Chapter 29, bringing Vegeta back to the Kaishan realm. At present, Goku brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that he could uproot all the weeds. However, at this juncture, Mo Chun chuckled and shook his head. "Do not be overly confident. These tasks are not as simple as you imagine. After my departure, the gravity of your training attire will incrementally intensify over time, making these weeds increasingly difficult to remove." Mo Chun had meticulously devised this plan, knowing that Sun Wukong would soon acclimatize to the gravity, once he adapted to the weight of the training suit. No matter how abundant the weeds, he would quickly and effortlessly uproot them. Hence, it was only natural to impose additional challenges. Otherwise, how could it be deemed training? To expedite Sun Wukong's power enhancement, mastering Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity would undoubtedly not be an easy feat. So there's this tactic as well. Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, initially believing he could swiftly complete the task. If that were the case, it would indeed take him a considerable amount of time to uproot all the weeds. No wonder Lord Chen had prepared a dwelling for him well. It's time to commence, Chen said with a slight smile, gently waving his staff before him. Buzz. A brilliant white light flickered, and under the influence of divine power, the gravity of Sun Wukong's training suit increased, rendering the weeds even more stubborn. Feeling this change, Sun Wukong dared not linger idly any longer. The augmented gravity would not wait for him. Thus, he promptly focused on maintaining his balance, bending down to begin his arduous task of uprooting the weeds to your utmost. Chen remarked with a smile, striking the ground with his staff. Swoosh. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light and departed from the scene. Indeed, he was heading to the Kaioshin realm below. With Sun Wukong now engaged in training, it was time to assist Vegeta in enhancing his strength. Soon, a radiant light descended upon the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin and Kibito were quick to approach upon noticing Chen's arrival. Lord Chen, what brings you down here? The old Kaioshin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Lord Chen, have you come because Goku's training is complete? Kibito also asked, equally intrigued. Chen merely shook his head, his gaze directed at Kibito. The training is not yet concluded. I have come to request your assistance with the task. Understood. Please go ahead, Lord Chen. Upon hearing that he was needed by the angel, Kibito was filled with enthusiasm. However, the old Kaioshin could only roll his eyes in exasperation, silently critiquing, this brat. He hardly shows such enthusiasm when assisting me. But when it comes to Lord Chen, he runs faster than anyone. Observing Kibito's eager demeanor, Chen smiled. It is not a difficult task. Previously, I asked you to bring Sun Wukong here. This time, I need you to fetch Vegeta. Understood. Leave it to me. I will depart at once, Lord Chen, and return shortly. Kibito exclaimed, not hesitating for a moment as he activated instant transmission to Vegeta's location. Lord Chen, please wait here for a moment, the old Kaioshin said respectfully, lowering his head. No trouble at all. It is merely a brief wait. Chen was unfazed by such matters, conjuring 2 chairs with a tap of his staff. Come, let us sit and wait together, old Kaioshin. Yes, Lord Chen. The old Kaioshin nodded and took a seat. At this moment, on Earth, Vegeta remained in the gravity chamber, engaged in training battles with Goten and Trunks. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously as the 3 figures darted about, unleashing energy blasts at one another without restraint. The gravity chamber held up quite well, withstanding their relentless attacks. Try this, father, Trunks shouted, swiftly forming several hand gestures. In the next moment, a powerful golden energy surged, aimed directly at Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta merely chuckled lightly. Such a meager attempt to harm me is far from sufficient. With that, he assumed a defensive stance, ready to confront the incoming energy. Just then, whoosh, Kibito suddenly appeared in the chamber. Kaioshin. Upon seeing Kibito, Goten and Trunks were taken aback. They quickly grew anxious, realizing the energy was barreling towards Kibito's position, and how could Kibito evade this energy? He was already pinned to the ground by the overwhelming gravity of the chamber, unable to move even an inch. What is happening here? Why is it so heavy? Kibito grumbled, bewildered by the oppressive gravity, entirely unaware of the situation. His body weighed down, he could not even rise to his feet. Hey, Kibito, get out of the way. Quickly. Yes. Kibito, it's dangerous. Hurry and move. Goten and Trunks shouted frantically. Upon hearing their cries, Kibito turned his head in confusion, only to be horrified by the sight of the energy rapidly approaching him. What is this? Kibito's expression shifted dramatically, panic overtaking him. I'm going to die. Help me. But under the crushing weight of the gravity, he remained immobilized, helplessly shouting for assistance. In his fright, he even forgot that he possessed instant transmission. How could this fool end up here? Vegeta muttered in disbelief, knowing he could not allow Kibito, the Kaioshin, to be struck. Whoosh. He clenched his fist, surging forward to shield Kibito. As the energy surged forth, he accumulated his strength, raising his right hand in front of his face. Just as the energy was about to collide with him, Vegeta unleashed his accumulated power, pressing his hand against the energy with unwavering confidence. With just one hand, he was resolute in his strength. Dealing with the energy released by Trunks required no more than that. Chapter 30. Vegeta prepares to depart with the Beerus ray gun. Indeed, after a mere 2 seconds of standoff, that energy was no match for Vegeta, who effortlessly sent it flying. Whoosh. Now, having been redirected, the energy surged towards the distant wall. A resounding boom echoed as a large hole was blasted into the wall, allowing sunlight to stream through. Moreover, due to the destruction of one wall in the gravity chamber, a hum resonated as the gravity within the room was automatically nullified, restoring the previously crimson-lit room to normalcy. TCH, has it truly reached its limit? Observing the gravity chamber now liberated from its oppressive force, Vegeta scoffed in dissatisfaction. Despite being the latest creation of Bulma, it evidently could not withstand the onslaught of their Saiyan might. Meanwhile, witnessing that Jebic God had been saved by Vegeta, Goten and Trunks both exhaled in relief. Although the gravity chamber was ruined, at least Jebic God, the Supreme Kai, had not been struck by the energy. Phew, that was terrifying. Thank goodness you arrived, Vegeta. Jebic God stood up, brushing off the dust from his attire and addressing Vegeta. He had indeed been frightened, while being struck by that energy wound result in death. Severe injury was a certainty. Most importantly, he had come to escort Vegeta back to the Supreme Kai realm at the behest of Lord Machin. Such a simple task had turned perilous when he nearly fell victim to the energy upon his arrival. It was only thanks to Vegeta's timely intervention that he was spared. Truly a close call. However, upon hearing this, Vegeta remained visibly irked. He then turned to Jebic God, his expression icy. What brings you here? You had better have something of great importance to convey. After all, the gravity chamber had been destroyed due to Jebic God's arrival. Naturally, Vegeta's mood was exceptionally foul. Well, it's just that Lord Machin sent me to bring you back to the Supreme Kai realm. Jebic God, sensing Vegeta's displeasure, hastily articulated his purpose for being there. Oh, so you mean to say I am to begin my training? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a smile. His spirits lifted. At last, he could receive guidance from Lord Machin and embark on his long-awaited training. Indeed, Vegeta. Noticing Vegeta's change in demeanor, Jebic God immediately nodded. Lord Machin has instructed me to bring you back, which undoubtedly means you are to undergo training. Goku is also with Lord Machin, engaging in his own training. What? Kakarot is there too? At this revelation, Vegeta could no longer remain still. His fists clenched tightly as he muttered, "Tsh. I can't believe that Kakarot has gotten ahead of me once again." Then, fixing his gaze on Jebic God, he emphasized, "Hey, hurry. Take me to the Supreme Kai realm now." He could wait no longer, especially now that he knew Goku was training under Lord Machin. Vegeta had resolved to surpass Kakarot under the guidance and training from Lord Machin, and he was genuinely concerned that Goku would widen the gap between their powers. Therefore, it was imperative for Jebic God to take him to the Supreme Kai realm without delay. Every second counted. Understood, Vegeta. Jebic God was startled by the urgency in Vegeta's tone and quickly placed his hand on Vegeta's back. I shall take you back to the Supreme Kai realm immediately. But wait a moment. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly recalled something and turned to Trunks. Hey, go retrieve the items I asked Bulma to prepare. That one. I'm on it. Dad. Trunks replied, soaring out through the large hole. The items Vegeta sought were, of course, the Beerus ray gun. Only with the Beerus ray gun could he transform into Super Saiyan 4, something he absolutely could not forget. After a brief wait, Trunks returned with the items. A capsule in hand. He joyfully approached Vegeta, presenting him with a universal capsule. Here you go, Dad. Everything is inside the capsule. Excellent. Taking the capsule into his possession, Vegeta couldn't help but smile. I'm off to the Supreme Kai realm to train with Lord Machin. Just tell Bulma I said hello. Got it, Dad. Trunks nodded. You can focus on your training. I'll inform Mom. With that, Vegeta felt reassured, having no further instructions to give. He then looked to Jebic God and declared, All right, let us go to the Supreme Kai realm. Okay. Jebic God complied, placing his hand on Vegeta's back. Kaioken. Whoosh. In an instant, their figures became ethereal. And in the next moment, they vanished, utilizing instant transmission to depart. The gravity chamber was left with only Goten and Trunks. Now, we too must frequently engage in training. Goten. Trunks proposed earnestly, intent on rapidly enhancing his strength through rigorous practice. In any case, he was determined to grow stronger. He could no longer afford to remain as weak as he currently was. I understand, Trunks. Goten nodded emphatically. Like Trunks, he was also eager to become stronger. Previously oblivious to this necessity, he had now fully awakened to the reality that he must elevate his own power. After some contemplation, he suggested, "Let us not wait any longer. Let us continue training right now. However, since this gravity chamber is destroyed, we should find a secluded place." "Hey, great idea, Goten." Trunks enthusiastically agreed. "Let us first find a deserted area, and once we arrive, we can resume our training." "All right, Trunks, let us go now." The two reached a consensus, preparing to seek out a quiet place to train. Yet, just as they were about to leave, they suddenly spotted Bulma. Unbeknownst to them, she had arrived and was standing by the large hole. Chapter 31. The Furious Bulma. The training of Vegeta officially commences. Bulma stood there, arms crossed, exuding an aura of fury. Her eyes were fixated on Goten and Trunks, radiating anger. "Mom, Aunt Bulma." The boys trembled under her glare. They both had an inkling as to why Bulma was so irate. Indeed, the next moment, she erupted, "Goten, Trunks, how did my newly developed gravity room end up with such a colossal hole in it? I heard an explosion just now and sensed something was amiss. And here it is, a delightful surprise. Now, explain this gaping hole to me." "Ah, this hole." Goten and Trunks exchanged nervous glances, fully aware of Bulma's attachment to her inventions, particularly the gravity room. When she had created it, she had been overjoyed, repeatedly reminding Vegeta to be cautious during his training, to avoid destroying it. Yet now, witnessing the enormous breach, her anger was entirely justified. "Mom, please calm down. Don't be so angry. It can make you age," Trunks implored, hoping to temper her fury. Unfortunately, his words had the opposite effect, only intensifying her wrath. "Calm down." Bulma shot Trunks a glare, her frustration palpable. Placing a hand on the edge of the hole, she continued, "I specifically warned you multiple times to be careful while training. And yet, here we are, with this massive hole." At that moment, she realized someone was missing, her tone sharpening. "By the way, where's Vegeta? Why isn't he here? Where has he gone?" Dad has gone to the Supreme Kai's realm. Lord Mosin is assisting him with his training." Trunks stammered, startled, eager to prevent Bulma from becoming even more upset. After speaking, he exchanged a furtive glance with Goten. "I see, Trunks." Goten whispered, instantly comprehending Trunks' intent through a mere look. They cautiously made their way towards the large hole where Bulma stood. "So, he has gone to the Supreme Kai's realm. That fool Vegeta, whether training or otherwise. He can't think he can evade the consequences. When he returns, I shall have a proper word with him. This is not the first time." Bulma muttered to herself as Goten and Trunks stealthily slipped past her. "Mom, Goten and I have training to attend to, so we'll be on our way," Trunks announced as he took to the sky, eager to escape further reprimand. "I'm leaving too, Aunt Bulma. I sincerely apologize for the hole in the gravity room. We shall be more careful next time," Goten echoed, soaring into the air to join Trunks. The two boys departed, seeking a secluded place to train, striving to enhance their abilities and grow stronger. Honestly, those two, Bulma sighed, her frustration having nowhere to go now that Goten and Trunks had flown off. As for Vegeta, he was in the Supreme Kai's realm, where he wouldn't hear her scolding. "Sigh, now it falls to me to clean up this mess. They truly give me no respite." Looking at the gaping hole, she felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Such occurrences had become second nature to her. Upon reflection, this time wasn't too bad. It was merely one large hole. Compared to the previous gravity rooms, this was a significant improvement. After all, the earlier versions had often been obliterated by Vegeta, sometimes leaving no remnants at all. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai's realm, with a swift motion, Jebet brought Vegeta to the Supreme Kai's domain. "We have returned," the Elder Supreme Kai remarked, rising from his seat to regard Vegeta and Jebet. "I have brought Vegeta back. Lord Mosin," Jebet announced joyfully, approaching Mosin. "Excellent," Mosin replied with a nod of satisfaction. "Is there anything else you require of me?" Jebet inquired. "None at all. You both may now attend to your own matters," Mosin smiled gently. "Yes, Lord Mosin," both Jebet and the Elder Supreme Kai replied in unison before departing. Now, only Vegeta and Mosin remained. "Lord Mosin, has Kakarot commenced his training?" Vegeta asked anxiously, stepping forward for confirmation. "He is currently training in the realm I created above." Mosin replied with a smile, gesturing towards the vast celestial sphere above. "Training above, in the divine realm?" Vegeta paused, glancing upward at the magnificent planet that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Knowing Kakarot was training only heightened his urgency. He was determined not to lag behind for even a moment longer. He too needed to intensify his training. Clenching his fists, he lowered his head slightly, respectfully addressing Mosen. I do not wish to fall behind Kakarot, Lord Mosen. Please, I implore you to commence my training as well. To grow stronger. Vegeta was willing to set aside his pride, seeking guidance and assistance from Mosen, the angel. In his eyes, this was his singular opportunity, the only chance to surpass Goku once more. Whether he could seize it depended solely on his resolve. Of course, observing Vegeta's earnest demeanor, Mosen was thoroughly pleased. Indeed, I summoned Jebbet to bring you here specifically to aid in your training. It seems you are well prepared. Thus, your training shall officially commence now. Chapter 32. The Source of Saiyan Power. Vegeta grows a tail. Is this where it begins? Vegeta clenched his fists, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Just as I had hoped. Lord Machin, since the training has commenced, what is the first step I need to take? He could hardly contain his excitement, his mind racing with various possibilities for the training ahead. Regardless of the nature of the training, Vegeta was determined to give it his all. Seizing this opportunity to grow stronger. It was simple, just like Goku's training. He would start by mastering Super Saiyan 4. Machin smiled and instructed him to proceed gradually until he fully mastered Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Mastering Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta paused for a moment before responding. I can already transform into that form. I want to expedite the training to become stronger. Alternatively, if Kakarot has undergone any training, Lord Machin, please multiply it for me. However, impatience in enhancement often leads to difficulty in success. Machin shook his head and continued, since you claim you can transform, then show me your Super Saiyan 4 now. That's easy. Vegeta confidently grinned and pulled out a universal capsule. With a thud, a multitude of Blutz wave generators materialized on the ground. Yet, just as he reached for one, Machin waved his hand, erasing them all. Lord Machin, what are you doing? Vegeta, slightly irritated, suppressed his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Machin and said, you may not realize, without these Blutz wave generators, I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4. Oh, but haven't you already mastered it? Why do you still rely on such devices? Machin inquired with a smile, leaving Vegeta momentarily speechless. Indeed, he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, but it required the Blutz wave generators. Without them, he was unable to achieve the transformation on his own. You should understand now. Seeing Vegeta fall silent, Machin continued, Goku can transform into Super Saiyan 4 using his own power, while you must rely on this device. That is not acceptable. In other words, this device is an external force. Even if it allows you to become Super Saiyan 4, the power you gain will never compare to Goku's enhancement through his own strength. Gradually, as Goku continually enhanced his power through training, the gap between the two of you widened without you even realizing it. At this point, Machin paused and stepped forward to ask, let me ask you again, how do you perceive your strength compared to Goku's? Between us. Vegeta hesitated briefly, snorting, humph. Though I hate to admit it, Kakarot is indeed stronger than I am at present. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his expression serious as he added, but this is only for now. Before long, I, Vegeta, will undoubtedly surpass Kakarot. Excellent. I look forward to the day you surpass Goku. Machin smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand before Vegeta. Here, I have a gift for you. A bright white light enveloped Vegeta. He felt a warm current flow within him, a sensation of immense comfort. Suddenly, a furry tail burst forth from his pants, emerging behind him. This is a tail. My tail. Vegeta gazed in disbelief at the appendage sprouting from his back. What on earth just happened? It was merely a wave of Machin's hand. After all these years without a tail, it had appeared just like that. Vegeta now comprehended that Machin's power exceeded his wildest imagination. His abilities beyond anything he could fathom. Don't just stand there in astonishment. Feel the power within you, Machin gently reminded him. The tail, in a sense, is the source of Saiyan power. It can unleash the latent potential buried deep within a Saiyon's body. Moreover, both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 require the presence of a tail to achieve and master those forms. In this GT timeline, the Goku of the GT universe does not possess the transformation path of Super Saiyan God. Therefore, to attain greater strength, the tail is an indispensable asset. It was precisely due to the absence of this tail that Vegeta had been unable to transform into Super Saiyan 4 on his own. Relying solely on the Blutz wave generators created by Bulma. The power within me seems to have truly increased. Vegeta clenched his fist. Sensing the surge of strength within him, a smile creeping onto his face. How does it feel? Machin asked. Now that you have a tail, you should be able to transform into Super Saiyan for using your own power, right, Vegeta? Absolutely. Vegeta's face radiated confidence. Lord Machin, I will now transform into Super Saiyan 4 to demonstrate. With that, he tightened his fists at his waist. However, there was no transformation. Vegeta frowned slightly, perplexed. Clearly, he had gathered his energy, yet, why couldn't he transform into Super Saiyan 4? It must be that I haven't mastered the technique properly. I will try again. Vegeta refused to believe he was incapable of transforming. After adjusting his stance, he closed his eyes to feel the energy within him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and shouted as he unleashed his full energy. Boom. Yet, aside from releasing a powerful wave of energy outward, nothing changed. No, this should not be. Vegeta's expression darkened, clenching his fists in disbelief. How could he not transform into Super Saiyan 4 when he had just grown a tail? He had confidently declared that after growing a tail, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 would be effortless. But now, after 2 attempts, despite gathering all his energy, there was still no change. He still could not transform into Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 33. Transforming through one's own power. Vegeta prepares to battle Machin. Vegeta, in this state, no matter how many times you unleash your fury, you will not succeed in transforming, Machin remarked, unable to bear the sight any longer as he approached Vegeta. What do you mean, Lord Machin? Vegeta inquired, his expression one of confusion. Had his recent display of rage been misguided, rendering him incapable of transformation? It must be acknowledged that the Super Saiyan 4 form is achieved through the further amplification of power from the Golden Great Ape form. With a smile, Machin raised a finger and addressed Vegeta, the Golden Great Ape. I understand now, Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with realization. So, if I wish to become a Super Saiyan 4, I must regrow my tail and undergo the process of transformation and power control once more. Indeed, you have finally grasped this concept, Machin affirmed with a nod. You should be able to create an artificial full moon, correct? It is time for you to complete the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 using your own power. Leave it to me. Such a task is trivial, Vegeta said, a hint of pride curling at the corners of his mouth as he began to gather a sphere of white energy in his hand. I only need to mix the oxygen here with this energy sphere. The artificial full moon, which only a select few Saiyans can create, exceeds 17 million hertz. In an instant, Vegeta hurled the white energy sphere into the sky. As it ascended to a great height, the sphere suddenly expanded, growing several-fold. The artificial full moon took shape, radiating a brilliant white light, indistinguishable from the real thing. Next came the process of transforming into the Great Ape. Vegeta gazed upward at the artificial full moon. Suddenly, his body trembled violently. A sound echoed, thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of Vegeta's heartbeat. His body shook incessantly, his heart racing, resonating loudly. In the following moments, his eyes turned a vivid crimson, and arcs of lightning began to swirl around him. Oh! Vegeta's form levitated, unleashing all the power within him. His muscles bulged, his jaw protruded, and his teeth elongated into sharp fangs. Roar! With a ferocious cry, Vegeta successfully transformed into a black great ape. Yet, the transformation was not complete. As he gathered his energy, golden light began to emanate from his body. Bathed in this golden glow, his fur transformed into a radiant golden hue, achieving the form of the Golden Great Ape. Quite impressive, Machin remarked with satisfaction. With this successful transformation into a Golden Great Ape, Vegeta was now close to attaining the Super Saiyan 4 form. Of course, Lord Machin. Vegeta, feeling a surge of pride, boasted, I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a warrior hailed as a genius. Naturally, I am not to be compared with Kakarot, that lowly warrior. Unlike him, I will not lose my consciousness and become a mindless beast in my great ape form. I can maintain control of my actions, which distinguishes us. All right, I understand. Machin interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Now, focus on condensing your energy into a single point. That's simple. Leave it to me. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, immediately began to concentrate his energy. Buzz. In an instant, a torrent of golden flames surrounded his body, visibly flowing with power. Vegeta clenched his fists, tilting his head back as he emitted a deep growl. At that moment, the golden flames enveloped his massive form, completely shrouding him in light. As the golden radiance dissipated, His body swiftly shrank, returning to its normal human size. At last, the transformed Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta emerged into view. At last, I have attained the Super Saiyan 4 form through my own power. Vegeta's heart swelled with exhilaration as he raised his hands, inspecting his body. No longer relying on Bulma's Blut's wave generator, he could now achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation by his own means. Feels remarkable, does it not? To become a Super Saiyan 4 through your own strength? Machin approached Vegeta, inquiring. Indeed, Lord Machin. Vegeta nodded, clenching his fists once more to feel the power within, marveling. Indeed, the Super Saiyan 4 achieved via my tail is far superior to that derived from machinery. Naturally, Machin replied, gesturing toward Vegeta's tail with a smile. Transforming through external means can never match the strength of a natural transformation. Remember, that tail of yours is the wellspring of your power. It is indispensable. Upon hearing this, Vegeta recalled the moment when his tail had been severed. TCH, that bastard Yachirobe. Just the thought ignited his fury, and he clenched his fists, yearning to confront Yachirobe and exact vengeance. After all, he had not anticipated that losing his tail would nearly obliterate his path to strength. Control your emotions, Vegeta. Now that your tail has returned, there is no need to dwell on the past, Machin advised. Now, since you have attained the Super Saiyan 4 form, unleash your full power against me and demonstrate your current strength. Vegeta was taken aback. He looked up at Machin, astonished. You want me to battle you, Lord Machin? Indeed, Machin affirmed with a nod and a smile. If you can land a single hit, it will be considered a success. His intention was merely to help Vegeta become accustomed to the power of Super Saiyan 4. Although Vegeta had previously transformed into Super Saiyan 4, that had been through mechanical means, it was best for him to release his strength now. Moreover, Machin himself was eager to stretch his limbs with this upcoming battle. Chapter 34 Vegeta was profoundly shaken. This was the power of an angel. Was a single hit all it took? Then he would not hold back, clenching his fist. A slight smirk crept onto his lips. He had long anticipated the day he could engage in battle with the angel, Chen. Naturally, he was well aware that he was no match for him, but as Chen had just stated, if he could land a single hit, it would suffice. Under such conditions, Vegeta was confident he could achieve it. After all, having transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 through sheer will, he now possessed an unwavering confidence in his own power. He tightened his fist and gazed at Chen, a flicker of battle intent glimmering in his eyes. It was merely a matter of landing a blow on the esteemed Chen. Defeating him was an impossibility. Nonetheless, this was absolutely within his reach. Here I go. With that thought, Vegeta suddenly shouted, shedding any vestige of hesitation, and propelled himself towards Chen with remarkable speed. As he reached Chen, he discovered that his fist was about to strike, yet Chen displayed no reaction whatsoever. Seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but feel a surge of pride within. It was only his first attack, and he had not anticipated it to be so effortless. Clearly, Chen had underestimated him. However, as his fist descended, he was taken aback to find that the seemingly motionless Chen had, in an instant, evaded his blow with pinpoint accuracy. How could this be? Vegeta landed on the ground, glancing at his fist in disbelief, then casting a bewildered look at Chen. This blow should have landed. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chen had effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Come on, try again, Chen said with a gentle smile, beckoning Vegeta with his hand. Humph, I'll give it another shot. Vegeta scoffed, clenching his fist and lunging once more towards Chen. Swish. But the outcome was the same. His full-force punch was effortlessly dodged. Damn it. Vegeta was growing increasingly frustrated. He clenched his fist tightly and turned sharply to strike at Chen again. Swish. Swish. After 2 consecutive attacks were evaded, Vegeta suddenly raised his leg and kicked towards Chen. Useless. Chen merely smiled, his body instinctively evading the attack with ease. Although Vegeta was incredulous, he immediately charged at Chen again, launching a more ferocious onslaught. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Chen, his fists moving so rapidly that they created afterimages in the air. He could not fathom that he was incapable of landing even a single blow on Chen. Yet the truth was evident. No matter how he attacked, Chen, endowed with the technique of free-flowing mastery, could effortlessly evade him. Even with Vegeta exerting all his strength, he could not touch Chen's body. 5 minutes passed. Vegeta stood there, panting heavily, astonishment written across his face as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Each time he had felt confident in striking, yet each time he was thwarted at the moment of impact. How about it? Still have the energy to continue? Chen inquired with a smile as he regarded Vegeta. Is that all you've got? Of course, I will continue. Vegeta gritted his teeth. He would not give up so easily. He was determined to try once more, to see if he could land a hit on Chen. Just one. Huh. He clenched his fists, raising his head to release the remaining energy within him. Boom. A golden aura erupted from his body, surging forth with increasing intensity. The immense power generated rippling shockwaves that expanded outward in concentric circles. Then, with all his might, Vegeta propelled himself directly towards Chen. Ha! He shouted, delivering a full-force attack aimed at Chen. In response, Chen again effortlessly sidestepped the blow as it descended. Vegeta, now accustomed to this, immediately launched a new attack. With fists and legs, he relentlessly struck towards Chen, convinced that with enough speed, he would eventually land a hit. Yet he was still underestimating the situation. Not only was Chen's mastery of free-flowing mastery extraordinary, but the angel's speed itself was unparalleled. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just as before, no matter how Vegeta attacked, he could not touch Chen even once. Perhaps out of sheer defiance, Vegeta huffed, suddenly leaping back to create some distance. Let us see how you handle this. Lord Chen, Vegeta declared, raising his head slightly and lifting his right hand toward Chen. Buzz. A golden light flickered at the center of his palm as colossal energy rapidly converged in that spot. Crackle. The energy swiftly coalesced into a sphere, surrounded by a flurry of electrical sparks. Vegeta gathered all his strength. This would be his final and most powerful strike. Now, would this energy have any effect on Lord Chen? With that thought, Vegeta cast aside any lingering hesitation, his expression turning grave. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Brace yourself, Lord Chen. Ultimate explosion attack." As the words fell, the energy concentrated in his palm erupted forth. Whoosh. The golden energy blast shot straight towards Chen, fierce electrical arcs flickering around it. This attack contained an incredibly terrifying and powerful force. The consequences of being struck would be unimaginable. However, for the angel Chen, such a level of energy was still far from adequate. Facing the onslaught of Vegeta's full power, Chen merely smiled and extended a single finger. Boom. In the next instant, the ground around them shattered upon impact, forming a massive crater. Yet, when the energy shockwave dissipated, Chen remained unscathed, still wearing a smile, as if nothing had occurred. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite the energy creating a vast crater, the ground directly beneath Chen remained intact. A rock pillar stood firm, and Chen stood atop it, utterly unfazed. Both the sight of his full-force attack being effortlessly blocked by a mere finger and the realization of Chen's invulnerability left Vegeta utterly astounded, disbelief flooding his eyes. He had indeed been overly confident, simultaneously underestimating the situation. The strength of an angel was simply unimaginable. Even if he were 1,000 times stronger than he was now, the probability of landing a hit on Lord Chen would still be zero, absolutely impossible. Chapter 35. Chen's Thoughts, the final phase of Super Saiyan 4, Limit Breakthrough. Well, your current strength is quite commendable. You've passed the threshold. Observing Vegeta standing there in a daze, Chen couldn't help but smile and approached him. However, upon hearing his words, Vegeta lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. I am still too weak. This level is utterly insufficient. He found it unacceptable, feeling utterly foolish for having been so confident merely because he had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. It was painfully clear that his current strength was still lacking, even inferior to Kakarot. Yet, after just transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he couldn't contain his unwarranted confidence and pride. He foolishly believed he could strike Chen, completely forgetting that even when he teamed up with Son Goku, he couldn't defeat the formidable Super One-Star Dragon, let alone touch Chen, not even once. And now, reflecting on his earlier arrogance, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame and absurdity. Don't worry, Vegeta, there's no need to be disheartened, Chen said as he stood before Vegeta. He understood Vegeta's sentiments well. After all, Vegeta had finally managed to transform into Super Saiyan 4 without relying on machinery, utilizing only his innate power. It It was only natural for him to feel pride and confidence after achieving something he had nearly given up on. However, Chen couldn't allow Vegeta to gradually diminish his fighting spirit. He chuckled and continued, "You're not alone in this. Son Goku experienced the same defeat at my hands. Just like you, he never laid a finger on me from start to finish." Huh, Kakarot, too. Upon hearing this, Vegeta lifted his head, his mood evidently improving. Indeed, Chen replied with a subtle smile. "As an angel, if you two could strike me, how would I be worthy of my divine status? Moreover, my role as your martial arts mentor is to aid you in enhancing your strength. Therefore, there's no need to dwell on this. Instead, you should devote your time to serious training and elevating your power." "I understand, Lord Chen." Vegeta nodded vigorously. After adjusting his emotions, he hesitantly added, "I apologize, Lord Chen, for making you laugh earlier." "There's no need for apologies. It's quite normal," Chen reassured him with a smile, summoning his staff and gently tapping it on the ground. Buzz! An immense divine energy surged forth, radiating in all directions. The ground, once shattered by battle, instantly restored itself, and Vegeta's body was entirely revitalized by this divine power. "My body. Thank you, Lord Chen." Feeling the restoration, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then quickly expressed his gratitude. "It's merely a simple gesture," Chen replied nonchalantly, but suddenly recalled something and added, "By the way, Vegeta, you've been here for a while, and there are some matters I haven't yet shared with you. Now seems like the perfect time." "Matters? What matters, Lord Chen?" Vegeta looked at Chen, curiosity piqued. "Beyond the universe we currently inhabit, there exists a transcendent realm." Chen proceeded to recount the intricacies of the transcendent space to Vegeta, much as he had done with Son Goku. 12 universes, another version of myself, as well as the existence of Kakarot, Trunks, and others. I never imagined such things existed beyond my understanding. After absorbing this information, Vegeta rested a hand on his chin, deep in thought. However, he mirrored Son Goku's earlier reaction, filled with anticipation for this transcendent realm, eager to strengthen himself and venture into that space. Whether it be the formidable beings there or alternate versions of themselves from the 7th universe, Vegeta looked forward to meeting them and engaging in a contest of strength. With a slight smile, he turned to Chen and inquired, "So, Lord Chen, when can we venture to this transcendent realm?" "There's no rush. The time is not yet ripe," Chen replied with a smile. "To be more specific, once your strengths have sufficiently elevated, I will take you there." "I see. That truly makes me eager." Vegeta couldn't help but smile more broadly, his excitement for the transcendent realm palpable. Yet, he knew he needed to hasten his training. Despite his eagerness to confront the powerful beings or alternate versions of himself and Son Goku, he could not forget his ultimate goal, to surpass Son Goku, Kakarot. Thus, Vegeta spoke again, "Lord Chen, can we commence my training now? I wish to waste no more time." Of course, Chen had already intended to begin Vegeta's training and nodded with a smile. "First and foremost, you must do what Son Goku did. Maintain your Super Saiyan 4 form at all times, regardless of the task at hand." "Maintain Super Saiyan 4? Just like Kakarot?" Vegeta paused, slightly perplexed by the reasoning behind this. "Precisely, you need to sustain your Super Saiyan 4 form," Chen affirmed, continuing, "Do not doubt this. Your natural state and power are already formidable. Thus, you must further enhance your strength within the Super Saiyan 4 form, mastering its full potential. In other words, you must achieve what I previously mentioned, the Super Saiyan 4 full power form. As for Son Goku, I have already mentioned that he is in the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 4. Chen gestured towards Vegeta. "And you, having just managed to transform through sheer will, are still in the initial stage, or even barely at that. Of course, this assessment is based on your respective strengths and mastery levels. Therefore, it is imperative that you maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form in all your endeavors, training to unlock the remaining latent power. After all, both you and Son Goku are already quite powerful in your normal states. Hence, your primary focus should be on enhancing your mastery of Super Saiyan 4, aiming for the full power level. To access the transcendent realm, you must at least attain the power of Super Saiyan 4 full power. As someone well-versed in the Dragon Ball universe, I firmly believe this form is on par with the Super Saiyan God Blue from the transcendent realm. Following that, I will guide you further, helping you reach the ultimate phase of Super Saiyan 4, Limit Breakthrough." Chapter 36, In Pursuit of Strength. Vegeta enters the flowing space for training. Though both are Super Saiyan 4, the distinction is far from trivial. Ultimately, the enhancement of full power far surpasses that of a typical Super Saiyan 4. These two states cannot be compared. It is akin to the difference between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5. Despite being separated by merely one realm, the disparity in power is unimaginable. In the original narrative, the form of Super Saiyan 4, full power is achieved when Goku absorbs the energy of Gohan and others, while in Super Saiyan 4, all energy, transcending his limits. Super Saiyan 4, all energy is essentially the manifestation of unleashing all power within the Super Saiyan 4 form. Now, Chen intends for them to unlock their latent potential through rigorous training, breaking their limits to harness that power. Naturally, this method is considerably more challenging. However, once they fully master Super Saiyan 4, full power through this means, both Goku and Vegeta will be able to transform into this state at will. This transformation can be controlled at their discretion, unlike the previous method, which required the absorption of other Saiyan's energy to achieve. As long as they maintain it, all will be well. I understand, Lord Chen. Vegeta contemplated, acknowledging the wisdom in Chen's words. Although Super Saiyan 4 requires minimal energy control and consumption, he currently cannot sustain it for long. Thus, maintaining this form is advantageous, and training in Super Saiyan 4 is even more beneficial. First and foremost, Super Saiyan 4, full power, is the form Vegeta aspires to achieve first. If possible, he aims to attain it before Kakarot. With this thought in mind, he inquired, "What must I do next?" Chen had already devised a plan for Vegeta. He summoned his staff and waved it gently towards the nearby sky. Virum. A swirling vortex of flowing space appeared out of thin air. The passage of time within this space will be significantly slower than outside, and the gravity will continuously intensify, making it difficult to maintain balance. "You shall enter here for your training," Chen instructed Vegeta. While this may sound simple, it is indeed far more arduous than Goku's training. After all, Vegeta's current power is inferior to Goku's. So Chen naturally intends to make his training more challenging to expedite his strength enhancement. Of course, the most crucial factor remains Vegeta's own determination to grow stronger. Entering here, Vegeta gazed at the flowing space, clenching his fists. "To surpass Kakarot, when I emerge next time, I shall be 100 times stronger than I am now. Then you must put in the effort," Chen replied with a slight smile. "By the way, a room has been prepared for you inside, filled with endless delicacies and fresh garments." As he spoke, Chen had another thought and tapped the space with his staff, kindly reminding Vegeta, "Additionally, all the enemies you have faced will manifest within this space. Their strength will be enhanced, and should you be defeated and perish, it will be a true demise. However, I believe you can accomplish this. Now, Vegeta, the one who yearns to grow stronger, prepare to enter this realm for your training. As for when you shall emerge," Chen pondered, smiling, "I shall release you at the appropriate moment, or perhaps, if you cannot endure and perish within, I will resurrect you to continue your training and then release you at the suitable time. Rest assured, you will not perish." Vegeta tightened his fists, his gaze resolute. "Whoever I encounter, I shall defeat them one by one. Gravity and balance shall not be obstacles. To surpass Kakarot, this time, I shall not lose." With that declaration, he hesitated no further, unleashing his energy and soaring into the space. Once Vegeta had entered, Chen waved his staff to seal the space. Observing the vanishing vortex, he smiled and thought, "Put forth your utmost effort. If you wish to surpass Goku, endeavor to conquer this training. It is certain that if Vegeta truly succeeds, his strength will undergo a profound transformation. Perhaps, within, he may continuously break through his limits and directly master Super Saiyan 4, full power. Of course, should he indeed master Super Saiyan 4, full power, it would be the ultimate outcome for both Vegeta and Chen. Contemplating this, Chen looked up at the sky and said with ease, "However, since Goku and the others have commenced their training, remaining idle here seems pointless. Instead, I shall take a stroll on Earth." As he resolved his intention, vibrant, multicolored flames erupted beneath him, and Chen transformed into a brilliant beam of light, departing from that place. Yet, the true purpose of his journey to Earth was to seek out one individual, Goku's son, Gohan. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chen, disturbances were occurring within the realm of time and space due to his actions. In the King of All's palace, the Grand Minister entered and approached the King of All. Bowing respectfully, Great King of all, after tens of thousands of years, a recent unprecedented change has arisen in that universe. What universe? The King of all inquired. Do you need me to erase it? Upon hearing this, the King of all appeared unconcerned, even unaware of which universe was being referenced, responding in a bland tone. After all, erasing a universe was as effortless as a mere clap of his hands. As the supreme ruler above all universes within time and space, the King of all possesses the power to obliterate anything in an instant, even all universes. However, there exists one exception. A realm that cannot be erased by the King of all, the GT timeline and GT universe, where Chen currently resides. Great King of all, you seem to have forgotten. The universe I speak of is the GT universe, the Grand Minister remarked with a smile, leaning closer to the King of all. This GT universe is the only one you cannot eliminate. It became a new, independent timeline due to a temporal disruption. After the GT universe was severed, you created the seventh universe to fill the void, a parallel universe nearly identical to the GT universe, save for the timeline. Chapter 37. The King of All's Thoughts and Expectations in the GT Universe, the Seventh Universe. The King of All, engrossed in the words of the Grand Minister, fell into deep contemplation. After a few moments, he suddenly raised his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, I have realized it, Grand Minister. The GT Universe. I remember this universe now. After that unexpected incident, the seventh universe emerged as a substitute, and over time, I completely forgot about it." "Indeed, Your Majesty," the Grand Minister replied with a knowing smile. "It has indeed been quite some time since you recalled this universe, and I too had forgotten. However, this time, in the GT universe, where only the Supreme Kai exists, an angel named Chen has unexpectedly come into being, drawing my attention." As he spoke, he recalled something else and added, "Your Majesty, there is another significant point. That angel, Chen, possesses divine powers that far surpass those of the angels in our respective universes. It is precisely because of this that I have been acutely aware of his presence." How intriguing. The King of all did not find this strange. Instead, he became even more animated and eagerly inquired, "Grand Minister, can you establish contact with the GT universe? I wish to meet this angel, Chen. It must be exceedingly fascinating." "I understand, Your Majesty," the Grand Minister replied with a smile, instantly grasping the king's intentions. "I believe he will soon come to us of his own accord. When that time comes, I shall personally seek him out and convey your wishes." "Oh, I am truly looking forward to it," the King of all said, lowering his hands in delight. Observing the king's elation, the Grand Minister couldn't help but smile, sharing in his joy. The last time he had seen the king so jubilant was just a few days ago when he encountered the Saiyan Goku of the seventh universe. At that time, the sixth universe and the seventh universe had clandestinely organized a combat tournament, which piqued the king's interest, prompting him to attend. Consequently, the king became acquainted with Goku and conceived the idea of summoning all universes for a grand competition. Then, the king recalled something and looked at the Grand Minister. Speaking in a childlike voice, "By the way, Grand Minister, could you assist me in contacting the God of Destruction and the angel from the seventh universe? I would like them to meet with Chen as well. Goku from the seventh universe is quite an interesting individual, and surely there is a Goku in the GT universe. Hence, I wish for these two universes to engage in a battle tournament. It would undoubtedly be even more entertaining." As he spoke, the king shook his head and corrected himself. No, the GT universe does not fall under my jurisdiction. Thus, I should inquire with Chen when we meet to see if he consents." "Yes, that is the right approach. Leave this matter to me, Your Majesty," the Grand Minister assured, bowing slightly. He would ensure that everything was arranged properly, for he recognized how significant this was for the king, who held great anticipation for these events. Thus, he was determined to fulfill these wishes to the best of his abilities. "Thank you, Grand Minister." "Not at all, Your Majesty," the Grand Minister said with a gentle smile before departing from the king's palace. Meanwhile, in the realm of the God of Destruction of the seventh universe. Achoo! Achoo! Suddenly, Beerus, who had been savoring delectable dishes at the table, let out several loud sneezes. Rubbing his nose, he mumbled in confusion, "What is going on? Was someone just thinking of me? Or could something significant be about to happen?" In an instant, the sumptuous feast before him lost its allure, and Beerus's good mood was completely disrupted by those sneezes. He had an instinctive feeling that something was indeed about to transpire. At that moment, Whis, noticing the unusual behavior, approached Beerus with a cheerful demeanor and said, "Lord Beerus, your instincts have always been rather inaccurate." Regardless of the time, Whis's assertion held some truth, as Beerus had consistently claimed that something monumental was on the verge of occurring. Yet, the ultimate reality was that nothing ever happened. Thus, in Whis's view, Beerus's current premonition was no different from those of the past. Beerus's recent sneezes were likely due to a chill or perhaps someone on a distant planet harboring discontent and muttering against him. After all, many beings in the universe were afraid of and detested the god of destruction. Contemplating this, Whis extended his right hand, and a warm pad appeared. Glowing brightly in his palm, he presented it to Beerus with a smile, saying, "Here, Lord Beerus, this is what they call a warm pad on Earth. Applying it will make you feel incredibly warm." "Pa, who needs this?" Beerus, irritated, swatted the warm pad away, glaring at Whis. "And I, the mighty god of destruction, would never be cold." Having said that, Beerus crossed his arms and turned his head away with a disgruntled expression. "Humph, my intuition this time is different from before. Just wait and see, something monumental will surely happen." Suddenly, Beerus recalled something and asserted with conviction. "Perhaps it is related to what the King of All mentioned a few days ago about summoning the entire universe for a competition. It might just be connected to that." "Oh ho ho ho. That does make a bit of sense, Lord Beerus," Whis chuckled upon hearing this. "Humph, your reaction clearly shows you doubt my words." Beerus shot a glare at Whis, his mood growing even more sour. I believe you, Whis hastily replied. "How could I ever doubt what you say?" "Lord Beerus?" As he spoke, the angelic staff in Whis's hand suddenly radiated a burst of light. He glanced around, his eyes narrowing into two inverted Us, and then looked back at Beerus, saying, "Oh dear, what a coincidence. The time has come, Lord Beerus. I have an appointment with Bulma to try a long-awaited dish. So I must leave you to ponder that significant matter alone for now." With that, Whis turned to tidy his belongings and head to Earth. He had been eagerly anticipating this culinary experience and could hardly contain his excitement. "Humph, you seem quite pleased." Beerus huffed, glaring at Whis. "Oh ho ho ho. It's not that bad," Whis replied, realizing his reaction had been too overt and covering his mouth with one hand, laughing sheepishly. Go on. Who cares if you leave?" Beerus waved his hand impatiently, urging Whis to depart quickly. However, after saying that, he couldn't help but lower his voice and add, "Whis, remember to bring me back a portion." "You needn't worry, I will certainly do so, Lord Beerus," Whis smiled gently, and with a flick of his staff, transformed into a streak of light, departing from the realm of the god of destruction. Chapter 38. Reading cannot save the Earth. Bid farewell to Pan. Returning to the GT timeline, within the GT universe, on Earth. Where is it? Where is that book? I distinctly remember placing it right here, yet it remains elusive. Son Gohan is rummaging through his room in search of a book. On the desk beside him lie several tomes, each densely filled with text. All of Gohan's efforts are driven by a singular quest for answers. It is precisely because he has yet to unravel this mystery that he declined Vegeta's invitation to train in the gravity room. After all, he believes that the crisis of the Super One-Star Dragon has been resolved, especially after learning from Goku of the formidable angel, Omni-King, who now exists among them. Thus, he harbors little concern for any impending threats. Suddenly, a radiant light descends from outside, capturing Gohan's attention. Who could it be? Gohan scratches his head, unable to discern any presence from beyond the door. Heightening his vigilance, he removes his glasses and steps outside. As the dazzling light dissipates, Omni-King emerges. "Who are you?" Upon seeing Omni-King, Gohan's wariness escalates, his tone growing more intense. He cannot sense Omni-King's aura, yet he is certain that this individual is anything but ordinary. "There's no need for such alarm. I believe your father has mentioned me. I am Omni-King, the angel." Omni-King smiles as he reveals his identity. Upon hearing this name, Gohan's realization dawns. This is indeed the angel his father spoke of. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratches his head and smiles. "I apologize. I failed to recognize you, Lord Omni-King." "Do not concern yourself. After all, this is our first meeting." Omni-King waves his hand dismissively, unfazed by such trivialities. "Phew, I'm relieved you're not upset." Gohan exhales, feeling a weight lift from his chest. After all, it would have been disastrous to anger such a divine being upon their first encounter. However, observing Omni-King's smiling visage, Gohan is struck by curiosity and inquires, Lord Omni-King, may I ask, what brings you here?" He knows his father, Goku, is currently seeking Mukin for training. Yet, why has this esteemed angel come to him instead? This perplexes Gohan. Mukin, undeterred, addresses Gohan directly. My purpose in visiting you is quite straightforward. I wish to guide you and assist you in enhancing your strength. In other words, Mukin intends to take Gohan as his disciple. After all, Gohan's latent potential is extraordinary. However, due to his scholarly pursuits, coupled with his innate kindness and aversion to combat, as well as his relaxed attitude towards training, his abilities have stagnated over the years. In fact, they have regressed significantly, paralleling the decline of Goten and Trunks, but Gohan's deterioration is far more severe. He is unable to transform into Super Saiyan 2 or access his unique mysterious form, effectively forgetting how to engage in battle. Thus, Mukin cannot simply stand by and watch as such a promising warrior continues to decline. Moreover, empowering Gohan means adding another formidable force to the GT universe, a reality that Mukin cannot overlook. Help me. Enhance my strength? Gohan is taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. He glances around his room, still unable to locate the book he seeks, nor the answers he desires. However, before he can voice his thoughts, Mukin continues. Perhaps you believe that there will be no further crises, but I must inform you that notion is misguided. Moreover, do not assume that the presence of Goku, Vegeta, or myself guarantees your safety. When the next crisis arises, if you wish to protect those around you and safeguard this planet, the opportunity before you is one you must seize. The choice is yours. Gohan falls into deep contemplation upon hearing Mukin's words. Indeed, his decline in strength is alarming. It's not only his father who has pointed this out. Even Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Vegeta have expressed similar concerns. In light of the recent evil dragon crisis, he found himself utterly helpless, unable to contribute in any meaningful way. According to his father's words, had it not been for the timely intervention of Lord Mukin, he and Uncle Vegeta might have faced defeat. And during that perilous moment, where was he? Even if he had rushed to their aid, it would have been futile, as he was incapable of doing anything. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Gohan's fists clench tighter. Observing his demeanor, Mukin recognizes the impact of his words and smiles gently, continuing, your decline in strength is indeed severe. Yet, I sense within you an immense reservoir of power. It has merely been dormant, sealed away by your prolonged immersion in a peaceful existence. However, it is not too late to train. You can still harness that power and even grow stronger. Ultimately, you will wield this strength to protect all that you cherish. Can I truly do that? Gohan gazes up at Mukin, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Absolutely, Mukin affirms with a smile. Do not forget, I am an angel. I deliver on my promises. Lord Mukin, please take me on as your disciple. Gohan exclaims fervently, bowing deeply to Mukin. He finally comprehends that he must enact change, elevate his strength, and become more formidable. Only then can he safeguard those dear to him and protect this planet. Moreover, only then will he be able to assist Goku and the others during the next crisis, rather than remaining a mere spectator, powerless to act. Very well. From this day forth, I shall be your master in martial arts. Mukin observes Gohan's bow with satisfaction. This endeavor has unfolded smoothly, far more effortlessly than anticipated. At last, Gohan understands that reading alone cannot save the Earth. From this moment onward, with Mukin's guidance and support, Gohan shall bid farewell to the moniker of Pan and gradually reclaim his status as the most powerful individual. Chapter 39. Unleashing All Powers, the battle between Sun Wukong and Chen. Thank you, Lord Chen. Upon hearing Chen's agreement, Sun Wukong immediately straightened his posture, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He firmly believed that under the guidance and assistance of Chen, this celestial being, his previously waning strength would undoubtedly be restored and even augmented. Ultimately, he aspired to better safeguard those around him and protect this planet. Moreover, when the next crisis arises, he would be able to assist his father and others. Merely contemplating these thoughts intensified Sun Wukong's excitement, causing his tightly clenched fists to tremble slightly. Now let us engage in a few exchanges. At this moment, Chen stepped back 2 paces and addressed Sun Wukong. Me? Engage with you, Lord Chen? Sun Wukong was taken aback, doubting whether his strength was worthy of battling such a divine being. After all, he had previously heard from Sun Wukong that Chen had effortlessly obliterated the Super One-Star Dragon with a single strike, leaving no remnants behind. Of course, it is you. Is there anyone else here? Chen smiled gently and continued, Now, do not overthink it. Come and exchange a few blows with me. With Chen's insistence, Sun Wukong felt he had no choice but to comply, nodding in agreement. All right, Lord Chen. His reluctance to spar stemmed not only from his perceived inadequacy, but also from the thrill of facing Chen, the angelic figure. The blood of the warrior race. The science surged within him, igniting an involuntary fervor. Even though Sun Wukong was not particularly fond of fighting, he now felt a rush of excitement and anticipation for this encounter, fully aware that victory was utterly improbable. Subsequently, Sun Wukong stepped back 2 paces to prepare himself. Assuming his customary combat stance, "I am ready, Lord Chen," he declared, his voice slightly raised as he faced Chen. "Remember, unleash your full power without hesitation." Chen smiled faintly, reminding him, "I wish to ascertain your current level." "Understood, Lord Chen. I shall exert my utmost effort." Sun Wukong tightened his fists, excitement mingling with a hint of nervousness. After all, this was his first battle against an angel, and such feelings were natural. "Then come at me. And make sure to give it your all," Chen said nonchalantly, tapping his staff on the ground, signifying the commencement of their duel. "I understand, Lord Chen." Sun Wukong shouted back, clenching his fists and charging towards Chen's position. As Sun Wukong approached, Chen effortlessly sidestepped to the right, evading Sun Wukong's punch with ease. Indeed, his current strength had diminished significantly. This strike was far weaker than those of Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Yet, had Sun Wukong consistently trained, this blow would likely surpass theirs rather than fall short. Of course, Sun Wukong was merely in his normal state, not having transformed into a Super Saiyan. He had not forgotten Chen's reminder. He merely adhered to the habitual practice of gradually enhancing his strength, akin to Sun Wukong. Realizing his attack had been futile, Sun Wukong swiftly pivoted and executed a sweeping kick. Chen, however, effortlessly dodged it without expending much effort. After evading, Chen smiled and remarked, "This won't do. Your speed is too slow, and your power is insufficient. Do not hesitate. Attempt to cast aside all thoughts and strike me. Such attacks will become pure." "I understand, Lord Chen," Sun Wukong replied with newfound insight. He then raised his right hand, concentrating a sphere of energy and launching it towards Chen. In response to this assault, Chen remained unfazed, merely lifting his staff and tapping it lightly against the energy sphere. Buzz! A flash of light erupted, and the energy projectile vanished into thin air. At that moment, Sun Wukong had already maneuvered to Chen's right side. He clenched his fists, casting aside all thoughts as instructed, and launched a powerful strike without hesitation. Alas, all his actions had been anticipated by Chen. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Chen withdrew his staff and effortlessly blocked Sun Wukong's full-powered punch with a single finger. Strangely, this block generated no impact. Even the ground beneath them remained unscathed, showing no signs of disturbance. In truth, this was achieved by Chen simultaneously releasing a modicum of power to suppress and neutralize the impact. What appeared simple required an exceptional mastery of energy and strength. Sun Wukong, having realized this, could not help but exclaim in awe, "Incredible." He leaped back, gazing at the still-standing Chen in disbelief. Indeed, as his father had said, Lord Chen's strength was unfathomable and far beyond his imagination. At this level, it is clear I cannot prevail. I must unleash my full power. Contemplating this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists at his waist. Huh! With a fierce roar, golden energy erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being. His black hair transformed into a radiant golden hue, signifying his transformation into a Super Saiyan. "Is this your full power?" Chen observed Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, shaking his head and stating, "No, this is still insufficient. Try to gather your energy once more." "Understood." Sun Wukong nodded, his fists tightening slightly. Hana. He tilted his head back, unleashing a powerful shout as the golden energy around him expanded dramatically. Sun Wukong's aura undeniably surged at that moment, yet to Chen, it still fell short of expectations. "Is this truly your current full strength?" he inquired again, assessing Sun Wukong's halted energy growth. "Yes, Lord Chen, this is indeed my full power," Sun Wukong nodded, feeling a tinge of shame, yet recognizing the truth in his statement. Due to prolonged relaxation and neglect of training, his strength had significantly waned. This was, regrettably, the extent of his current capabilities. "Indeed, your strength has diminished far too severely," Chen mused, resting his chin on one hand as he contemplated Sun Wukong's present energy and power. Sun Wukong's strength was alarmingly feeble, to the point where he could not even transform into Super Saiyan 2 or his unique mysterious form. It was worth noting that Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at a young age, being the first to achieve that form. Yet now, as an adult, he found himself incapable of even attaining Super Saiyan 2. Once the formidable warrior who had headbutted Raditz, unleashed Kamehameha against Frieza, and single-handedly confronted Cell, he had now sadly diminished into a mere shadow of his former self, a situation that elicited profound regret. Chapter 40. Bringing Son Gohan to the Divine Realm. I sincerely apologize, Lord Machin. Son Gohan lowered his head slightly, feeling genuine remorse. The words spoken by Machin echoed those he had heard from Vegeta, Uncle Piccolo, and his father, Son Goku. Yet, he had never taken them to heart or realized until now that his strength had waned significantly. He had become so weak that he could no longer protect those around him, nor could he provide assistance in times of crisis. However, there was still hope. Machin paused, withdrawing his hand from his chin, and smiled, stating, "As I mentioned, it is not too late to begin training now. I will help you regain your strength and empower you further. So, do not overthink. Simply unleash your full force against me, casting aside all thoughts and considerations." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's body trembled suddenly, and the faces of those he wished to protect emerged vividly in his mind. He clenched his fists tightly, lifting his head to shout, "Lord Machin, I will do my best." He understood that with the arrival of Machin, the angel, he had an opportunity to transform himself. Just as Machin had said, it was not too late to commence training. This time, he vowed to seize the moment to undergo a complete transformation, to enhance his strength so that he could safeguard everything around him and provide aid when danger loomed. He was resolute. He would not fail this time. He would succeed. A mind filled with confusion cannot progress. Continue your assault. Overcome this obstacle, Machin instructed, raising a finger towards Son Gohan. "Understood, Lord Machin," Son Gohan exclaimed, clenching his fists. And in an instant, he charged forward with explosive energy. His immense effort caused the ground beneath him to shatter, creating a web-like pattern of cracks. Arriving before Machin, Son Gohan summoned all his strength for a powerful kick. However, despite his increased speed, it still appeared to Machin as if he were moving in slow motion. With a slight sidestep, Machin effortlessly evaded the attack. At that moment, a blue light flickered as Son Gohan gathered energy in his right hand, directing it towards Machin. "I see you," Machin remarked with a faint smile, summoning his staff and precisely pointing it at the energy sphere in Son Gohan's hand. With a resonant hum, the energy sphere was instantly erased, as if it had never existed. Yet, undeterred by the dissolution of his energy, Son Gohan tightened his fists and continued to strike at Machin. In response, Machin did not evade. He merely used a single finger to deflect the attack. Realizing his efforts were futile, Son Gohan propelled himself into the air. And there's this. He floated, positioning his hands together at his waist in a flower-like stance. Came. Haim. A brilliant azure energy began to coalesce between his palms, growing stronger and radiating an increasingly dazzling light. "Kamehameha, here it comes," Son Gohan shouted, pushing his hands forcefully towards Machin. With a thunderous roar, a beam of brilliant blue energy surged towards Machin, as if seeking to consume everything in its path. However, it would have no effect on Machin. "It still lacks the requisite power," he remarked nonchalantly, directing his staff at the oncoming energy wave. With a muffled thud, the once menacing energy wave was easily thwarted. Gradually, as the energy dissipated, Son Gohan found himself utterly drained. The transformation into Super Saiyan 1 automatically reverted, and he slowly descended towards the ground. "That will suffice for now," Machin said as he approached Son Gohan. He tapped Son Gohan with his staff, and with a surge of divine energy, Son Gohan's body was instantly rejuvenated. How astonishing! Son Gohan marveled at his restored body. He then looked up at Machin and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Machin. My current strength is far too weak. I have only reached this level. No need to worry. I am well aware." Machin waved his hand and smiled. "Your current state stems from a prolonged neglect of training, resulting in a relaxation of your physical capabilities. However, that power still belongs to you. It simply cannot be utilized as before. If we regard your previous full strength as 10, your current capacity is merely 3 at best." As he spoke, Machin patted Son Gohan's shoulder. "Do not be overly concerned or anxious. Your priority now is to restore your former strength. In simpler terms, you must gradually reacquaint yourself with the sensation of battle through training and combat. I believe that will lead you to regain your former prowess. The notion of reclaiming the feeling of battle plunged Son Gohan into deep contemplation. At that moment, Machin smiled gently and continued, "All right, I shall take you back to my domain now. I have devised a training regimen for you." "Back to where, Lord Machin?" Son Gohan asked, puzzled about Machin's destination. "To the divine realm I created not long ago. Your father, Son Goku, is currently training there as well. No more delays. Let us return," Machin concluded. With that, a radiant light ignited beneath their feet, enveloping their bodies. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Machin whisked Son Gohan away in a dazzling flash. Divine realm. Ah, how exhausting. Son Goku struggled to straighten his back, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a weary arm. The training outfit he wore intensified gravity over time, making his experience rather uncomfortable. Nevertheless, this rigorous training had indeed led to significant improvements, both in his physique and strength, surpassing his previous capabilities. Whoosh! Just then, a brilliant flash descended from the heavens, landing not far from Son Goku. "Huh, that energy, it's Gohan," Son Goku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, sensing the familiar energy signature. He was astonished to discover that Son Gohan had also arrived in this realm. Naturally, he could only perceive Gohan's energy. The divine aura of Machin eluded his detection. However, it was not difficult for him to deduce that Son Gohan had been brought to this divine realm by Machin, the angel. After all, no one else possessed such abilities, and even those who might have had the power would lack the audacity to do so. As the luminescence faded, Son Gohan and Machin emerged from within. So this is the divine realm. Son Gohan gazed in awe at the vast celestial body before him, marveling at the sheer magnitude of the planet. He could not help but express his admiration for the angel's extraordinary abilities, capable of creating such a colossal world. Chapter 41. The commencement of Gohan's training to rediscover the thrill of battle. At this moment, Chen and Gohan suddenly heard the voice of Goku. "Hey, Gohan." "Lord Chen," Goku joyfully shouted toward them. However, due to the effects of gravity, he found it difficult to lift his arms and wave as he usually did. "Dad." Upon hearing the voice, Gohan was instantly filled with excitement and turned to look in Goku's direction. "Hee, it seems you have come here to train as well, Gohan." Goku chuckled, accurately guessing the reason for Gohan's presence. After all, if Gohan were not here to train, Lord Chen would certainly not have brought him along. Goku was genuinely delighted that Gohan had chosen to come here for training. He had long wished for Gohan to engage in serious trainings, as he had previously squandered his potential and strength. "Well, you guessed it, Dad." Gohan felt a bit shy and scratched his head. Then, he lowered his hand, and his expression turned serious as he looked at Goku and declared, "From today onward, I will train diligently. I want to become stronger, just like you, Dad." "Haha, that's great. You must put in a lot of effort. I am looking forward to it." Goku laughed, then turned to Chen with his eyes squinting into two upside-down U's, continuing, "Lord Chen, Gohan's current strength has indeed diminished significantly. However, I believe that with your assistance, he will soon grow stronger. Let us set that aside for now. You, Goku, seem to be doing quite well," Chen remarked with a smile as he observed Goku's current state. He could sense the changes in Goku's body, as well as the enhancement of his strength and aura, which made Chen very pleased. The training regimen he devised was evidently beneficial. If Goku continued on this path, it wouldn't be long before he attained the full power of Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, Chen brought Gohan here not only for training but also to facilitate combat training against Goku. Combat training is another effective method to enhance strength, particularly beneficial for Gohan, who had become too relaxed and needed to rediscover the thrill of battle. To expedite this process and awaken the power within him, engaging in combat training with Goku was indeed a fitting choice. This was the reason Chen had brought Gohan to the realm of the gods. "Hee, it's manageable." Goku chuckled lightly before exerting himself to lift his arm, pointing to the training outfit he wore. "This ever-increasing gravity is truly unbearable. You see, it takes considerable effort just to raise my arm." "Training outfit?" Gohan inquired curiously. Having noticed the peculiar garment Goku wore over his martial arts uniform the moment he laid eyes on him, he also observed that Goku's movements appeared somewhat restricted, seemingly hindered by this outfit. "Yes, Gohan," Goku replied with a smile. "This is a training outfit that Lord Chen conjured for me. It's incredibly powerful, as it continuously increases the gravity over time. Even in the Super Saiyan 4 form, training in this outfit is extremely taxing. As you can see, I find it quite cumbersome to move. However, this is training. To become stronger quickly, a little fatigue is nothing to worry about. Goku exclaimed with a hearty laugh, fully aware that the influence of gravity made his movements awkward. Although training seemed simple, it was far more challenging than his previous experiences. Nevertheless, this training proved to be remarkably effective. To achieve the full power of Super Saiyan 4 sooner, he had to persevere. Just then, Goku had another thought and turned to Emo-chan, asking, "Lord Emo-chan, are you also going to have Gohan wear this training outfit for his training?" "Not quite. I have prepared a different training regimen for Gohan," Emo-chan replied, shaking his head with a smile. His current body is not yet capable of handling this gravity training. However, Emo-chan paused, turning to Gohan. "Come here, I will create a training environment for you." With that, he tapped his staff on the ground. Buzz! A bright white divine energy surged forth, and a room was created. "Hey, Lord Emo-chan, what is this for?" Before Gohan could speak, Goku was the first to inquire. "This room I've created serves as a training ground," Emo-chan explained with a smile. Within it, the environment will adapt to the physical condition of the entrance. Most importantly, training inside will yield remarkable results, making it especially suitable for Gohan. Wow, that's incredible. Upon hearing Emo-chan's explanation, both Gohan and Goku were astonished. Their eyes were fixed on the seemingly ordinary room, which turned out to be extraordinary. "Of course, you two can also enter here for combat training. Especially you, Goku," Emo-chan advised, looking at Goku. "You must engage Gohan in combat training. His body urgently needs to rediscover the thrill of battle." "I understand. Don't worry, Lord Emo-chan," Goku readily agreed, as engaging in combat training with Gohan was precisely what he desired. Subsequently, Goku approached Gohan, laughing heartily. "Ha, Gohan, let us work hard together to become stronger. Restore the power within you. You could do it before, and you can do it now." "Yes, I will do my best, Dad." Gohan clenched his fists and nodded firmly. Regardless of the challenges, he was determined to train diligently and enhance his strength. He aimed to regain the power necessary to protect the people around him and safeguard the Earth. For him, this was an absolute imperative. Chapter 42. Unveiling the Rift in Time and Space. The first journey to the Transcendent Realm. "Then you shall exert yourselves here," Emo-chan remarked with a subtle smile. Turning to Son Gohan. "For now, set aside all distractions and devote yourself to your training within this chamber. Once you regain your combat instincts and master the power within you, I shall return to assist you in achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing these words, Son Gohan froze, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Emo-chan. He had never contemplated such a possibility. After all, he currently struggled even to transform into Super Saiyan 2 or his enigmatic form. The notion that he could attain the Super Saiyan 4 form, mastered by his father and Uncle Vegeta, was beyond his imagination. "Gohan, did you hear that? You too will be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4, just like me," Son Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement as he addressed Son Gohan. He was filled with anticipation, eager to witness his son mastering the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Simultaneously, he yearned to discover the extent of Son Gohan's power once he attained this form, eagerly awaiting the day they could spar together. "I never thought I could reach such heights." Son Gohan lowered his gaze, clearly lacking confidence in his own abilities. "Come now, do not be so disheartened, Gohan," Son Goku said with a reassuring smile, placing his hand firmly on Gohan's shoulder in an effort to comfort him. "Ah, so heavy." As he felt the weight emanating from Son Goku's hand, Son Gohan nearly toppled over, caught off guard by the sudden force pressing down upon him. "My sincere apologies, Gohan," Son Goku said quickly, retracting his hand with an embarrassed grin. He had forgotten about the weighted training gear he wore, which was certainly too much for Gohan's current state to endure. Once he withdrew his hand, Son Goku's expression turned earnest as he looked intently at Son Gohan. "You must cultivate more self-assurance, Gohan. Do not forget, you have surpassed everyone, including myself and Vegeta, in the past. If you accomplished that before, how could you not do so now?" At this point, a smile returned to Son Goku's face, and he discreetly gestured towards Emo-chan. "Besides, you have the esteemed Emo-chan by your side. What is there to worry about? Gohan, cast aside all doubts and simply focus on believing in yourself and training diligently." "Dad," Son Gohan gazed at Son Goku. "Yes, you can do it, Gohan," Son Goku affirmed with a nod, demonstrating his faith in his son. Feeling encouraged, Son Gohan clenched his fists. Indeed, both my father and Lord Chen believe in me. How can I not believe in myself? I achieved greatness before, and I shall do so again. With newfound determination, Son Gohan's gaze hardened as he nodded resolutely. I understand, Father. And Lord Chen, I will strive to enhance my strength for the sake of protecting the earth and those I hold dear. Excellent. That is the spirit. Chen nodded approvingly, a satisfied smile gracing his features. When you grasp your power, I will aid you in mastering Super Saiyan 4. Now, you two should continue your training here. Understood. Lord Chen, Son Gohan replied, bowing slightly before turning to Son Goku. Father, I will now enter the room to commence my training. Go ahead, Gohan. Son Goku nodded with a smile. Train well inside. I shall seek you out for some sparring sessions. Yes, I will give it my all. With that, Son Gohan approached the door without hesitation. Just before reaching it, he clenched his fists tightly, inhaled deeply, and pushed the door open, stepping into the training room. Seeing Gohan enter, Son Goku felt a surge of happiness. Finally, the training begins. I can hardly wait to see what kind of power Gohan will possess after he grows stronger. All right, it's time for you to resume your own training. Chen gently reminded Son Goku with a smile. As his words lingered in the air, the gravity from Son Goku's training gear suddenly multiplied by 100-fold. The abrupt increase in weight caught Son Goku off guard. For a moment, he struggled to bear the burden, gritting his teeth as he gradually straightened his back. Haha, Lord Chen, you should have warned me about the sudden increase in gravity. At last standing upright, Son Goku was drenched in sweat. Yet he chuckled at Chen. I noticed you were handling the previous weight too easily, so I merely adjusted the gravity a bit, Chen replied, glancing at the magical orb atop his angelic staff. After a few nods, he continued, just a reminder, Goku, you may be overtaken by Vegeta at any moment. What? Vegeta is catching up to me? Son Goku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Chen confirmed with a smile. I am not jesting. He is training with all his might to surpass you. Really? Now I am truly excited. Son Goku's excitement surged, his fists clenching as his golden aura flared outward dramatically. Perhaps overwhelmed with enthusiasm, he seemed momentarily oblivious to the weight pressing down on him. However, I will not allow Vegeta to surpass me so easily. I shall continue my training, Lord Chen. With that declaration, Son Goku bent down to resume his training, pulling up grass as if to emphasize his point. Observing this, Chen smiled faintly. Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, I shall venture into the transcendent realm. After all, I'm still uncertain about the current timeline within that dimension. Moreover, this first foray will serve as a trial, ensuring that when I bring Son Goku and the others along in the future, there will be no mishaps. With that thought, Chen waved his angelic staff. Bang! He gently tapped it against the ground, and the orb at its tip radiated a brilliant light. Whoosh! A rift suddenly tore open in the air, expanding gradually under Chen's immense divine power, revealing a passage capable of traversing time and space. Chapter 43, Arrival at the Space-Time Nexus. Here lies the sixth universe. What is Lord Chen doing? The commotion drew Son Wukong's attention. He paused his task of pulling weeds, straightened his back, and gazed curiously at the time-space rift that had appeared in the sky. What is this, Lord Chen? Have you created something new? Is it related to cultivation? After all, he had witnessed Chen conjure many astonishing creations, leading him to mistakenly believe that this rift was yet another marvel tied to the art of cultivation. This is not for cultivation, Chen replied, shaking his head as he stowed away his staff. This is a time-space rift open to access the space-time nexus. The space-time nexus. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong became animated, immediately asking, So, are you going to the space-time nexus, Lord Chen? Can I? No, you cannot, Chen interjected, shaking his finger before Wukong could finish his thought. It was clear that Wukong wanted to accompany him to the nexus, although he could take him along. The timing was not yet right. Really? I'm so eager to go there, Wukong said, his voice dwindling slightly, revealing his disappointment. His anticipation and curiosity about the wonders of the space-time nexus were immense, making him yearn to see it with his own eyes. Seeing Wukong's forlorn expression, Chen smiled and advised, if you wish to speed up your journey to the space-time nexus, you must diligently cultivate and enhance your strength. Once your power meets my standards, he paused for a moment before continuing. Let us simplify it. Reach the level of Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Then, I shall take you to the space-time nexus. Really? Wukong's confidence surged at these words as he clenched his fists. Then I'll continue training and achieve Super Saiyan 4 at full power as soon as possible. Just as he bent down to resume pulling weeds, a thought struck him, and he looked up at Machin. By the way, Lord Machin, when you return, remember to tell me how powerful the beings there are. Of course, Machin replied with a slight smile before turning to step into the time-space rift. This was the first time he had opened a time-space rift, and the destination was indeed the space-time nexus. Whoosh! As Machin entered the rift, the opening outside began to close gradually. Is this the interior of the time-space rift? Machin mused, observing his surroundings. It was engulfed in darkness, teeming with an immensely terrifying energy. Thankfully, as an angel, his body was cloaked in divine power, shielding him from the impact of the energies within. However, without such divine protection, an ordinary individual would likely be obliterated and vanish within the rift in an instant. It seemed necessary to envelop Wukong and the others in divine power if he were to bring them to the space-time nexus, as their bodies could not withstand the energy present here. Machin chuckled softly and waved his staff, creating a path composed of energy. Now, let us prepare to venture into the space-time nexus. As his words faded, the divine power enveloping him flickered brightly. Whoosh! In the next moment, he transformed into a radiant beam, soaring along the energy path. Buzz! With the opening of another time-space rift, a brilliant beam of light erupted forth, radiating dazzling flames. As this beam emerged, the rift gradually sealed itself shut. Indeed, this was the space-time nexus. Machin surveyed his surroundings, finding himself within a vast expanse of cosmic space. While he confirmed that he was now in the space-time nexus, he was uncertain of which universe he had arrived in. This being his first visit, he had merely set the destination as the space-time nexus without specifying a particular universe. Summoning his staff, he examined the magical orb at its tip. After a moment, a smile graced his lips. Fortune smiles upon me. I find myself in the 6th universe. This universe, ruled by Champa, the god of destruction and brother to Beerus, was indeed a fortuitous discovery. His gaze shifted toward a distant planet, the very world where the Saiyans of the 6th universe resided, Planet Salad. Since he was here, he decided to pay a visit to the Saiyans. Machin smiled gently, planning to extend a greeting. The reason he mentioned a casual visit was that he sensed the divine aura of Champa and his attendant, Beerus. Indeed, at this moment, both of them were present on Planet Salad. Although Machin found it somewhat surprising that they happened to be on the same planet, he thought it was a good opportunity to familiarize himself with the god of destruction and angel of the 6th universe. With this in mind, Machin pointed his staff into the air. Buzz! A resplendent light enveloped him, transforming him into a radiant beam that shot toward Planet Salad. Meanwhile, on Planet Salad, as Beerus and Champa indulged in culinary delights, Beerus suddenly paused. Setting down her spoon, she looked up at the sky, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed. Just as Machin sensed her presence, she too felt the divine aura emanating from him. However, Beerus did not intend to reveal this to Champa just yet. Sensing Machin's divine energy rapidly approaching at superluminal speed toward Planet Salad, she decided to wait for his arrival, continuing to savor the delicacies as if nothing were amiss. Of course, Beerus was aware of Machin's identity as an angel. After obtaining the consent of the Omni-King, the Grand Minister had informed all the deities of the universes about the existence of the GT universe and the angel Machin. He had stated, "Please keep a watchful eye on your respective universes. That angel Machin will surely open a time-space rift and arrive in our space-time nexus." While the exact day was uncertain, the certainty of Machin's arrival was undeniable. Thus, the moment Machin emerged from the time-space rift and stepped into the 6th universe, Beerus immediately sensed the overwhelming divine power within him. After all, Machin had not intentionally concealed his divine aura. He intended to meet with Beerus and Champa. Consequently, upon detecting the divine energy, Beerus confirmed in her heart that this must be the angel from the GT universe, as mentioned by her father, Machin. This was precisely why she awaited Machin's arrival. Before long, a radiant beam descended toward Planet Salad from the sky. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the beam touched down upon the ground. Chapter 44. The appearance of the female Saiyan from Universe 6, however. Due to the dazzling light produced by the descent of Mo Chen, several Saiyans were drawn to the scene. Upon witnessing Mo Chen's arrival, one Saiyan stepped forward and boldly inquired, "Hey, who are you? Why have you come to our Planet Salad?" After this initial question, the The other Scions echoed, "Indeed. Who exactly are you? What brings you to Salad? You have suddenly descended upon us. You must reveal your identity. It would be wise to answer our questions promptly, or do not blame us for being unfriendly." Their tone was far from amicable, as they remained on high alert, uncertain of Mo-chan's identity, and prepared for any eventuality. Their vigilance was not merely due to the unknown identity of Mo-chan. A crucial factor was their awareness that the god of destruction, Champa, and the angel, Vedos, were currently indulging in a feast nearby. With these two esteemed figures partaking in their meal, it was imperative that no errors occurred. No matter how trivial, otherwise, the entire Salad planet could face annihilation. Consequently, until they could ascertain the identity of this newcomer, they would not permit Mo-chan to advance any further. "I am Mo-chan, an angel from the GT universe," he introduced himself with a smile. His arrival was indeed quite unexpected for them. "An angel, Mo-chan?" The Scions exchanged glances before turning their attention back to him. Clearly, they were skeptical of his claims. One Scion, unable to contain himself, pointed a finger at Mo-chan and stated emphatically, "How dare you falsely claim to be an angel? I will ask you once more, for the last time, reveal your true identity immediately, or we will not hesitate to take action." In their perception of the sixth universe, there was only one angel, Vedos. Naturally, when confronted with this sudden declaration from Mo-chan, their disbelief was palpable. Seeing their skepticism, Mo-chan shrugged helplessly and reiterated, "I am indeed an angel, named Mo-chan. Brothers, it seems he will not reveal the truth unless we teach him a lesson," one Scion remarked, turning to his companions. "Agreed. Let us show him what we are capable of." Another Scion concurred, stepping forward to block Mo-chan's path. "This individual is undoubtedly suspicious, and you all know that we cannot allow him to approach any closer. If we provoke the two within, the consequences for Salad will be dire." Having readied themselves for a confrontation, they all assumed a stance of preparedness, eager to repel Mo-chan and impart a lesson upon him. Observing their resolve, Mo-chan felt a sense of resignation. Although he wished to avoid conflict with these Scions, it appeared that words alone would not suffice. After all, they were oblivious to the matters of the GT timeline and universe. Even if he disclosed his true identity, they would remain unconvinced. Thus, he resolved to incapacitate them without causing any serious harm. Just then, one of the Scions charged at him, raising his fist to strike. Whoosh! Mo-chan deftly sidestepped the incoming punch. Bang! In that fleeting moment, he tapped a finger lightly on the back of the attacking Scion's neck. "Ah!" A cry escaped as the Scion collapsed, his eyes rolling back, rendered unconscious. "Hey! Hey!" The remaining Scions shouted in concern for their fallen comrade. Upon shifting their gaze to Mo-chan, they quickly realized the overwhelming disparity in strength. He was far beyond their capabilities. Not one of them had been able to discern the speed of Mo-chan's movements as he evaded and countered the attack. Panic began to set in, as beads of sweat formed on their brows. Despite their fear and anxiety, they stood their ground, unified in their resolve. They believed that should they provoke the powerful beings behind them, it would result in the destruction of their planet. They would rather perish here than face such a fate. "Let us charge together, brothers," one of them declared, clenching his fist in determination. This rallying cry inspired the others, who responded in unison, "Yes." Together, as a group, they launched their assault, closing in on Mo-chan. Just before reaching him, they spread out, each taking a different position to attack. They believed this tactic would enhance their chances of success. However, against the overwhelming power of Mo-chan, their clever stratagem was utterly futile. Before their fists could make contact, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over them. Bang! 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 In an instant, they fell one by one to the ground, faces down, having lost consciousness. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Mo-chan had swiftly tapped each of them on the back, a motion imperceptible to their eyes due to his speed. Consequently, they collapsed before realizing what had transpired. As Mo-chan prepared to advance further, he paused and looked up at the sky, sensing the approach of more powerful Scion warriors. There were two distinct energies, indicating that only two individuals were coming. Moreover, Mo-chan recognized these two Kefla and Kale, the female Scions who participated in the Tournament of Power from Universe 6. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, the two descended from the air, positioning themselves several meters in front of Mo-chan. One, with a spiky hairstyle and clad in a pink top resembling a rebellious youth, approached him confidently, while the other, with a ponytail and adorned with hoop earrings, appeared more timid and fragile. Indeed, these two were none other than the formidable female Saiyans, Kefla and Kale. Chapter 45. A lesson in respect. Kefla and Caulifla, the two female Saiyans, were certainly familiar to Mo-Chen. After all, Kefla was akin to the female version of Sun Wukong from the 6th universe, endowed with prodigious combat talent and potential. As for Caulifla, she was even more formidable. Despite her seemingly timid demeanor, she was the legendary Super Saiyan, capable of unleashing terrifying power when enraged. Thus, she was essentially the female counterpart of Broly in the 6th universe. Furthermore, during the Tournament of Power in the original narrative, they had fused using earrings, leaving Mo-Chen with a lasting impression of the duo. At that moment, Kefla approached Mo-Chen, hands on her hips, her face displaying irritation. "Hey, are you the one who took them all down?" "Big sister." Caulifla timidly hid behind Kefla, apprehensive about Mo-Chen's potential aggression. "Don't worry, Caulifla. With me around, no one can harm you," Kefla assured with a smile, confident in her own strength, believing that Mo-Chen would not pose a challenge to her. After all, she was capable enough to incapacitate those Saiyans without difficulty. "Yes, that was me," Mo-Chen replied nonchalantly, slightly bowing as he inquired, "So, are you here to stop me from entering?" Do I really need to say that?" Kefla retorted with annoyance. She had come prepared to battle Mo-Chen. Turning to Caulifla, she instructed, "Caulifla, step back and keep your distance. I wouldn't want you to get hurt." Caulifla hesitated for a moment, her concern evident as she said, "But you must be careful, big sister." Even though she wished to prevent a confrontation, fearing Kefla might be overpowered, she understood her sister's character well enough to know that her warnings would fall on deaf ears. Resigned, she retreated to a safe distance. With Caulifla out of the way, Kefla's lips curled into a slight smile, her gaze returning to Mo-Chen. Without her sister's presence, she could now fight without hesitation, free from the worry of causing her harm. "Are we about to engage?" Mo-Chen asked knowingly, aware of Kefla's fighting spirit. He had no intention of declining the challenge. As an angel, it was only fitting to impart a lesson to those who exhibited disrespect. "What do you think? I shouldn't have to spell it out," Kefla declared, stretching her neck and arms before leaping back to assume a combat stance. With a light chuckle, she warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you're scared, now is the time to speak up, and I might go easy on you. Otherwise, you want to get another chance." Pointing at the Saiyans lying on the ground, she continued, "I'll make you end up like those guys, unconscious on the floor." Once again, Kefla exuded confidence in her abilities. After all, she had been dominating on Planet Salad, fearing no one except for the god of destruction, Champa, and the angel, Vados. "Fear? Not at all," Mo-Chen replied with a slight smile. "But since you've issued a challenge, I shall accept without holding back. Let me witness your true strength." "Oh, you seem rather confident," Kefla remarked, raising her arm with a smirk. "Get ready. Don't fall too quickly. That would be quite dull." With that, Kefla clenched her fists. And with a resounding boom, a brilliant white aura erupted from her, enveloping her form. In an instant, she propelled herself towards Mo-Chen like a missile. The ground beneath her shattered upon takeoff due to the sheer force, and within moments, she was before Mo-Chen, confidence radiating from her as her fist swung towards him, believing wholeheartedly that this strike would land. However, to Mo-Chen, her attack was painfully slow. With a soft thud, he effortlessly blocked her punch with a single finger. "What?" Kefla's expression morphed into disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her full-force attack had been halted by a mere fingertip. "That level of power won't suffice," Mo-Chen stated, shaking his head with a smile. Yet, still caught in shock, Kefla failed to register his words. "Big sister." Caulifla, her fists clenched, called out anxiously, her concern for Kefla intensifying. She was now more convinced than ever that her fears were justified. The person before them was beyond Kefla's capabilities. "Hey Kefla." The shout snapped Kefla back to reality. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly regained her composure. Though she often displayed arrogance, she could not ignore the unmistakable gap in strength between her and Mo-Chen. They were clearly not on the same level. Had Mo-Chen harbored any intent to kill, she would not have survived this encounter. Yet, even understanding this, Kefla refused to concede or give up. After all, she had initiated this fight, boasting a myriad of brazen declarations beforehand. The thought of surrendering now was simply too humiliating for her to bear. Thus, she refrained from attacking further, retracting her fist and leaping back several meters. Once she steadied herself on the ground, Kefla fixed her gaze on Chen and coldly remarked, "Humph, you're more capable than I initially thought. I suppose I underestimated you. But from here on out, I will take you seriously." Chapter 46. The Uncontrolled Fury of the Awakening Warrior. Hurry up. Time is of the essence, after all. Chen stood still, a smile gracing his face. Naturally, his words only served to infuriate Karifa further. "How dare you? Just wait. I will make you pay for this." A fierce roar erupted from Karifa as she clenched her fists, channeling all her energy. At that moment, a white aura expanded around her, and her muscles visibly swelled. Karifa was determined to show Chen her true strength. Even if she couldn't defeat him, landing just one solid hit would suffice. With this thought igniting her resolve, Karifa felt a surge of power, as if a switch within her had been flipped, releasing a strength far beyond her usual capacity. This was precisely what she desired, to unleash her full potential and teach the man before her a lesson. With a resounding bang, the ground beneath her cracked under the weight of her power, fissures spreading like a spider's web. As her energy intensified, the cracks continued to extend outward. With her aura at its peak, Karifa confidently leaped from several meters away, aiming a kick at Chen. "You annoying pest. Fall." Her speed and strength had increased dramatically. Yet, despite her newfound power, Karifa's strength was still pitifully inadequate against Chen, the angelic figure. With merely a fingertip, he effortlessly blocked her attack. "TCH, is this all?" Karifa was frustrated. She had believed that her enhanced strength would shift the tide in her favor. Unfortunately, her optimism was misplaced, and reality proved more challenging than anticipated. Quickly adjusting her stance, she leaped backward and raised her arm, targeting Chen once more. "Let's see how you handle this." As her words echoed, an energy orb formed in her hand and shot towards him. In response, Chen summoned his staff with a flick of his wrist, dissipating the energy effortlessly. At that moment, a crimson glow flickered in Karifa's hands as she prepared her next move, channeling a massive surge of energy. "Don't think this is over. I have another trick up my sleeve." With a powerful shout, a terrifying wave of red energy erupted, hurtling towards Chen. This was her strongest technique, her only option in such dire circumstances. Boom! The energy wave surged forward, closing in on Chen, yet he remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the impending onslaught. "This is where it ends," he stated calmly, lightly tapping his staff against the ground. Buzz! Instantly, the energy seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, halting its advance. "What?" Karifa gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Why can't my energy continue forward? It was so close to hitting him. This can't be." She was unwilling to accept defeat, roaring as she summoned even greater power. Boom! A golden aura exploded outward, amplifying the size of the energy wave. Yet, despite her desperate efforts, the energy remained immobile, unable to advance even a centimeter. Chen had merely invoked a sliver of divine energy, creating an aura wall that rendered her attack futile. "Sister, perhaps we should just give up," suggested Kair, who had been watching from a distance, unable to bear the sight any longer. "You can see it, sister. You can't defeat him." Kair hoped that if Karifa would relent while Chen was still holding back, they might avoid any further conflict. At the very least, this would ensure her sister's safety. However, Karifa was in no mood to heed her words. Her frustration with Chen had already reached a boiling point, and Kair's concern only fueled her irritation further. "Kair, just return to your previous position and watch. This is my battle with him. You needn't concern yourself with it. Go back now." "Sister, sister." The words struck Kair like a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily stunned. They echoed in her mind, and for a fleeting moment, she felt utterly powerless. In this moment, she couldn't assist her sister in any way, and the thought of being perceived as weak filled her with despair. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sister. It's my fault. I can't be of any help to you." Tears brimmed in her eyes as she continued to apologize, feeling useless. She longed to be strong, wishing she could aid her sister instead of merely standing by, filled with worry. "Kair, that's not what I meant," Karifa realized as she saw her sister in tears. She felt a pang of guilt for her harsh words. Without a second thought, she retracted her energy and descended beside Kair. "Kair, please don't say that. It's not as you think. I was wrong to speak to you like that. Don't overthink it." Karifa consoled her sister, eager to quell her tears. Even amidst the chaos of battle, she prioritized her sister's emotional well-being. Meanwhile, Chen observed a transformation occurring around Kair. A green aura began to envelop her, shimmering in waves. Intrigued, Chen watched with a sense of anticipation, for it appeared that the legendary Super Saiyan, the female version of Broly from the 6th universe, was on the verge of awakening. Chapter 47. The Emergence of the Legendary Super Saiyan. Kair, cease your futile thoughts. I do not view you as ineffectual. My concern for your safety prompted me to suggest you maintain your distance, not a reflection of your worth. However, I acknowledge that my tone earlier was inappropriate. And I sincerely apologize, Kair. Please forgive your senior. Despite Caulifla's attempts to console her, Kair was oblivious to all words. Her hands clutching her head as an increasing surge of green energy enveloped her. What is happening? Caulifla suddenly realized something was amiss. Stepping back, she observed Kair more closely, noting that numerous green flames were spiraling around her. I am a cowardly Saiyan. Here, I am nothing but a burden to my sister. Utterly incapable of being of assistance. Oh. Kair continued to speak to herself, but before she could finish, she unleashed a furious roar. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of golden energy erupted from within her, enveloping her entirely as she began to ascend into the air. At that moment, her aura surged uncontrollably. The ground trembled beneath the weight of her astonishing power, fissures cracking open in several places. What is going on? Something is terribly wrong. Hey, Kair, what has happened to you? Caulifla was momentarily stunned, but panic quickly set in. She had never witnessed Kair in such a state before. Although she could sense Kair's power escalating, which should have been a cause for celebration, she also realized that Kair seemed to be losing her grip on reason, possibly due to the rapid surge in power. This cannot continue. She cannot allow her beloved junior to descend into madness, becoming a mindless force of destruction. At that moment, Chen lightly tapped her staff, swish. Caulifla found herself instantly beside Chen. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her fists clenched in frustration as she glared at Chen. Had she not known that she could not overpower Chen, she would have attacked again. There was no point in arguing now. Chen, however, did not take offense. With a smile, she explained that Kair's power was awakening, transforming her into the legendary Super Saiyan. What? The legendary Super Saiyan? Caulifla gasped, realizing that Chen seemed to understand the situation. Do you know what is happening to Kair? What is this legendary Super Saiyan? In simple terms, a Super Saiyan is said to appear only once every 1,000 years, referred to as the legendary Super Saiyan. Chen elaborated, revealing that this transformation is also known as the Demon Saiyan. Once this transcendent power awakens, it grants immense strength, but also leads to a loss of reason and control. This is exactly what Kair is experiencing. Caulifla swallowed hard, observing Kair, whose height had dramatically increased, her aura and muscles swelling rapidly. Desperate for a solution, she turned back to Chen. Then, what can we do about Kair in this state? Unless she can gain control through training, she will ultimately be consumed by her own burgeoning power, leading to her destruction. Chen replied with a smile. This transcendent power is not easily tamed. What about now? Is there any other way to stop Kair? Please, tell me. No matter what, she could not bear to watch Kair be destroyed by her own strength. Even though Chen was her adversary, Caulifla was beyond caring at this point. She had to stop Kair. Upon hearing her plea, Chen merely smiled faintly and refrained from providing a direct answer. Seeing this, Caulifla clenched her fists tighter, raising her voice once more. Please, tell me. What can we do to stop Kair? All right. Chen waved her hand, chuckling. You need not shout. I can hear you perfectly. Besides, I never said I wouldn't help you. With that, Chen stepped forward and continued. Just watch closely. The key is to control her power, striking her down without causing harm, and it will be as simple as that. As she spoke, Chen glanced back at Caulifla with a smile, adding, of course. With your current strength, you cannot accomplish this. Well then, thank you very much. Caulifla replied, though her irritation was palpable. Yet, she had no choice but to place her faith in Chen. After all, she was the only one capable of subduing the unhinged Kair. Now, they merely needed to wait for Kair's transformation to reach its completion. It should be imminent. Chen turned her gaze back to Kair, a smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Kair's aura and power continued to soar uncontrollably. Oh, another roar erupted from Kair, her golden flames shifting to a brilliant green. The shockwaves emanating from her body spread outward like ripples, shattering the ground around her. The awakening was complete. Kair had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. Caulifla's face was a mask of astonishment. The Kair she once knew had entirely transformed. The once petite Kair now towered. Her physique so exaggerated it was beyond description, her muscles grotesquely inflated. Her hair had turned green, her eyes pale, and her face bore a terrifying visage. Kair embodied a state of unrestrained fury, her very aura exuding a menacing rage that instilled fear. Suddenly, Kair clenched her fists and unleashed a colossal burst of energy. The green flame surged upward, further decimating the already fractured ground. The commotion finally caught the attention of the god of destruction. Hey, what is happening? The gluttonous Champa, startled by the sudden explosion, turned to investigate the source of the disturbance. Upon glancing in that direction, he beheld the distant green flames piercing the sky. Chapter 48, The Disrupted Good Mood and the Furious Champa. Oh dear, it seems that something extraordinary is occurring over there. Bardoss smiled faintly, feigning ignorance. However, being well acquainted with Champa, she was fully aware of the situation. The sudden explosion would undoubtedly disturb Champa, compelling him to investigate. Indeed, it was as Bardoss had anticipated. Champa was now extremely displeased and enraged. The meat in his hand had lost its appeal, and with a careless grip, it fell onto the dining table. He then rose with a stern expression, his gaze fixed toward the source of the energy surge. What on earth is happening over there? He abhorred being interrupted while savoring his meal. Lord Champa, over there. Vegeta, witnessing Champa's anger, immediately felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. He was at a loss for how to explain the situation to Champa, and his nervousness left him speechless, uncertain of what words might placate him. Of course, he understood the cause of the explosion. He had overheard several Saiyans discussing the arrival of a stranger on their planet. Salad. Thus, he was certain that the recent explosion was the result of a battle. However, Vegeta's duty was to host Champa and Bardoss here, ensuring that neither of these esteemed figures felt anger or discontent. Yet now, everything was in disarray, and Champa remained irate due to the disturbance. Although the explosion had originated from a great distance, for Champa, who was indulging in his culinary delights and immersed in joy, such an occurrence was intolerable. Bardoss, come with me. I must see who is causing such a commotion at this hour. Champa could no longer restrain himself and declared to Bardoss before preparing to fly towards the source of the disturbance. However, Vegeta dared not allow Champa to proceed. Promptly stepping in front of him, bowing deeply in respect, and imploring, Lord Champa, you cannot leave just yet. There are still many delicacies yet to be served. If we wait a little longer, they should be ready for your enjoyment, my lord. He knew that any words spoken were merely to ease Champa's fury. Yet, after being interrupted, how could Champa possibly calm down? Even the mention of more food did little to spark his desire for tasting. Move aside, Vegeta. I shall only say this once. Champa said coldly, his voice icy. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing it at Vegeta. At that moment, a purplish-red energy began to gather in his palm. Indeed, it was the destructive power belonging to a god of destruction. He was serious. Should Vegeta continue to obstruct him, Champa would unleash his power to obliterate him. Oh my, it appears that Lord Champa is truly furious, Bardoss remarked nonchalantly, simultaneously warning Vegeta to refrain from attempting to thwart Champa, lest he risk his own life. After all, there were not many formidable warriors in their sixth universe, and Vegeta was one of them. Losing him would be unfortunate. I understand. Vegeta, quick-witted, grasped Bardoss's implication and, albeit reluctantly, stepped aside. Let us go, Bardoss, Champa declared, soaring away from the scene. You should follow us, Bardoss said to Vegeta with a smile. Yes, Lady Bardoss. Vegeta nodded and flew toward the site of the battle, silently praying that those fighting would not further provoke Champa. Otherwise, the entire Salad Planet could face annihilation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the transformed Kale suddenly grinned wickedly. She raised her arm, pointing her finger at the mysterious figure, and coldly declared, I shall use your blood as a sacrifice to the heavens. If you can manage it, then come and try, the mysterious figure replied with a smile. Before turning to the left, he sensed Champa, Bardoss, and another powerful aura swiftly approaching his location. At that moment, Kale lunged at him like a wild beast. Die, she bellowed, her fists clenched as she gathered all her strength. Hey, Kale is coming. You better dodge. Seeing that the mysterious figure was distracted, Caulifla shouted urgently. However, even without looking, it mattered little. Kale's power posed no threat to him. Whoosh. Without needing to see, his body instinctively evaded Kale's punch. After missing, Kale's face twisted with rage, her veins bulging, clearly more infuriated. Huh, she roared, her green aura swelling once more. She clenched her fists tightly and unleashed a relentless barrage of furious attacks upon the mysterious figure. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, her fists rained down like a storm upon him. Yet with the mastery of his technique, Kale could not land a single blow. He effortlessly dodged all attacks without even glancing at her. It was simply impossible for her to touch him. Caulifla, witnessing this spectacle, was left dumbfounded. She realized that her earlier warning had been both absurd and unnecessary. Whether facing her or the legendary Super Saiyan Kale, this mysterious figure handled everything with ease. Exerting no effort whatsoever, his strength was beyond comprehension. Here, perhaps due to her inability to land a hit, Kale's fury intensified. Whoosh! Another punch was evaded, and her face twisted in a snarl. Die! All of you die! Huh! With her furious scream, terrifying energy surged forth from her body, manifesting into countless energy blasts that shot outwards in all directions. Boom! 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 Each explosion created craters where the blast struck. This indiscriminate assault wreaked havoc in the vicinity, leaving behind a landscape riddled with craters. However, despite the all-encompassing nature of her attack, it could not inflict any harm upon the mysterious figure. He was shielded by a barrier composed of divine energy, rendering the blasts utterly ineffective. Yet for Caulifla, who lacked such protection, the situation was dire. She could only dodge incessantly in the face of the overwhelming energy, and even the slightest impact sent her flying far away, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 49, A First Encounter, The Arrival of Champa and Vegeta. After a while, noticing that the attacks were gradually slowing down, Caulifla hurriedly shouted in the direction of Chen. Hey you, could you please take this a bit more seriously and knock Kale out quickly? At this rate, I might not be able to endure it before she is out cold. Certainly, Chen replied with a slight smile, lowering his gaze to respond to Caulifla. He then lifted his eyes back to Kale. He sensed that Champa and Vegeta were rapidly approaching, and the prolonged battle was precisely to draw them here. Now that this objective had been achieved, the fight no longer needed to continue. It was indeed time to bring it to a close. Meanwhile, Kale was glaring fiercely at Chen, her eyes filled with murderous intent and fury. The fact that none of her numerous attacks had landed only intensified her rage, and she could hardly suppress her desire to eliminate Chen swiftly. Clenching her fists, her veins bulging, she couldn't help but roar, "You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." With a furious scream, Kale charged aggressively towards Chen. Buzz. At that moment, an extremely brilliant green light suddenly flickered from her chest. The radiance intensified until, in the next second, several green beams shot out in various directions. This was a signature move of every Broly, the chest energy blast. It concentrated all the energy in her body at her chest, and then detonated at close range against the enemy. It appeared ordinary, yet possessed terrifying power. Unfortunately, against an angel like Chen, even if it were 1,000,000,000 times stronger, it would prove utterly ineffective. Very impressive, but this is where it ends. Chen remarked with a gentle smile, lightly waving his staff before him. A brilliant white divine energy surged from the tip of the staff, enveloping Kale's body. "Ah!" She screamed in anger, struggling desperately, only to find herself unable to control her body, suspended in midair and immobile. Simultaneously, the energy she had gathered in her chest could not be detonated. In the next moment, that divine power began to coalesce inward, and Kale felt an overwhelming pressure. "Ah!" A cry of rage and helplessness escaped her lips as the sensation of powerlessness washed over her, causing her struggles to gradually slow. Her massive form began to shrink, reverting to her petite appearance. She had lost consciousness, completely collapsing. Kale. Seeing this, Caulifla rushed over and caught Kale. However, she no longer felt nervous or worried. Instead, a smile graced her face as she looked at the unconscious Kale. Her junior had escaped danger and had acquired incredibly potent power, which filled her with joy as a senior. Yet, as another thought crossed her mind, she looked up at Chen. Unable to resist asking again, "Are you certain that once Kale masters this power, she won't lose control and self-destruct?" "Indeed," Chen affirmed. "Though this matter cannot be accomplished solely by you." "What? Then what should we do?" Caulifla inquired, momentarily taken aback. In response to Caulifla's question, Chen did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he gazed up at the sky, and after a brief pause, a smile crept upon his lips as he said, "Do not worry, the person capable of accomplishing this has already arrived. At the moment Chen finished speaking, whoosh! A sound of air splitting through the sky echoed, accompanied by a flash of purple and white flames, as three figures suddenly descended before Chen and Caulifla. The arrivals were none other than the god of destruction Champa, the angel Vados, and the accompanying Kaba. They have finally arrived. Chen smiled slightly, pleased to see these two deities. Lord Champa, Lady Vados, Caulifla exclaimed, her astonishment evident upon seeing them. She also realized that the commotion caused by Kale losing her sanity seemed rather excessive. Hey Caulifla, Kale, what are you two doing here? Kaba, too, was taken aback upon spotting them. He had expected other Saiyans to come to their aid, not Caulifla and Kale. Why are you asking that? I simply found it interesting to come here. Besides, my strength far surpasses theirs, so bringing them along would have been pointless, Caulifla retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Kaba. Ah, is that so? Kaba felt speechless. He realized he simply did not get along with Caulifla, as had always been the case. Suddenly, he recalled why he had come here, and concern washed over him. Meanwhile, Champa was still furious, having been interrupted during his enjoyment of delicacies. Hey, were you two the ones who disturbed me? Champa shouted angrily, a purplish-red energy sphere forming in his hand. Indeed, this was the power of the god of destruction, the destructive force. His good mood had been completely disrupted, and now that he was here, he would certainly not refrain from taking action. Thus, those who had disturbed him must face punishment, enduring the consequences of obliteration. Seeing Champa's continued fury, Kaba could not just stand by and watch as Caulifla and Kale faced destruction. Although his relationship with them was not particularly close, Caulifla was the sister of Captain Sorbet, and Kaba could not bear to watch fellow Scions perish. Gritting his teeth, Kaba resolved to act, stepping in front of Champa with determination. He boldly addressed him, Lord Champa. Caulifla and Kale have done nothing wrong. Please, calm down and do not kill them. Despite Kaba's plea, Champa, consumed by rage, was unlikely to heed his words. He merely shot him a murderous glare. Get lost. Smack. Without further ado, Champa swung his hand, sending Kaba flying through the air. Cough. Although it was just a slap, it was the strike of a god of destruction, and Kaba could no longer withstand it. Blood spilled from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise again. Hey, Kale. At this sight, Caulifla could no longer remain composed. She had never expected Kaba would confront the god of destruction for their sake. This was akin to courting death. Swoosh. At that moment, Champa appeared directly before him, the destructive energy aimed at Kaba. Since you dared to plead for them, you shall perish alongside them, he declared, preparing to erase Kale with the power in his hand. Chapter 50. A single finger deflects Champa's full-force attack. At this moment, Vados suddenly approached Champa, smiling as she reminded him, Lord Champa, Kaba is one of our 6th universe's warriors. If you were to eliminate him now, our chances of victory against Lord Beerus's 7th universe in the next competition might increase significantly. She certainly did not wish to see anyone erased, whether it be Kaba, Kale, or Caulifla. Vados was well aware of the immense power and potential residing within these three. To have them erased by Champa would be an utter waste. As for the newcomer, Mott, Vados had taken note of him upon her arrival. He indeed matched the Grand Priest's description, although he was a newly born angel. He possessed powers far beyond that of any angel. Thus, even if Champa desired to eliminate Mott, he was far from capable of doing so. Humph. Then I shall spare him. Champa scoffed, turning his attention to Kale and Caulifla instead. These two, I can surely erase. In an instant, Caulifla felt an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon her, rendering her immobile and making even breathing a strenuous task. Just as Champa prepared to unleash his destructive energy, Vados interjected once more. Lord Champa, have you forgotten? We are here merely to savor the delicacies. Just a few days ago, we lost to Lord Beerus's 7th universe in the tournament. You came here to seek out stronger Scion warriors. From my observations, these two may be female Scions. Yet they harbor immense potential and strength. As she spoke, Vados's gaze shifted to Kale, and she continued with a smile, particularly that one who just fainted. Her latent power is truly astonishing. Ultimately, with training, they will undoubtedly become formidable assets for our 6th universe. Who knows? Perhaps next time we shall have a chance to defeat Lord Beerus's 7th universe. Hearing this, Champa's resolve wavered, and he pondered. Vados was indeed correct. This visit was not solely for culinary indulgence. After their recent defeat to Beerus, he had come to find warriors comparable to Kaba. According to Vados, If these two female Scions were nurtured, they could become extraordinarily powerful and might even surpass Beerus's universe. Thus, he could not afford to eliminate them carelessly. Ahem. You have a point. I shall heed your advice this time, Vados, and spare their lives. Having reached this conclusion, Champa deliberately cleared his throat and spoke to Vados. As the destructive energy he had gathered dissipated into thin air. Wonderful. Cabba grinned widely, finally feeling a sense of relief. At the very least, Caulifla and Kale had narrowly escaped the clutches of Champa's destructive energy. We are saved. With the oppressive sensation lifted, Caulifla also relaxed, collapsing to the ground in relief. Although she did not voice it, she felt immense gratitude towards Vados and Cabba. Without their intervention, both she and Kale would undoubtedly have perished. However, matters did not conclude so simply. While Champa had spared the three, his fury remained unabated. He turned his gaze toward Mott, who stood some distance away, extending his right hand to gather destructive energy once more. This fellow, I can surely erase. After all, his annoyance had been instigated by Mott. In his rage, Champa had yet to realize that Mott was an angel. Lord Champa intends to eliminate him. Caulifla gasped, instinctively glancing at Mott, her concern growing. After all, Mott had just saved Kale from losing control, and Caulifla did not believe him to be a villain. She certainly did not wish for him to perish. Erase me? Mott was taken aback, surprised by the destructive energy directed at him. He was astonished that Champa, the god of destruction from the sixth universe, had failed to recognize his angelic nature. Despite the time that had passed, Champa had not even managed to discern Mott's aura. Lord Champa. Vados glanced between Mott and Champa, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Like Mott, she had anticipated that Champa would sense something unusual about him. Yet, it appeared that Champa was entirely oblivious, still intent on erasing Mott. Before Vados could voice her concerns, Champa's ire boiled over. If I cannot destroy 1, 2, or 3, then this one must be erased. With that thought in mind, Champa wasted no time in unleashing the destructive energy in his grasp. This is all you're doing. Now you shall pay the price. Destructive energy, glowing a deep purple, surged toward Mott with astonishing speed. Witnessing this, Mott could only smile wryly. Very well, I shall indulge you a bit, Champa. As he spoke, Mott deftly sidestepped the destructive energy and shifted toward Champa's position. Champa was taken aback by Mott's remarkable speed, unable to comprehend how he could move so swiftly. Before Champa could react, Mott stood directly before him, smiling as he spoke. How do you fare? You. Champa's fury intensified, his teeth gritted as he glared at Mott. How dare he act so brazenly before me? This insolence is intolerable. With a furious roar, Champa summoned all his strength, tightening his fist and launching a powerful strike at Mott. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as, to the astonishment of Caulifla and the others, Mott effortlessly blocked Champa's full-force punch with merely a single finger. A single finger. Cabba's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Mott. Champa was the god of destruction of the sixth universe, undoubtedly the strongest entity apart from Vados. Yet, this stranger who had arrived on their planet had managed to deflect Champa's attack with nothing but a finger. It was utterly inconceivable, even for those who witnessed it firsthand. How is this possible? Caulifla too was left speechless, her expression frozen in shock as she struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the being they had just fought against for so long. Oh ho ho ho. It seems Lord Champa is in for a lesson this time. Watching the incredulous expression on Champa's face, Vados could not help but stifle a laugh. Of course, her earlier inaction was motivated by a desire to teach Champa a lesson. It would be interesting to see if he would act so rashly the next time he encountered a stranger. Chapter 51. A change of situation. The High Priest has arrived. Bardos, you. Champa turned his head and shot an incredulous glare at Bardos, feeling both exasperated and furious. His angel from Universe 6 was not supporting him, and instead, stood there as if it were a spectacle for her amusement. However, his anger was futile. After all, Bardos had always been like this. He then redirected his focus to the stranger before him, Machen, still grappling with disbelief. He had not held back in his punch. He had unleashed all his strength, which should have easily obliterated his opponent. Yet, astonishingly, this fellow not only remained unscathed, but effortlessly blocked his full-force attack with just a single finger. Moreover, he appeared to exert no effort at all, wearing an expression of utter ease. Although this provoked Champa's frustration, it also somewhat calmed him down. He finally realized that the identity of this enigmatic individual was anything but ordinary. Thus, with a cold snort, he withdrew his fist and demanded, Hey, who exactly are you? How can you so effortlessly withstand a punch from Champa? Just who are you? Only now do you think to ask my identity? Machen smiled slightly, his right hand grasping the staff belonging to his angelic self. I am Machen, an angel from the GT timeline, GT universe. The angel. That individual is an angel. At this revelation, Gab and Caulifla, not far away, were once again struck with astonishment, their speech faltering. No wonder he possessed such terrifying power. Even Champa, the god of destruction, posed no threat to him. It turned out that this person was indeed an angel. On the other side, upon hearing Machen's words, Champa was momentarily taken aback. Observing the staff in Machen's hand, he felt a surge of realization wash over him. So, you are indeed an angel. Champa stammered, his nervousness causing beads of cold sweat to break out on his forehead. He wished he could punch himself for having just attacked an angel, even going so far as to threaten his obliteration. If this were to get out, how could he ever face anyone again? Subsequently, he turned to Bardos, lowering his voice in irritation. Hey, Bardos, you must have known all along. Why didn't you stop me? Oh ho ho ho, Lord Champa, you acted without giving me a chance to intervene. Bardos chuckled softly, then turned to Machen with a smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, Angel Machen. We were informed of your existence by the High Priest not long ago, who relayed to all the deities across the universes that you would be arriving in our timeline. At this, Machen was somewhat taken aback. So, the High Priest had sensed his birth and existence, even predicting his arrival in this extraordinary timeline. This was indeed a surprise, but for Machen, it was also a positive development. At least now, all the deities were aware of him and the GT timeline, GT universe. Thus, the next step was to ensure that all deities witnessed and remembered the might of the GT universe. Of course, aside from this good fortune, Machen also confirmed one essential fact. Opening a temporal rift would incur no punishment upon him. It was stipulated that deities within the extraordinary realm were strictly prohibited from interfering with timelines and time itself. Any breach would result in severe repercussions, even obliteration. Yet, since he had come here without facing any consequences, it solidified this fact. Perhaps it was also due to the unique circumstances of the GT timeline, which did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Omni-King or the High Priest, leaving them powerless to punish him. Contemplating this, Machen nodded, then offered an awkward smile and spoke. Indeed, my arrival was rather abrupt. I didn't properly adjust my landing point when I first opened the temporal rift. However, I did inadvertently disturb your peace during the recent confrontation. So as an apology, I have prepared some delicacies from the GT universe. With a gentle wave of his staff, a myriad of snacks and instant noodles materialized before them, forming a small mountain. How gracious, Angel Machen. Bardos smiled slightly, waving her staff to gather the summoned snacks. Champa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile as he addressed Machen. So, you are the newly born angel from the GT universe. I did not recognize you earlier, which led to our unfortunate misunderstanding. Please, don't let this incident slip out. Lord Champa. It was the first time Gab and Caulifla had witnessed Champa in such a state, and they found it quite unsettling. This was, of course, due to Machen being an angel. Furthermore, given that Champa had initiated the confrontation and made threats of destruction, he now had no choice but to humble himself. It's fine, what's done is done, so there's no need to dwell on it, Machen replied with a smile, showing no concern over the matter. Moreover, it was understandable that Champa had been unaware of his angelic nature at the time, and his anger was quite reasonable. However, we have now acquainted ourselves, Lord Champa, God of Destruction. Yes, we have indeed become acquainted, Champa exclaimed, his spirits lifting at the lack of hostility from Machen, nodding vigorously. He then shot a glare at Gab, abruptly shifting his tone as he commanded, Hey, didn't you say there were many more delicacies yet to be served? Ah, yes, Lord Champa. Gab startled, hastily rising from the ground with a hand on the floor, responding loudly. Excellent. Champa smiled in satisfaction, turning to Machen. Please, Angel Machen, join us as we return to savor the culinary delights of Planet Salad. Certainly, Machen nodded in agreement. After all, since he was already here, it would be delightful to sample the food and engage in conversation. Then, please follow us, Angel Machen. Bardos smiled at him, turning to lead the way. However, just as they were about to depart, a swirling rift suddenly opened in the sky above. This unexpected turn of events captured everyone's attention, causing them to look up, puzzled by the phenomenon. In the next moment, the rift widened, revealing a figure emerging from within. Upon seeing this figure, Champa's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. The High Priest. Indeed, the figure that emerged from the rift was none other than the High Priest, the chief steward of the Omni-King, the supreme ruler of the universe. Chapter 52. The High Priest Lord Zeno is eager to meet you. Angel Chen. Who is this? Upon seeing him, Lord Champa seemed rather tense, appearing fearful. Both Gabe and Califra were unfamiliar with the High Priest, their faces reflecting profound confusion. However, one could easily surmise from Champa's demeanor that this individual was anything but ordinary. This is the esteemed High Priest, Bardos remarked with a gentle smile, glancing at Gabe and Califra. The High Priest. Gabe and Califra exchanged uncertain looks, still unaware of the High Priest's significance. Yet, it was clear that he possessed immense power, far beyond the ordinary. At that moment, Bardos stole a glance at the High Priest, instantly comprehending his intent. He turned back to Gabe and Califra, smiling. Very well, you two may return for now. And be sure to prepare those delectable dishes. We must properly entertain Angel Chen. Yes, Lord Bardos. Gabe replied respectfully before turning to Califra. Let us go. Take Kale. And we shall return. Califra nodded, saying little more as she cradled Kale and took flight alongside Gabe. After all, she understood that they were merely humans, far too weak to hold any sway in the presence of such divine beings. However, Califra was fiercely competitive. She believed she could grow stronger, even surpass the gods themselves. To that end, she vowed to train diligently from now on, no longer wasting time as she had in the past. Bardos shared similar thoughts. She resolved to bring Gabe and the others back to the realm of destruction to assist them in their training. Once they had departed, Bardos lowered her head slightly and respectfully addressed the High Priest. Welcome, esteemed High Priest. Seeing this, Champa inhaled deeply, attempting to calm himself. He immediately bowed deeply to the High Priest, exclaiming, Welcome, esteemed High Priest. We are thrilled by your arrival. Indeed, the High Priest smiled and nodded, his gaze shifting towards Chen. Angel Chen from the GT dimension. Welcome to our transcendent realm. Upon hearing this, both Chen and Champa, as well as Bardos, grasped the situation. The High Priest's unexpected visit was solely for the newly manifested angel from another dimension. Champa, realizing this, breathed a sigh of relief and straightened up. He had initially feared the High Priest was there due to his confrontation with the newborn angel. Understanding that was not the case eased his tension considerably. I have encountered the High Priest. Chen nodded slightly. Yes, I trust you understand that my visit is for you, the High Priest stated with a smile. Getting straight to the point. This is the will of Lord Zeno. He wishes to inquire whether you can visit the Zeno Temple in 3 days. Lord Zeno is very much looking forward to meeting you. At this point, the High Priest remembered something and quickly added, by the way, the angel Whis and the destroyer Beerus from Universe 7 will also be present at the Zeno Temple. After listening to the High Priest, Chen did not respond immediately, but took a moment to contemplate. This was indeed excellent news. He would have the opportunity to meet the most powerful being in the transcendent realm and encounter Beerus and Whis from Universe 7 as well. Moreover, knowing that Lord Zeno was eager to see him, Chen felt compelled to accept the invitation. Understood, esteemed High Priest. After a moment of thought, Chen nodded in agreement, smiling at the High Priest. In 3 days, I shall visit Lord Zeno's temple. Please remember that, and I shall take my leave now. The High Priest smiled, turned, and waved his hand, causing the rift in the air to gradually close. We bid farewell to the esteemed High Priest. Upon the High Priest's departure, Champa bowed deeply again, expressing utmost reverence. Bardos remained silent, watching the High Priest leave with a smile. Once the rift was entirely sealed, Champa finally relaxed, exhaling, phew. He has finally gone, esteemed High Priest. I thought I was going to be frightened to death. Oh dear. Lord Champa was afraid the High Priest would come for you, Bardos teased, leaning closer to Champa with a grin. After all, you just acted against Angel Chen from the GT dimension. Had your power not been inferior to that of Angel Chen, you might have erased an angel from existence. At this remark, Champa shivered and quickly turned to Bardos, furiously waving his fists. Hey, Bardos, why bring that up now? You must not mention that. He feared the High Priest might suddenly return to seek him out. Then he turned to Chen, his demeanor shifting entirely as he invited cheerfully. Come, Angel Chen, let us now indulge in the delicacies of planet salad. Very well, lead the way. Chen replied with a smile. Hey, Let us go, Bardos. Champa called out, his expression changing once more as he took flight. Follow me, Angel Mo Chun, Bardos instructed, lightly tapping her staff against the ground and ascending into the air. Seeing this, Mo Chun smiled and followed suit, matching her pace. Meanwhile, in the realm of gods within the GT dimension, Goku exerted himself, pulling up a blade of grass, drenched in sweat. The gravity had increased to an unimaginable degree, yet he continued to endure the mounting pressure. Though this training was exhausting, it undeniably enhanced Goku's physique and power, allowing him to unknowingly surpass his limits. Bang! He tossed his training uniform to the ground, creating a vast crater upon impact. Well, today's goal has finally been accomplished. Goku stretched his arms, feeling elated, his eyes squinting into two upside-down U's. The relief of shedding his training uniform was unparalleled. Even the simplest of movements now felt liberating. As for why the training uniform had been removed, it was a system set up by Mo Chun after his departure. Once Goku pulled a sufficient amount of grass each day, he would be able to take off the uniform. If not, it would remain on. This arrangement not only facilitated Goku's meals and rest, but also allowed him to engage in combat training with Gohan, who was also training in the room. After all, combat training was indispensable. It significantly contributed to their strength enhancement while helping them maintain a constant sense of battle readiness, a crucial aspect of their development. Chapter 53 Sun Wukong. Come and fight me, Gohan. Although the training uniform can be removed after a certain amount of grass has been pulled, the form of Super Saiyan 4 is not permitted to be dispelled, as decreed by Machin for Sun Wukong. Of course, there is no need to worry about Sun Wukong losing his transformation due to fatigue, for in the resting chamber, Machin has prepared exquisite delicacies that are far from ordinary, not only for Sun Wukong, but also for Vegeta and Gohan. The delectable meals contain a touch of divine energy infused by Machin, without compromising the flavor. These sumptuous dishes accelerate their stamina recovery, making their training significantly more effective. Moreover, the divine energy embedded in the food will be stored within their bodies. Once they reach the full power of Super Saiyan 4, Machin will assist them in absorbing that divine energy all at once, enabling them to master the Super Saiyan 4 limit break. This form, which truly enters the realm of the gods, allows them to harness the explosive enhancements of Super Saiyan 4 while stepping into divinity. In summary, with ample rest, exquisite food, and repeated breakthroughs during training, their stamina will only continue to grow, eliminating any concerns of exhaustion. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Now, having just shed his training uniform and freed from the constraints of gravity, Sun Wukong is exhilarated, leaping into the air and energetically throwing punches. In mere seconds, he has unleashed countless strikes, his speed so remarkable that it leaves behind a myriad of phantom fists in the sky. After a brief flurry of activity, Sun Wukong lands back on the ground, a broad smile of excitement illuminating his face. Clenching his fist, he savors the power within him and exclaims, "Truly, Machin is remarkable. This training is incredibly effective. I can feel that I am not far from achieving full power in Super Saiyan 4. It hasn't been long, yet I feel noticeably stronger." As he speaks, his gaze drifts towards Gohan's training chamber. I wonder how Gohan is faring. The training uniform is off now, so I might as well check on him. With that thought, he bursts forth, propelled by a surge of energy, and flies to the doorway, pushing it open to enter. Inside the chamber, Gohan sits cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed. While he appears to be resting, he is actually engaged in a form of meditation, a mental discipline essential to his training. Buzz. The sound of the door opening captures Gohan's attention, prompting him to open his eyes. Dad. Upon seeing Sun Wukong enter, Gohan swiftly rises to his feet and approaches. What brings you here, Dad? And what about your training uniform? Why did you take it off? Haha. That thing can be removed after pulling a certain amount of grass. Sun Wukong scratches his head and replies with a grin. However, after this light-hearted exchange, he suddenly adopts a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze on Gohan. I came to see how your training is progressing, and according to what Machin said before he left, aren't we supposed to engage in some combat training? Though he could have refrained from mentioning it, Sun Wukong would have inevitably entered to spar with Gohan. Upon entering the room, he could already sense that Gohan's energy had indeed increased since their arrival in the divine realm. Although not significantly, any improvement is a promising start. Yes, indeed. It would be better if we could fight. Gohan nods, fully aware of what he needs at this moment, and eager to engage in a battle with his father. Thus, he clenches his fists, his expression turning earnest as he looks at Sun Wukong. I would like to test my current strength. So, Dad, let us have a sparring match. Excellent. Let us do it, Gohan. Sun Wukong responds, no longer saying anything further. He leaps backward, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and assumes his familiar fighting stance. All right, I will give it my all, Dad, so be careful. Gohan warns, also taking up a battle stance. Come on then, Gohan. Sun Wukong is brimming with fighting spirit, eagerly anticipating the power Gohan has gained through his training. Here I come. Gohan shouts, propelling himself forward with tremendous force, resembling a missile as he charges at Sun Wukong. His speed is astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he closes the distance between them. With his power fully amassed, his fist descends upon Sun Wukong with swiftness and grace. Observing this, Sun Wukong feels a surge of excitement and satisfaction. Gohan's speed has indeed improved significantly. In the past, Gohan often displayed hesitation, but now he is resolute, his actions devoid of doubt. Bang! Sun Wukong chooses not to evade, meeting Gohan's punch head-on with his own. Boom! The collision of their fists creates a visible shockwave that expands outward in a circular motion from the point of impact. A tremendous wave of energy erupts, carelessly radiating in all directions. Yet, it is evident that Gohan is at a disadvantage. He can only withstand the force for 2 seconds before being propelled backward. He stumbles several meters before regaining his footing, lifting his gaze to Sun Wukong, his fist tinged with a lingering sting. Truly impressive, Dad. You're incredibly strong. Haha. It's nothing. The training Machin arranged for me has been immensely beneficial, Sun Wukong chuckles, addressing Gohan. I have indeed grown much stronger. Even I can hardly believe it. It seems I need to exert myself even more. Here I come again, Dad. Gohan tightens his fists, an eruption of white energy enveloping him as he charges at Sun Wukong once more. And thus it begins. Sun Wukong is immediately prepared, adopting his stance to counter Gohan's advance. Gohan dashes toward Sun Wukong, delivering a full-force punch. Bang! Sun Wukong raises his arm, successfully blocking the attack. However, Gohan's strength is considerable and he pushes Sun Wukong back. After retreating a meter, Gohan retracts his fist and launches into a more ferocious assault. He knows all too well that in facing his father, Sun Wukong, he cannot afford to let his guard down. He must treat this battle with the utmost seriousness. Chapter 54. The Surge of Power, Super Saiyan 1, Full Power. Ya. Gohan exclaimed, relentlessly striking his fist toward Goku. Each successive blow came with increasing rapidity, each infused with remarkable strength. Under this fierce onslaught, Goku refrained from launching a counterattack, merely adopting a stance of defense or evasion. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive blocks, Gohan realized this was insufficient. He needed to unleash powers beyond his limits to create an impact. Thus, he clenched his right fist and summoned greater strength to strike Goku. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as Goku raised his arm to deflect the blow. However, the sheer force of the impact caused the ground beneath them to fracture, forming a colossal crater. Yet, within a mere second, the surface restored itself, for this was a realm crafted by Machi, where all destruction would be automatically mended by divine energy. Thus, the space was impervious to ruin, an ideal venue for combat and training. Well done, Gohan. Goku beamed with excitement, unable to contain his admiration. You've grown much stronger. At this rate, I believe you will soon fully recover and regain your former state. Indeed, Gohan nodded, retracting his fist, his expression earnest. I hope to expedite this process. I yearn for the strength to protect everyone. Moreover, as Lord Machi mentioned, if any crisis were to arise, I do not wish to be a mere spectator like during the one-star dragon incident, unable to assist. I never want to experience that again. Gohan clenched his fist tightly, these two reasons fueling his desire for strength. It was for this purpose that he sought Machi as his martial arts mentor, striving to reclaim his former self. Ah, that's splendid, Gohan, Goku said, gazing at him with pride. I am curious, though, will the version of you from that timeline also become a scholar? That timeline. Gohan paused, bewildered as he looked at Goku. Ah, you were unaware of the existence of the alternate timeline. Lord Machi hasn't shared this with you yet. Goku, surprised by Gohan's reaction, proceeded to explain everything about the alternate timeline to him. Now, do you understand? After imparting the information, Goku placed his hands on his hips, smiling at Gohan. I can't believe such a thing exists. Gohan absorbed the revelation, Astonishment etched on his face as he considered the existence of their similar Universe 7, the 12 universes, the Grand Supreme Kai, and the gods of destruction. That's why I wondered if that version of you would also be nurtured into a scholar by Chi-Chi. If that were the case, it would indeed be a great pity. Goku mused, propping his chin on his hand, clearly excited to meet the Gohan of Universe 7. Perhaps the Gohan from the GT timeline could offer guidance to his counterpart there. Well, let us not dwell on that. Let's continue our match, Gohan. Goku leaped back a step, assuming a fighting stance. Understood, Dad. Gohan nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of the alternate timeline, and he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "If I could visit that alternate timeline, I would love to meet the version of myself there. But before that, I must become stronger." With that, he tightened his fists at his waist. A deep roar erupted from his throat, causing the ground beneath him to tremble violently. Buzz! In an instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Gohan's body, radiating outward. Simultaneously, the white aura surrounding him transformed into a brilliant golden flame. Gohan continued to roar, his hair shifting from black to golden. With the surge of his power, waves of energy rippled outward from him like expanding ripples, growing larger with each pulse. The immense energy converged within him, cracking the ground beneath his feet into visible fissures, yet influenced by the room's divine power. The cracks mended within seconds. Now, Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 1, full power, the peak of his current strength. "This energy feels remarkable, Gohan," Goku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Come, let me feel your power." "All right, here I come, Dad," Gohan declared, his fists clenched once more as his golden aura intensified. Whoosh! In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Goku, sensing the shift, swiftly dodged to the side. Sure enough, Gohan materialized behind him, delivering a chopping strike that Goku narrowly avoided. "Your speed has increased significantly," Goku encouraged. "Keep going, Gohan." With those words, Goku propelled himself into the air, several meters above the ground. Gohan, fueled by determination, pursued him, launching a punch toward Goku. Boom! Their fists collided, both retreating momentarily. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the air echoed with whoosh, whoosh, as both Goku and Gohan vanished once more. Their speed was so extraordinary that they left behind indistinct afterimages, rendering their movements nearly invisible. Bang! 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 The next moment, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosive impacts and sonic booms, as circular waves of energy erupted around them. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, each attack more ferocious than the last. Boom! 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 The sounds reverberated through the sky, their clashes growing ever more intense, the sheer force of their powers conjuring countless circular waves, as if they were wielding the power to annihilate the world.